content warning. So right at the top here, I would like to issue a bit of a content warning. This is something that probably needed to be done on the previous 2 Lynchtober episodes as well. Regret not doing that. That being said, it's especially going to be needed today, covering Twin Peaks first 2 seasons and the film Fire Walk with Me, of course. So the following episode contains frank discussions concerning trauma resulting from sexual abuse, rape, incest, and domestic violence, as well as the complexities of its depiction in Twin Peaks and the complexities of interpreting David Lynch's intentions with and execution of said subject matter. All right, on with the show. Cinphomaniac is full of spoilers. If the movie's there in the title, we're probably going to say everything that happens in it. So don't fucking listen if you don't want to know.
Do we have the time to learn the reasons behind the human being's varied behavior? I think not. Some take the time. Are they called detectives? To introduce this story, let me just say it encompasses the all. It is beyond the fire, though few would know that meaning. It is a story of many, but it begins with one. And I knew her. The one leading to the many is Laura Palmer. Laura is the one.
Wow, you know, honestly, like, it's not exactly the right tone, but just when you just did that just there, I was kind of like, what if there was like a James Bond style theme for Lynchtober, and you were singing it, but it was like Goldfinger basically. It was like Lynchtober, like it was
that's better. That's more on brand.
It's more on brand. I don't think you do the Julie Cruz style singing. Not really. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you got that in you. Yeah. To be fair,
super falsetto. Like,
yeah.
It's Lynchtober.
Yeah. Right.
Lynchtober.
Well, you know, to be fair, as we talked about when we discussed Blue Velvet last week, she didn't really know she could sing like that either until I guess she did. So it's an interesting little note.
It's a little practice to do the falsetto. She could do it. You could do it.
Dana, I don't think it's going to surprise anyone in our audience who's been listening or you to say that this is the episode, not to put too much of like a cloud or like a halo over it, that I've been waiting to record my whole life in many ways.
Pressure.
Yeah, no. Oh, you have no idea the pressure I've been putting on myself. I've been a Twin Peaks fanatic. Yeah, I think you do know.
I do know the pressure you're putting on yourself.
I've been putting an insane amount of pressure on myself. And you know, it might be too much, but like it's all in good fun because
I know you're a perfectionist about these things, and you would be probably pretty upset if there was something we missed or forgot that you wanted to add in this time. We can always go back, of course. But
of course, and I'm prepared to accept that there inevitably will be some of those things. But it's hopefully not.
Can't get to it all. Yeah, that's true.
No, and look, I kind of plotted out like a lot of it. So in my head, like I know that there's stuff that I'm purposefully not talking about, and that's because either I think it's going to be more relevant. Because again, this is not the only Twin Peaks episode we're going to do. After we do Mulholland Drive in 2 weeks, we're going to come back and do an episode just on the return, because believe me, even though we're going to talk about aspects of the return as they relate to
the current or not current, the old Twin Peaks, I guess, even as we're inevitably going to talk about aspects of their turn as it relates to Twin Peaks original run, as I like to call it, 89 and 92. Like it's still like barely scratching the surface of what's in that. So obviously we're going to need a whole nother episode to cover that. And I haven't had any time to watch The Return because, like, as you know, that's 18 plus-ish hours worth of content.
It is a lot.
And unlike, I will say, and I'm not, we'll talk about how, like, you should spend your time watching it or not. So this is not me speaking to you on that, but I will just say, like, for the general audience who might know or not know, The Return is not something where you can just go, I'm going to pop on episode 4. Like, if you've seen it a bunch of times, that could work. But, like, you need to watch the whole thing start to finish, and you need to watch the whole thing start to finish more than once to even have a prayer of getting, like, a tiny bit of it. So, you know, as David Lynch says, it's an 18-hour movie. So think of it like that for what it's worth. But okay, yeah, I think the only real way to begin a show about Twin Peaks, and this is taking it from David Lynch himself, is to feel the presence and speak to and speak on Laura Palmer herself. So there's a book, and I shared some details with you about this, Dana, but there's a book I really like. I got it, like, you know, when it came out, I think a year or two ago. It's a great book. I highly recommend. It's called Laura's Ghosts, Women Speak About Twin Peaks by Courtney Stallings. It's mostly interviews, though, from Courtney to other people, be them creators, cast members, crew members, just fans, and most importantly, and there's overlap in all those categories to this, mind you, survivors of sexual assault. And I think there's one of the great things about this book is that Cheryl Lee herself, who plays Laura, in addition to being interviewed on multiple chapters, wrote a foreword to the book. And I just kind of I think it would be great if I could just read a bit of that foreword, or most of it.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. And you know, I'm not going to do a voice or anything, but think of Cheryl Lee's voice, or Laura's voice, in other words. And this is basically a poem/letter she wrote to the character. So here you go. Dear Laura, 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 a ghost of me you are. For one who did not want to live, you are never very far. A soul lost deep in trouble. You gave my art a name, but if I did it all again, I might not do it quite the same. Pulled down from heaven's ethers, you arrived to share my life. I instilled your death with purpose. You left me with your knife. I take it out from time to time, run fingers down smooth blade. It is my destiny the same as yours, or do I just simply fade? Dear sweet Laura, my doorway into death, alive and yet not living. In this play, I am your guest. I offered you myself to use, an expression of your light, and in exchange was tricked quite well when you rewrote my rights. Fair, you say, do I not agree? Your fame, after all, did rub off on me. It wasn't what I wanted, though, or wished for. Had I known, I wanted back my freedom, my existence as my own. But you, my friend, had different dreams than mine, and lifetimes later, we are stuck in time. Lingering on this story of yours, caught somewhere between my earth and your stars. As an image is reflected back to us on the surface of still water, so too is the character of Laura Palmer, a reflection of millions of women and children who have suffered in the hands of abuse, a collective ocean of suffering. My hope is that expression of this pain becomes a great river of healing waters with the connecting energy of beautiful streams, branching creeks, and winding tributes, reaching out to quench the thirst of those still in need. May Laura's story continue to offer strength to the wounded who witness it. You are not alone. That's it. Yeah, obviously, wow. Yeah. And mind you, like I said, this is an introduction to a book that is, while, like I said, really, really amazing stuff. And there's a lot of joy and love spread in it. Obviously also confronts the darkest things. And in that way, the book is exactly like Twin Peaks itself, exactly the way David Lynch intended it to be. And that's something we're really going to focus in on here today is, and as this is part of Lynchtober, is what is Twin Peaks and what is Twin Peaks to David Lynch? And in my mind, the two should not be separated. And that certainly David Lynch's intention that they're not separated, though inevitably, as has been the case, fans take something and they take it in their own ways. And there's many interpretations and many ways to look at things. So to that effect and to the effect of just the general discussion we're going to have, what we're going to talk about here is going to kill the mystery for you. Okay. Like if you haven't seen The Return yet, because yes, technically this episode is not really talking about that, I would still say you're only partially safe. And it's 100% best that you definitely do not listen to this. Come back to it after you've seen the whole thing, because even the few things I am going to say about The Return and the things I'm just going to say about this are going to kind of lead you in a certain direction on The Return that you don't need the first time you see it, at the very least. In fact, it's not even about a first time or second time or third time. It's just like, this is, I'm kind of basing this kind of warning on a similar warning that Twin Perfect gave on his video, which is something we're going to talk about. It's like Twin Peaks is kind of meant for your interpretation. David Lynch's work is meant for your interpretation. If you've been on the Lynchtober journey so far, you've kind of already accepted that you're going to take our interpretations and my argument that our interpretations are the right interpretation. But that's especially true here. So just don't bother with it. Keep it for yourself. But if you want to know where I stand on these things, and where Dana stands on these things, and just have a fun discussion, and you've already experienced Twin Peaks a bunch of times, you're very familiar with it, or you're just like convinced you're never going to watch it and you don't care, well, this is for you.
For you.
This is for you. Okay. So yeah, let's talk about the beginning, but first, like, give me your personal beginning, because you never really told me this, Dana. Like, when did you watch the show? Like, when did it first come to you? Like, what was your thoughts? Like, how has it changed? Kind of give me that general picture here.
I first watched it in college. I think I was probably like 19 or 20 when I watched this, living in Chicago. Mm-hmm. And I think that added to the Twin Peaksiness of it, because there was like a lot of trees and kind of not far from the lake, but very green. Mm-hmm. And actually an area where I guess there had been like 2 murders in recent days. Jeez. Which added to the Twin Peaksy vibe of me at that time and in that place. What am I seeing here? Yeah. And I think watching it for a second time as an adult and watching The Return obviously cleared up a lot of things. But I still have some kind of humorous little questions. And
ooh, I like this, where this is going, because like if you want to frame some of your questions, please.
We'll start with some of this. Here's my favorite. Come on, I can't even. Okay, Catherine.
Oh God.
Where did she go to makeup school? How did she learn the special effects? She put hairs on her prosthetics. The nose was impeccable. Where did she learn to do this? And then
I thought the nose kind of had like a Whoville quality to it that was really disturbing.
There were pores on it, and there were hairs that were placed. This is a professional FX artist, and she is wasting her life at that sawmill. She needs to move to Hollywood and make it big doing
I don't know if anyone has. I wouldn't be surprised if people have, because like that's the thing about the Twin Peaks obsessive fandom. Like, name a fan fiction, someone probably has written it. But even if someone has, I would love to see you attempt to write this actual fan fiction about how Catherine Martell
instead of
a visual effects artist and like actually had been her secret hobby all along, and this explains everything. I love it. I absolutely love it.
There's another. Who else is it that puts on Wyndham Earle also has he's very good at disguises.
The Wyndham Earle thing has been well documented.
Why is he so good at disguises?
all I can say is that in both cases with the Bartell thing and the Wyndham Earl thing, it speaks to a problem of the season 2 post Lynch Twin Peaks that like there's this over reliance on a kind of Scooby-Doo kind of identity. Like, I don't know. And look, that's like Scooby-Doo. It's good fun sometimes. Like, I think one thing I want to, that's actually a good opportunity to make something clear because it's going to be abundantly clear probably in about an hour or so. I don't have really any love or patience in theory, at least in the way I'm going to be talking about it for that part of the show. That's not what I care about. That's not the thing. That being said, I'm not like a Grinch who doesn't enjoy it when it is enjoyable. And I'm not someone who thinks that fans shouldn't indulge in it. I think, well, indulge might be the wrong word. I think every fan should experience the totality of Twin Peaks, meaning watch the whole fucking thing at least once and really deal with that, because I think it's paramount to even understanding the sort of weight between some of those points between, episode 7 of season 2 and the season finale. Like, if you're not seeing that, you're not even really getting what the real cost of all this was.
Right.
But when you're rewatching it and revisiting it and trying to just like ingest Twin Peaks for what's good about Twin Peaks, by all means, because I fucking do, skip all that shit. Like, I mean, I don't like, unless you really want to watch it. Like, sometimes I do like to just be like, remember those episodes of Billy Zane? And I'll watch them. But like, I don't need it. And to the point, like Wyndham Earl.
Let me say, I am here for the Billy Zane episodes. I am here for it.
Okay.
Yes.
I will. You can
give me all the Billy Zane.
Elaborate on that if you want or not.
You can give me. It's he was just so attractive. Like, young Billy Zane was super hot, and it's like probably the
Simple
first
pleasures.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah. Okay.
He ruined his eyebrows in the 1920s on the Titanic. But before that, he was Twin Peaks Billy Zane. And that's the Billy Zane that will live forever in my heart.
Okay. I love it. Good for you. Good for you, Dana. Enjoy your Billy Zane. Audrey certainly did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What else you got? What are your questions? And by all means, get to the quote more serious ones if you want to, but I'm here for the goofy ones as well.
Well, okay. I think part of me wants to start at the very beginning, and one of the darker inclinations that I had.
Okay.
Laura's mom, when the police come to tell the school about Laura, right?
Mm-hmm.
They come to tell school, and like, he's the dad is there. What's his name again?
Leland.
Leland is there at the school, and he's there. And when he picks up the phone to call her, he's like, sobbing. And when Laura's mom picks up the phone, it's like she already knew exactly what happened. Yeah. He didn't really have to tell her. She has known for some time that something's been off. And that was my first like, whoa. What are you aware of that I'm not aware of from the get-go?
Okay.
James snaps a pencil in his hand, and they barely make an announcement.
Wait, real quick, just so I kind of have a better sense of where you're at, because we're going to talk about all this in more detail. But like, was this your kind of perception back then, or is this still how you see it now? This is
kind of, well, looking at it without considering
what you learned later. Okay, gotcha.
Looking at it with fresh eyes, but noticing these things because I know where it's going. Like, oh, he snaps a pencil, and like they haven't even really made the announcement yet. They just said something's happened, right? He knows.
Yeah. Well, I think
Donna knows.
Yeah, they all know.
Obviously, they all know. Yeah. But if this is the first time you're watching it, that comes out as like what is going on? Something is off. And it seems like initially it's like, this is some way overacting. Everyone's really overacting. They haven't even given you what's going on yet. Bring it down a notch. Until later on, it's revealed that they are actually reacted appropriately because they knew exactly what was happening. I'm
really glad you just made that point, because this is actually something I was actually thinking about earlier this morning, and have been thinking about for the last few days, kind of covering and talking about this. And one of the last things I did right before we went on the air is rewatch this interview with Cheryl Lee. And so I've been thinking a lot about the quote acting on Twin Peaks and all that and what I have to say about it. And I have a ton of praise for almost all of it. And I think a lot of that, but it's in context of like kind of remembering a time, and I can still feel this in some of my bones. And I think it's a thing a lot of people experience when they watch the show, especially that first time, like you said, when you first watch that pilot and your first time, it's exactly right. You don't have a lot of the context these people have, and you don't know the context you're going to have. And so much of it
seems
does,
like
I think,
big
come across like way big, over the top. You think it's just being soap operatic for soap operatic sake. And believe me, Twin Peaks is a soap opera for soap opera's sake in many ways. And that's not.
There's even nods to that. Yeah.
No, there's many nods to it. That's intentional in some senses. But what you're talking about is really almost nothing to do with that. What you're talking about, and I think that's why you're right on, because you did start to figure out what it has to do with, is the reality of this world. And this is just kind of really kind of putting it out in front of you before you get it, and just ripping the Band-Aid off of the rawness and how significant that would have been in 1989 TV, which is something we're going to talk about. Or 1990 is when the pilot really aired. 1990 TV, it like fucking just hits you like a sledgehammer, and you don't want to deal with it. So the first reaction to not wanting to deal with it is to kind of dismiss it and be like, oh, this is so over the top. But as the thing goes on and you learn the context and you become engaged and you become more and more like one of these people in the town, someone who knew Laura, knew what was going on with her, knew what was going on with them. It's not that you would necessarily react the same way, but now all of a sudden the reaction hits in an emotional center that's already been built in you. And you're like, whoa, yes. So yeah, I won't get too much further into that idea just yet, but suffice to say, Dana, I that was a brilliant point. You're spot on about it.
Yeah, I just thought that was super interesting that I wouldn't have thought of if I hadn't seen this before also. Something that I think probably is kind of controversial to a lot of Twin Peaks fans, but I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to flat out say it.
Oh boy.
am annoyed by James. I'm so annoyed. That's
so funny you say that. That's the opposite. Everyone in the Twin Peaks fandom hates on James, and there's like a small contingent of James defenders. Yes, I was gonna talk about this.
Yeah. Okay. I thought I was saying the opposite.
No, you're not.
Him, and I was like,
one of my favorite little meme corners is the James Hurley.
He's such a fuckboy.
Shit posting, aka James Hurley forehead posting, community. And it's pretty fucking funny. And yeah, we're gonna talk some James Hurley.
Well, I'm not even for that. I'm talking about his character telling
his
3
character
different women
is
that
part
he
of
loves
that.
them in like a month.
His character is part of that,
status.
and there's a very specific scene we're gonna talk about that encapsulates.
So annoyed by him.
Yeah, encapsulates all of that. So don't worry.
Okay. Well, I thought I was gonna alienate more of our audience, but I guess not. Yeah,
well, you're emulating the James Hurley Defender Club, and I believe it or not, I am a James Hurley defender in the sense that
you would.
Yeah, well, just it depends on what we're talking about. I enjoy the memes and dissing on him as much as anybody, but I understand the nature of James and why James is important to the story and like what James is meant to represent, and even some of the issues with James's character. I think there's a way to look at them that doesn't quite totally excuse them, but like at the very least gives you a framework that makes you appreciate what is good about him. That's what I'll say.
That's fair. I just think, yeah, that's fair. So there's also a moment that I'm like a little confused on too earlier in the season. I think it might be actually still in that first episode when Donna goes to tell Ed. Mm-hmm. First of all, she's like, I'm meeting James at 9:30 tonight. She like starts with that. Yeah. And then when she leaves Ed, she's like, well, if you see James, tell him I'm looking for him. It's like, you're going to see him like at 9:30. What? You just said you're going to see him. It just didn't make any sense.
I don't know. It's pre-phone. It's pre-cell phone. Like, so like, yeah. I think there's that's just something that we just don't think about anymore. But like back then, like you would really emphasize with people, like, I'm going to communicate with you at this time and you're going to be here at this time. And because if you didn't, like, you would have no way of like making sure that you connected. So I'll excuse that.
Seems
I'll excuse
weird.
that. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, is a lot. I mean, if a lot of what you're gonna follow with, I mean, there's other things. I'll then by all means, but like are specific to some of the like scenes in the pilot. I think we could just say them because I'm gonna go through a bunch of basically almost the entirety of the pilot because it's really important. Yeah,
one happy thing, like one little like super adorable note that just makes Cooper so endearing to me.
Yeah,
especially in this first. There's so many things about his character, but I don't think there's another character that's like him. That's not like a simpleton type character. He's an educated man that gets this pure joy from learning the names of trees and horseshoe rabbits and whatever is around. He just gets so much joy out of that, despite always being there for, not always, but in this case, being there for a murder investigation. I'm sure his job entails a lot of darkness, and he finds joy in things like learning the names of the plants and animals around him, and it's just so cute.
Well, I'll say this real quick about it, and there'll be more to come to elaborate on what I mean, but Cooper in most ways is an avatar for the audience. He reflects what David Lynch sees in the audience, but like any filmmaker, especially a filmmaker like him, who's his most target audience? Himself. So in other words, Cooper is how David Lynch in some ways imagines himself watching the show, which is where a lot of that exuberance comes from. It's like, I would be so excited just to have a show with trees. I mean, we're going to talk about this in literally a minute, but like one of the major inspirations for the show existing is David Lynch's just obsession with trees. She's like, I just love trees. So he's thinking about it. Oh, everyone should be excited about trees. And if everyone as in the audience is excited about trees, then Cooper must be excited about trees. There's other things about Cooper that are explicitly things. There are reflections of the audience that David Lynch wouldn't identify with, and that's why they're put to Cooper. But we'll get to that. So I will say now, just to kind of put it in terms of like where Twin Peaks is coming from, because I just alluded to, it's really important that we just go over the origin of Twin Peaks and the David Lynch, Mark Frost partnership, because everything really about the show starts and stems from how the show came to be, really. More so than other things. I know that might seem like an obvious or glib statement, but believe me, it'll become crystal clear. So before even Blue Velvet, because this is also our continuing narrative of Lynchtober, and last episode was Blue Velvet, but before Blue Velvet was even, put into production, David Lynch, as I kind of mentioned then, was developing projects at Warner Brothers, and one of them was a Marilyn Monroe biopic.
Oh,
something
wow.
he never, it's would have been pretty interesting if it happened, obviously. But when he was working on that, is when he was first introduced to Mark Frost, who was an accomplished writer on the hit TV show Hill Street Blues. I don't know if you've ever seen Hill Street Blues. It's considered to be one of like the quote great shows and like prestige shows of the pre-prestige era. And it's like, this very influential police procedural. It's what eventually would lead to the 90s NYPD Blue, etc. But it's very problematic though now. There's a lot of episodes about like cops killing people and it being about like the cop was the sympathetic person in that scenario, a lot of people now look at it like a part of the history of quote propaganda or whatever. But yeah, so anyway, he was kind of part of that show. So in other words, he was a writer on like one of the most successful shows and acclaimed shows at the time. And David Lynch's agent, Tony Krantz, which they shared, was like, here, I'm going to pair you with Mark Frost to help you develop this Marilyn Monroe biopic for Warner Brothers. So they got to know each other working on that project, but the project kind of fell apart. The studio was like, we're not really interested in doing this with you guys at this time. So then, fast forward, David Lynch makes Blue Velvet. Now it's post Blue Velvet. So he's had the success. He has his Academy Award nomination. But as we talked about, Blue Velvet's got the weird reputation. It's kind of a strange film, obviously. It's a film for the hardcore, not the gen pop necessarily. Mm-hmm. And so, in other words, people weren't, the way you might think, weren't exactly breaking down David Lynch's door to work with him. And I think his agent, Krantz, was kind of feeling this and was wondering, and I think from the impression I get of Krantz from what I've read is like, he's one of those agents that is a pretty crafty, like, I'm just going to always throw ideas out there. And for most people, they don't go anywhere. But David Lynch, at least in this case, did go somewhere. And what he was just like, he's like, well, why don't you develop a TV show? And again, like, this is not 2021. This would have been 1986 or 87. This was a very odd thing to suggest or have an Academy Award nominated director take seriously, because working in TV from a person's perspective like that would have been slumming it. Okay. Like, that was like, you basically are admitting you fell off. It's like, I'm sure as an actor, you remember it's like, oh, like the old adage used to be, you're a TV actor. Like,
oh yeah.
You know
Back
I mean?
in the day, the hierarchy was, movie
Right.
actors at the top, and then TV and film actors, and then commercial actors, and then voiceover actors. Now I would kill for voiceover work. I'm sure it's the most fun. It's the most fun. And I'm trying to get in because it seems like such a fun job. Like, just doing voices all day. Love it.
Yeah. No, I love that hierarchy has been broken up. And it's like, it's analogs existed for directors and writers, more directors than writers, a lot with directors and writers, because with writer, at least on TV show, you were like in charge. Director, it was like you were basically a journeyman. So for a director, it was like even a lower, in many ways, kick down the steps. Like, it would be one thing if you did an occasional pilot, which is what a lot of directors would do just to get the money and like, keep up some work. But even that was still considered, oh, I'm slumming it in TV for a check. But if you like happen to fall off to where you were doing TV all the time, you must have really hit rock bottom. That was like the thought process at the time. So it was a crazy thing for his agent really to suggest, and something that shows like the agent was either desperate or just like the type of agent who was like, I don't know, whatever, money, I don't care. Or, it's also should note, because this was the mid 80s, it's possible that Krantz was like, hey, Michael Mann's like got Miami Vice. Like, so that was kind of like one of the earlier pioneers of this idea of like a film director and a accomplished film director getting involved with TV. Though the way Michael Mann was involved in Miami Vice ultimately was very, very different from what happened with Twin Peaks and David Lynch, and even down to this origin, because Michael Mann wasn't really like part of that writing the pilot process, at least not at first. Whereas this would have been David Lynch developing the pilot from the start, right?
Right.
So he's like, you can imagine David Lynch, like, as you might expect, was like, I'm not interested in this. I mean, like, not only is it like it's slumming it, but a guy like David Lynch with his type of movies, his type of artistry would have been like, TV, I hate TV. like, why would I ever do that? Like, so there was this like obvious, like, duh, I'm not going to do it. But, and this is what changed it. Krantz was like, well, but I mean, my idea would be like, what if you developed a show that was like in the spirit of Blue Velvet, like about a small town, like David Lynch's vision of America. And that got Lynch more interested. And at this point, that's when he was like, okay, well, if I want to do this, makes only all the sense in the world from both either Lynch or Krantz's or both perspective to bring in Mark Frost, because Mark Frost, as we mentioned, is an accomplished TV writer. So it was like, okay, Mark Frost now and David Lynch back working together, and they liked working together before. Let's develop a TV show. So based on what Krantz suggested, it was like they started actually with the town. And so they were like, oh, get this. Originally, they were going to put the town in North Dakota. Now, if you've seen The Return, North Dakota factors in quite a lot. So this is where that idea got its roots. There's also an interesting side note that'll make more sense in retrospect about the idea that in North Dakota, there's a mountain called the Spirit Mound. Keep that in mind. That's something that's spoken aloud in Twin Peaks. Now, but Lynch, he wanted trees. He wanted trees, and there was not enough trees in North Dakota. So they changed the setting to the Pacific Northwest, and the working title for the project became Northwest Passage, right? So then it's only after that point that the real idea comes. And David has this vision, apparently, of like, what if in the town you find the dead body of a teenage girl, and like you find out she's this girl who leads this desperate double life, and that's like why she ended up dead, and that's a mystery you have to solve. So there you go. Now you have your town, and now you have your mystery. So now again, you really do have a Blue Velvet-esque setup. A little different. It's not an ear, it's a whole body this time, right? Mm-hmm. So I'll just kind of yada, yada, yada. The rest is really not that important. Basically, by 1989, they're out in Washington State filming a pilot episode directed by David Lynch. And it's interesting to know, because he's going to come up again, the boss of ABC Network at this time was Bob Iger. Yes, that Disney Bob Iger, the big guy we talk about when we talk about who's pulling the strings on some of these Marvel movies and all these other things. The big boss writes books about himself, how he's the greatest CEO of all time and all this shit. He was at the time. Yeah, he went back. And to be fair, he was the guy who greenlit Twin Peaks. I think he still wears this around as his credit. And David Lynch still sometimes thanks him, even though he ultimately, as we're going to talk about, canceled the show too. He's like, Bob Iger really did a great one, letting us work that show. But yeah, apparently Iger actually went to bat for the thing because other executives were like, I don't know about this. And he was like, no, it's going to succeed. But now with the pilot greenlit, right, the question becomes, and why, you've been questioned at all about what the show is. And this is the question we're going to try to answer here today. What is Twin Peaks about? What's it really about? And how did it evolve what began in Blue Velvet and then consequentially set the course for what would follow in Lynch's work? So this is, again, our narrative of Lynchtober, where are we at and why Twin Peaks is not only dead in the middle of Lynchtober here, but it is the turning point in so many major ways. Like I said before, if Eraserhead's the alpha, Blue Velvet's the beta, this is the the omega, really, all in one. So here we go. So the first thing we got to establish about Twin Peaks is Twin Peaks is a TV show. We're not talking about Firewalk with Me yet. Twin Peaks, and even then, Twin Peaks is still a, quote, TV show. So it all gets back to, what does David Lynch think about TV? And does it matter? And I'm going to tell you right now, it does. And we already alluded to it. He doesn't much love for TV. So the answer here, more explicitly, is to David Lynch, and I'm going to have time to justify some of this. TV is both a cause and effect of, quote, the thing in the air. I've mentioned this before in the previous two episodes, the thing in the air, which is the mood of the country, the world. It's kind of like the collective unconscious. And TV itself spreads both fear and paranoia, often lies, as well as delusions of false safety and false positivity, which are also another type of lie. It's junk. It's junk food. And consuming this junk food will dull you to the real currents moving through the world, both positive and negative. Remember, we've been talking about it, positive and negative. This dulling is dangerous. It makes one indifferent to the suffering of others and to the suffering within themselves. It conditions one to avert their eyes away from suffering, even the suffering of the closest to them, and within their own families, within their own homes, and again, within themselves. This is the worst and most toxic negativity imaginable. This is what we call in Twin Peaks Judy. But what if it didn't have to be that way? That's kind of really what David Lynch is thinking when he's making Twin Peaks. What if TV...
Judy.
Yeah. What if TV could provide a balance, a force against Judy, if you want to talk about that? Provide that balance instead of that horrible, worst, most toxic negativity. So to do so in David Lynch's mind, it had to do the opposite. It had to do the opposite of what TV had been up until this point. So what does that mean? We're going to get into all that. Everything I just said, just laid out, that's kind of the central thesis here. And what follows, hopefully, will justify all that to you. And even today, we're going to get almost all the justification, but then everything we're going to talk about in the return is going to really drive it on home and also make it a million times more crazy. So what's interesting too, despite the clarity of that intention, as I just outlined it, so much of the most important ingredients that would make up that kind of were accidents or sudden inspirations. And as we talked about with Lynch before, this is the most important type of inspiration, right? So getting back, always start with Laura herself, as played by Cheryl Lee. So they casted Cheryl Lee, who was just at the time, she was an actor, but she was just a local girl. She was not someone known in Hollywood. She's not someone who was working in LA. She's not someone who'd been in anything before. And the thought was like, we're just casting someone, essentially a featured extra, without even speaking lines, to play a corpse. And I think we have to do some little flashback picnic video, but I think at the time they were thinking this was going to be a very small thing that didn't matter. And it was like, just kind of to just give some extra exposition. Maybe there'd be a shot of it or two. But when David saw Laura, I mean, when he cast her like everybody else. This is maybe we'll talk about it now, I guess, but the David Lynch method of casting is not really something we've talked about in the previous episode. The way David Lynch casts is, and in Twin Peaks and going forward, he's working with casting director Joanna Ray, is kind of like his secret weapon. You know, when we talk about Mulholland Drive, it's going to be very important to how, you get kind of the birth of Naomi Watts as a movie star, for example. Right. So, she'll just like, she knows who's who in the acting world, and she has people she likes, Joanna Ray. So she'll like slide the right kind of headshots David Lynch's way. But the way David Lynch actually picks people, he doesn't audition. He just looks at their headshot and just like, I like this person. And if he wants to delve further, he'll like basically just call them on the phone or meet with them for coffee and talk to them. And if he likes them, that's it. So yeah. And obviously the idea of auditioning is something featured in Mulholland Drive. So David Lynch has thoughts about it. He does what he does for a reason. I actually have read a quote for him where he explains about how he fucking hates auditions. Thinks they're the biggest waste of time ever. But yeah, so he casted Laura. Cheryl Lee just looked at her headshot. It's like, this is the girl, as they said, another Mulholland Drive line. This is the girl. And that was it. And the thing is, like I said, it was just for this small thing, but like David Lynch and his intuition, that's why he does what he does. It's like he wants to use his intuition. He just picks the photo intuitively thinking. So he sees something in the photo, and we know how important the photographs of Laura Palmer are. I mean, they are to me personally. So he looks and sees it. He sees something in Cheryl Lee. They cast her the corpse. When they go out and do the picnic video, and this is why I'm obsessed with this picnic video. I reference it all the time. It's probably the most used Twin Peaks imagery in my own personal expression of Twin Peaks imagery. It's going to be the Instagram post on this, obviously, for sure. That video is everything, because I feel it myself when I watch it, but it must have been how David Lynch felt when he was filming it. Was he had been thinking of Laura as a dead person, but Laura was not dead here. Laura was alive. And feeling that and experiencing that changed everything about the nature of what the show really could do. I think the intention for the show was already there to some degree, but the reality of how that intention ought to be realized and what it would mean and what it would really feel like was unlocked in that moment. Laura was alive, and just Cheryl just blew David away. So now it was like, that was it. It all made sense. And as we know, Laura's the one. She's the one. So that's where it all kind of really stemmed from. And the mystery would mean something now, as far as David Lynch is concerned. The emotions would mean something now. Like, she was going to be this thing that really fucking haunted people. And we would love her. We would wonder about her. We would ask ourselves about her contradictions. And that was going to be the show. So another thing that came up through the process of making the pilot was the one-armed man. How are you familiar with The Fugitive? I mean, if you're familiar with the Harrison Ford movie, that works too. But
yeah, I've seen the Harrison Ford movie.
Yeah, well, so that's based off of TV show from the 60s.
Oh, is it really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes. So in the original TV show, the premise was Dr. Kimball is on the run because he's accused of murdering his wife, and the inspector, whose name is Philip Gerard. Nope, because that becomes the name of the one-armed man in our show. Is on the punt for him, but while Philip Gerard is chasing Dr. Kimball is chasing a one-armed man who is i.e. the identity of the killer who he thinks actually killed his wife, who he knows actually killed his wife. So he's pursuing this one-armed man. So The Fugitive is a classic TV show, something David Lynch would have watched growing up or as a teenager. And, thinking about that, thinking about some of the more positive associations David Lynch would have with TV, I think he was like, I want to put a reference to that. Or maybe Mark Frost thought it was a cool thing to reference and David Lynch went along with it. Either way, they decided they wanted a one-armed man to make a little cameo in the pilot. And thankfully they found an actual one-armed man, the actor Al Strobel. Now, how good of an actor Al Strobel was, I don't think either of them knew yet. We're going to talk about that later because his performance just sends chills down my spine every time. But yeah, they had an actual one-armed man. So they want to just put him in there. And once they put him in, David Lynch saw that, how it made him feel, more ideas clicked into place about what that would really mean and how that was one-armed man was so significant. But the true key to unlocking that didn't quite come yet. Another thing, on a similar note, Bob, Frank Silva plays Bob. Frank Silva was a grip on the pilot. That's all he was. So basically what happened was he was, striking the set in Laura's bedroom. And because it's a tight space in an actual location, when they were coming in to do the shot of Hawk and Leland kind of finding the diary and all that stuff, they needed everyone to kind of get out the way. But Frank Silva kind of got stuck when they were calling for action. And so he just ducked under the bed thinking that would keep him out of the shot. I think it did there, but David Lynch was like, what the hell are you doing? And when he saw him, he's like, you look so goddamn scary. like he's just sleeping under the bed and the vision hit him. Oh my God, that's what Sarah Palmer should see when she walks in the bedroom and she'll give a big scream. And so just the idea of a creepy guy ducking beneath the bed behind the bars was just and it being specifically Frank Silva with his long silver hair and kind of just tan complexion and denim jacket was an image that Lynch just clung on to right away. So that's another example of just something that was totally unplanned becoming fundamental to the entirety of the show and its lore. But all of that is still just kind of coming into this thing where David Lynch, when he was making the pilot, had an obligation. I'll explain a little bit more of this coming up, but to make a secondary ending to it so that the thing could be edited into a movie and sold to international markets. This became what they called the international pilot. And as a result of that, he, in that decided ending, something came to him. I'll elaborate on this more later, but basically made him think of his old project that he'd been trying to make. I've mentioned it last week, called Ronnie Rocket, about a little man and alternating current electricity. Little man with a red pompadour, as he used to say. And you got to see some of these clips of David Lynch himself saying this stuff. It's about a little man with a red pompadour, and he runs on alternating current electricity. It's just going over. So the real moment too, the final moment that locked it, all those things I just mentioned, connected them all together to form the core mythology of Twin Peaks was, and the way David Lynch tells this one is just so funny. It was a hot day and there was a car and I put my hand on the hood of the car and it was so hot. It felt like my whole hand and arm were on fire. And that was it. The red room came to me. So in other words, yes, you can hear him tell this story multiple times. Multiple times. This is it. This is how it all came. I'm telling you. It'll all make sense in a little bit, I promise.
Okay.
As much as it can. But this is how we get the key, the portal to the other place, the intercourse between the two worlds, fire, walk with me. It was all there in the pilot, right from the way the pilot itself was made. That's it. That whole thing is laid out. And you know who tells us this too? And she tells us really everything is the log lady. Now, I shared with you some of those log lady intros. And for anyone who doesn't know, basically after the original run of the series and its first airing, when they wanted to do reruns, it was going to be on the Bravo network. The executives went to David Lynch and were like, your show is so crazy. It's so serialized. It would be nice if we had some special kind of thing to introduce each episode so that people could figure out what's going on. Well, David Lynch took that and did definitely not what they wanted, but definitely what he wanted, which was he's like, I'm going to have the log lady do a little like spiel basically at the front of each of these episodes called the log. And we collectively call these the log lady intros. What David Lynch decided to do, and it's very evident with when this would have been and like how he would have been feeling about Twin Peaks at the time. He was frustrated and angry and sad and heartbroken and was like, people just don't fucking get it. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to spell it out for them. But my idea of spelling it out them is still not verbatim, literally tell them, but it's at least going to give as much of a like knock on their heads, like listen to what I'm fucking saying and use this to crack the code, which is what we're going to do, by the way. So he like starts the very first episode of the pilot, the basic intro, and I clipped it for the front of this podcast, is this is a story of many, but it begins with one. The one is Laura Palmer. Laura is the one. And that's really key. If we get nothing else from today, understand.
You know who says that? You know who's the first person to say that?
Who?
James.
That's
James
true.
kept saying,
That's true.
Laura is the one. And he's telling that to Donna, who he's about to tell he loves her in like 30 hours or so.
Yes. 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 This is true.
This was
Good
right
call.
after he tells Donna, Laura is the one. She's the one.
Well, you're already starting to scratch at a little bit of what I meant before about
tiny
thinking about
scratches.
what's important. About James. But no, great call. So this idea that it's all in the pilot. Before we go any further, I'm going to now kind of just cite my sources / pay homage to those who came before me, which is something I've actually really been looking forward to doing because this idea of not only doing this podcast, but doing a Lynchtober and then specifically an episode on Twin Peaks. Like I said, it's been my dream for a long time, but it's only because I've had the good fortune of just being immersed in this fandom for a decade now and listening to so many other great theorists and analysts talk about this show and unpack this show. And I don't know what I would know if I would know anything without these people's guidance. That said, I'm going to start with the most recent / the most controversial. And I've mentioned this before. I think I mentioned it at the top of Eraser that episode. And it's already factored in quite a bit. But a couple years ago, this guy on YouTube named Twin Perfect came out with this video. And this video set the fandom on fire, basically. Now, I think I did a good job elaborating on some degree of that when we talked about it in the Eraser episode, so I won't repeat too much of what I said there. But just to say, for the sake of the rest of this, I have seen his video. I've even rewatched his video this week. His videos, there's more than one, actually. And it does form a giant basis for a lot of what I've already said and a lot of what I'm going to say, which isn't to say my goal is just to parrot his content. Not at all. I'm doing my darndest to add to it, to recontextualize it, to reshape it in my own sort of perspective on these things. But this guy really,
and I haven't heard that guy, so I'm just here to.
No, you're just here. And but I mean, I'll say this for you, Dana, but I'll say it for everyone else. I'm not going to be able to get into even the level of detail he does on some of this, nor would I want to. So definitely check out his videos. Please, I'll link on the YouTube. I'll link them in the description. Yeah. It's a whole nother podcast. But I'll just give a little quick of my quote defense of him here. Obviously, given my reverence for what his theory and just the fact that I think it's right, I clearly don't find it to be the quote reductive or arrogance that some attack it or dismiss it as. That said, it's not the end all be all either. I maintain that it is as close to as a comprehensive guide to a radical and mind expanding way of jumping from, jump off point to a fully holistic understanding of Twin Peaks and Lynch. So that's huge. But, because of that, I have no choice, in my opinion, to kind of borrow it. But I also have my own interpretations, and I'm attempting to expand upon those things and expand using what he kind of did as a baseline. Some of what also shapes my interpretation and why they're not identical necessarily is because I've had these other sort of voices to kind of build off of. For starters, big shout out to the Twin Peaks fan magazines, the original Wrapped in Plastic. And then its kind of successor, the Blue Rose magazine, which I've been a subscriber to and love, and I can't recommend enough. If anyone's a fan, they should hit up. They are still releasing some issues occasionally. And that's run by, Rap and Plastic was founded by John Thorne, and then Blue Rose, I think, had some involvement with John Thorne, but it's mainly this guy, Scott Ryan. Great fans, great voices on Twin Peaks. Scott Ryan was also integral in publishing the book I mentioned at the top, Laura's Ghost, Women Speak About Twin Peaks by Courtney Stallings. And as I mentioned, that features interviews with Cheryl Lee, Grace Zabriskie, who play Laura and Sarah respectively, as well as like Sabrina Sutherland, David Lynch's producer, tons of scholars, artists, fans, and real survivors. Also, got to mention, and this was one of the first real analysis of Twin Peaks that was like, oh, this isn't like the usual junk. Like, this is actually really putting together like deep film criticism and deep understandings of Lynch's background and his other work and putting it all into context, was this thing called Journey Through Twin Peaks, which is by a creator known on YouTube as Lost in the Movies. The real guy's name is Joel Bacco. And he's still doing his work. He has a Patreon. I'm actually a patron of his work. And, he's got a new sequel series to that called Lost in Twin Peaks. It's a lot of stuff. I actually haven't, even though I'm still paying his Patreon, I haven't delved into a lot of his content recently. But it's great. It's always been great. Yeah, it's a lot. Also want to mention, this guy doesn't need my help because he was huge, but Jeff Jensen, formerly of EW, he did a podcast on Twin Peaks when The Return was running, and he started having conversations because he was also one of the original hyper Lost media fans and critics. And I know, Lost. So he has a relationship with Damon Lindelof, co-creator of Lost. And that actually resulted in them working on the HBO Watchmen 2019 series together. Like, Jeff Jensen actually got to write a TV show for once.
Oh, amazing.
Pretty cool. Yeah. He actually wrote with Damon Lindelof probably the best episode of the show, which was the Dr. Manhattan one.
Yes.
And then lastly, there's another one of the great Twin Peaks podcasts, the Twin Peaks Unwrapped podcast with Ben Durant and Byron Kozaka. And that it's, again, I think it's still running. I haven't listened to it in a few years, but back in the day when we were leading up to the return and going through the return, it was something that I just really mainlined and really appreciate. So I mentioned all that just to say that these people help shape my ideas. I owe them a great debt of gratitude. I think the whole fandom does. Those obviously, depending on who you're talking about, some people in the fandom really dislike their theories or dislike them or whatever. I'm not interested in that.
That's the whole point.
That's the whole point. Let's have the conversation. Yeah. Yeah, Dana, you might come away from what we're going to talk about today being like, I fucking hate Marcus's theories and interpretations. I'm totally prepared for that. Don't feel like you have to drink my Kool-Aid. That being said, if I can't convince you, I probably can't convince anybody. So I'm definitely going to try.
I'm listening.
Yes. Okay. Before we get into that, actually, I asked you, Dana, to kind of pick 4 episodes. And I'm curious what those 4 episodes are. And if you want to elaborate on each of them a little bit, that's this is your floor to do so. But because my 4 episodes, really actually 5 or 6 now, I had to keep adding to it, are basically the spine of like this Twin Peaks narrative that we're going to have to go through. So I just wanted to see, if one of your episodes is one of the episodes I've intended to cover, that's great too. But just kind of curious because I wanted to give you an opportunity to mention perhaps episodes I wasn't going to mention and give us a chance to talk about Twin Peaks more in a broader sense, right?
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of ones that like really stuck with me, other than the pilot, like kind of being jarred by the pilot.
Which ones did you get to rewatch?
I rewatched everything.
Really?
I rewatched everything. Marcus, I haven't had time for anything else. That's all I've been doing. I finished it yesterday.
I'm so proud of you.
That's why I didn't like write down 4 episodes necessarily. I just kind of wrote down a bunch of notes. But
okay, let's change the question if you want.
I did like one particular, the episode 4, The One-Armed Man. I think like the dreams that are in that scene, Cooper's dreams in that scene, kind of being introduced to like more of Jacoby's weird self. Like he's such an eccentric character.
Yes.
I
think you're talking about episode 4. But yeah, that's yes.
The one I think it's about the one.
It's called The One-Armed Man, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
So I think just because that one kind of got me more intrigued about what else is happening, and finding out more about Jacoby made me really be like, what was Laura up to? Like, you already think that, but then you're like, Jacoby too? Like, what?
No, the Laura Jacoby relationship, and you're right, the way that's revealed in progression in episode 4, The One-Armed Man, which is also actually the 5th episode of the first season, is one of the better sort of first kind of broach points into this idea that, you know, as they say, Laura was kind of, it wasn't just that she was troubled, she was trouble. Like, she was a manipulator. She had a lot of tendrils in a lot of people's lives and would fuck them up.
Well,
like,
you see that
Bobby
really
up,
in
she fucked Jacoby up.
Even more with Donna. You know, she sees what she's done to Donna and tries to stop it, but
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're going to talk about that towards the end of this show today. Yeah, no, that's it. So, I mean, if you, that's a great episode to mention. And none that I would have talked about if I was willing to include more than I already have taken on, which is quite a lot. But yeah, maybe a better question to ask you is, any particular standout scenes that are your favorite that you want to maybe mention? And we're saving for the very end, so don't mention the character. But
okay. I have to say probably one of my favorite little snippets would be earlier on. And it's just Audrey being a twat. I just love it. I just love it so much. She like spills coffee.
Her words, not mine.
Yeah. She just like spills coffee to be a jerk, and then tells and does exactly what she's asked not to do.
She really is very, very, very bad in that first.
She's a brat. She's a brat.
So bratty, it's insane.
And then you see her progression, which we'll talk about later, character-wise. But you see her progression. I think I do love any scene that the log lady is in. Just being the log lady makes me happy. Her just sitting with the log. And I think some funnier scenes for me were not supposed to be funny. And this might go back to what we talked about with the acting. Leo. I want to believe.
You're going to get me going, because I'll save it. I'm going to save it. But like, I'll just say, no, fuck it. You're forcing me. I'll give a... This does not undo the validity of the draft that we're going to do at the end, assuming we have time to get to it, which God hope we do.
I just want to talk about one scene that made me laugh.
Yes, I will let you in a second, but I just have to say, I am not only Leo's biggest defender, Leo is one of my absolute favorite characters. Anytime Leo's on screen, and not talking about the injustice of season 2 comatose, like wheelchair Leo, though there's some little bits in that I like. They're just out of pure humor. But Leo, when he's alive and walking and being a horrible person, abusive husband, Leo, which makes me sound crazy for liking him so much. It's just a performance that I fucking love. And if anyone wants to say it's not good, I think they are missing it. But by all means, Dana, tell me.
I just think he must be, and this is a compliment to him as a human, he must be a very nice man.
I bet he is, yeah.
Because it was so hard for him to pretend to be an abuser for a second. There's a point where he's like threatening to hit Shelley, and then it looks like he doesn't know what to do, so he dramatically clenches one fist. And I laughed out loud, and I don't think I was supposed to, but there's a few moments like that where like his anger is kind of turned. It's like a knob goes from like 6 to 10, and it's this little jump, and so it seems like less of a progression. And I see this little jump, and I'm like, that's funny.
Well, look, I'll just say this, and Leo's played, and because I have a lot of great defense for him, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's maybe not a great case that convinced a lot of people, but personally, it just works for me. Eric, I used to always say DeRay, but maybe it's DeRee. Yeah, Eric DeRee or DeRay. I think you're probably right. He's probably a nice guy, and this was not a character that came to him easily, and maybe that struggle is obvious, and that's what throws people off, or any number of other choices
That's what I
that
saw.
he makes.
Like, he seems like somebody we could be friends with, but he would never hit a person.
Well,
and I saw that. I'm like, I'm looking at this guy. I believe him a little further in the series, but initially I'm like, this guy's not going to hit anybody. I don't know why. It's the clenched fist. I'm just like, I like later on, maybe a little
he
bit.
does, and we see him, like, we see the terror he brings in that household multiple times. Now, this is what I have to say. Like, because I get it. I think my opinion is probably a minority opinion. I think there's probably a lot of people who meme Leo or think Leo's a joke. And I think even the writers thought Leo's a joke, which is why they turned him into a joke. However, I know that's definitely not David Lynch's intention, A. And B, I genuinely, I cannot stress this enough, yes, there's a part of me that giggles, and like that giggle I find to be good, because if it's not giggle, and I experience this too, it's terror. Leo does fucking scare me. And that's all the character's meant to do. And so to me, if Eric DeRay's performance scares me the way it does frequently, then I'm kind of like, yeah, it's like, and to me, laughing does not, when the urge to laugh sometimes does not take away from that. If anything, it enhances it, because that's such a real human thing. Is like, you laugh at discomfort as much as you cringe at it sometimes. They're kind of one and the same, which is actually a line in Twin Peaks, one and the same. Yeah.
Oh, so, and isn't that telling us that the old man waiter and the giant are the same person?
Yes. That's when they're telling you the old man and the giant are the same person, which is
one and the same.
One and the same. Yes. So there's a lot of complexity there. I'm not saying that his character is anything but monotone and one note. He's 100% monotone and one note. But as we're going to talk about, there's a purpose to monotone and one note in the Lynchverse. And, you know, not that automatically makes it good, but it works for me. It works for me as this palette in the tool. Those scenes with him in season 1 and in Fire Walk with Me, where he is abusing Shelley, they fit in this texture of abuse. And you mentioned Audrey. Audrey's a character we're going to talk about quite a bit, because I think a lot of people miss, particularly again in Twin Peaks when it's still Twin Peaks, i.e. season 1 and the beginning of season 2, Audrey's character is meant to serve a particular purpose. Even that bratty behavior. And I am glad they kind of recalibrated from that in the subsequent episodes, but I think the intention there was still the same, which is Audrey is a mirror of Laura Palmer. Ben Horn is an important character in understanding Laura Palmer, which is something we're definitely going to talk about. And Audrey is an important character in understanding Laura Palmer. The connections between Audrey and Laura are not as obvious, especially if you haven't read The Secret Diary of Laura Palmer, something I'm going to talk about.
Right.
But it's some of the most crucial material to understanding. And like I said, it all relates. There's a tapestry that's being woven about violence and the home. Another Twin Peaks quote that chills and has been critical. It is in our house now. Okay. This is very, very important. So in spirit of that, let's get on down into it. So I want to talk, because like I said, it all is there in the pilot. So I want to kind of go through the pilot relatively extensively. I'll try not to let this take too long, but there's a lot in there as a jumping off point, because we're introduced to everybody and everything, right? That's what a pilot does. In Twin Peaks, the Twin Peaks pilot is a pilot. And, you know, David Lynch has said this multiple times. Now that the returns come out, he'll usually say the pilot and the return, but he'll say, the pilot is the thing I'm most proud of. And sometimes he's even said it's the only thing I'm truly proud of.
Really?
Because yes. And the reason for this is kind of obvious when you understand Lynch and what he's about and how he sees things with Twin Peaks. The pilot was totally under his control. He didn't have to deal with course correcting things other people might have done. He was just like, this is mine. Yeah, he co-wrote it with Mark Frost. And the way, and I say that, this is important, maybe another important note. Mark Frost's contributions to Twin Peaks cannot be understated. But that being said, it's going to sound like I'm just understating them or ignoring them for the most part, because, and this is something that Twin Perfect had to kind of echo in his video. It's just like to try to kind of constantly account for that is just going to get in the way and make things that are otherwise pretty simple to understand overly complicated. And it's already very complicated. So let's not think about that. Just kind of take into account. I'm going to note when Frost was a writer on certain episodes and things like that, and sort of his role in this overarching story. But I'm not going to say, I'm just going to attribute almost everything that David Lynch touched to David Lynch entirely. Just that's kind of how we're going to roll with it. So with that said, yeah, everything David Lynch had to do, it's like when you talk about the pilots and Tyler's control, even Fire Walk with Me, which is so critical and he loved, and was like, it was still a course correction. And so there's that sense of dread about that. It's the pilot was the pure experience, and David Lynch loves his pure experiences. Now, how does the pilot start? Pilot starts not with a character based off of anything else I'm going to say you're going to expect, but it's important. Pilot starts with Josie Packard. You have that panning shot of her looking in the mirror, putting on a red lipstick. Now, why Josie? It's important. One thing to note is Josie is played by Joan Chen, and Joan Chen is quite striking. But Josie was originally going to be played by Isabella Rossellini, and the character was originally going to be Giovanna.
You're kidding.
No. This was how it was originally constructed. Yeah.
Oh my God. Amazing.
That was the intention. And we got to remember too.
I like that it didn't end up being that way. I like that she was Asian American, and I like that she, not just her, but he does have, first of all, there's a Black female doctor early on in the series. I love that she's just there. No one's mentioned it. Like he kind of brings in a lot of diversity in a time when I don't think there was a ton of diversity on television. No,
there really wasn't. And I agree with you completely.
And the fact that he's got two ethnic women right in the first two episodes.
The first person you see, literally the first person you see is an Asian woman. Now, no, I agree with you. And I'm glad that Josie went the way she went for that diversity. We'll talk about it too. You kind of already mentioned it with the makeup thing and Martell. It's kind of unfortunate some of the other Asian things that ended up in Twin Peaks and the insensitivities there. But let's ignore that for the moment and just say, no, I'm really glad. And I think Joan Chen is incredible in that role. She just has her soft-spoken kind of nature.
Yeah, and she's so picturesque, and she has such a powerful presence about her. I think Josie needs that.
It's unfortunate that the writers didn't really deal with her so well. But, the point is that I mentioned this Robert Rossellini thing is just to draw that connection to Blue Velvet, because what David Lynch was trying to do by starting with his character is two things. One, if the first person you see is the kind of icon of Blue Velvet, what does it tell you? This is connected to Blue Velvet, not like a literal, this is the same world or the same thing, but
similar circumstances.
There's a Blue Velvet. Think of Blue Velvet and you'll be off to the right start, right? That's one. But two, what is Isabella Rossellini in Blue Velvet? She is a portal into mystery. That's why we start with Josie. She is the femme fatale. She's the portal into mystery. And we are seeing her. So right away, we are like, who is this mysterious, beautiful woman? Exactly. That's exactly what David Lynch wants us to be thinking. So right away, we're getting the point. Now we get to the real point though, because the portal of mystery would be nothing if we didn't have the subject of the mystery. And so what most of the first 15-ish minutes of the pilot entails is the slow build of the realization that Laura Palmer is dead. That, as you mentioned before, her parents are going to have to find out. They're going to have to hear it. The sheriffs are going to have to see it. And this is where Twin Peaks sets itself apart from everything else that had ever been on TV before. Because especially when you talk about murders and cops and finding bodies. Think of every Law and Order episode, which, yes, is after Twin Peaks, but every Law and Order episode you've ever seen. How's it start? Oh, there's a dead body. Oh, cop cracks a wisecrack joke.
Yeah.
It's another day on the job. Doesn't matter. Means nothing. That's the problem, as David Lynch sees it. What he does here is he shows a death, a body, finding a body that rips the souls of every single person who finds out. So even the idea of that there's an over the top
control his emotions, by the way,
exactly.
Andy is our soft spot.
Andy honestly. Is a soft spot.
I think Andy represents my soft spot. I think he cries when I want to cry, and he's upset when I want to be upset. You know what I mean? He's all the emotions that I'm trying to not have as a grown-up. Mm-hmm. Andy's got them all.
No, I really am glad you mentioned Andy in this, because the next thing I was going to talk about, and I kind of already previewed this last week, but that scene where the plastic comes up is where we get Laura Palmer's theme in full for the first time. And I mentioned this last week. Every time I go full Andy, I'm Andy. I can hear that theme a million more times throughout the rest of the show. And other than some other specific moments, which I'm sure I'll get a point out, it doesn't have that effect, because the effect is the intended effect of that moment. It has nothing to do with Andy crying. The shots of him crying are just kind of goofy and funny in some small way. But David Lynch kind of knows what he's doing. When you know, okay, this is not didn't happen the first time I saw the show, but when you know what got that body there, when you know what it's going to do to everybody else already, when you know that this is not for some arbitrary purpose, that the purpose is the point, it's just like it hits you the way it hits them, is what I should say. It more, honestly. Because you're not necessarily even crying for Laura Palmer. You're crying for the idea of Laura Palmer. And you might think, why does an idea supersede a person? Well, the idea encompasses the entirety of the person, if you're talking about the idea I'm talking about. But it's the idea, it's the universal. And we're going to keep coming back to this. But what makes Twin Peaks what it is that its crime, its central mystery, its central thing is deeply familiar. And confronting what I mean by familiar in all senses is the point and is the challenge. So Laura Palmer's theme, that music, to me, encompasses exactly that. And it speaks to how it's created. So because this is Angelo Badalamenti's masterpiece. And the way he got it, he found it with David Lynch in real time. I alluded to this last week. David Lynch came to him before they even shot the pilot. He sits down with Angelo because they've already worked together on Blue Velvet. They're already like our best friends, basically. And he's like, I'm working on this thing. Here it is. Just woods, trees, mystery. Just play that. And he starts playing those first piano notes. And he's like, just keep it in. The mystery's building. It's building. It's dark. It's scary. And then in walks the girl. And you're just not sure. You're not sure, but she's coming. She's coming. And you see her and you're in love. And then you feel that love and it warms you, it explodes. And so Angelo's basically just hitting the keys to what David Lynch is saying. And then he was like, oh, I'll go home and work on this tomorrow. David Lynch is like, don't change a goddamn note. That's the most beautiful thing ever. This is what we want. It's done. And that's how you get the core theme of Twin Peaks, falling the same, actually originally falling, and the Laura Palmer theme are kind of like one extended piece. It's interesting. So Cheryl Lee herself has mentioned this. That music is her tool. Like when she hears it, she instantly feels the totality of the character and it all snaps into place. And like, it's her greatest gift. And the way she talks about it, it's like, it's as if Angelo is as much her collaborator as any other actor or David. Like she wants to get into character.
Absolutely.
She just,
music, getting him into character, music, costumes, like the visceral things help so much.
Oh yeah. And I think that's absolutely true. And I think in the case of Laura Palmer's theme, it really is that, because Like I hear it and I feel like that. Like that's what I mean. Like it's no surprise to me that the actor herself would experience it that way.
Mhm.
And yeah, like, you know, the actual opening theme, the instrumental version of Falling is also a masterpiece too. And get this is a fun little story I just found out from the Angelo, or was reminded because I had watched this before, but the Angelo interview about composing Twin Peaks. Guy's so full of stories. And this sounds like a tall tale. I don't know. This is coming from him. I can't validate it. This is one of the craziest things I've ever heard. So Angelo gets a call from Paul McCartney.
What?
Tells him, I want you to come work at Abbey Road Studios with me, and I want to record some music that sounds Twin Peaksy. It's like, what? So Angelo goes to Abbey Road Studios, starts working on this music. And when he meets Paul in person, I shit you not, that's what he says. Paul comes up to him and goes, you know what happened to me, right? And he's like, no. And then, well, of course you wouldn't. I was playing music for the Queen, you know, last year. And she said, I was trying to have a chat with her, and she said, I have to leave. And he's like, why? Because Twin Peaks is on at 8. And so that's why he asked Angelo, because the music they're recording was for the Queen again. So he wanted music that sounded like Twin Peaks because he was a fan. So in other words, Queen Elizabeth II is a Twin Peaks fan, according to Angelo Badalamenti by way of Paul McCartney. That sounds like one of the tallest tales I've ever heard, but he's saying it in an interview at Criterion. I don't know. It's good. He's saying it like that's a true story.
Loves a good mystery, and she knows what's up. I think she would be a Twin Peaks fan.
I mean,
I think she would love our Lynchtober, actually.
Your
Majesty,
so.
please
Your Majesty,
listen.
if you're listening. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't. now you've pinned me into.
If you're listening,
not
we
saying
won't
anything
tell
negative
anyone
about the monarchy.
We won't tell anyone that you're listening.
Okay. Well, yes. This reminds me of the joke on this most recent Succession episode. The Pope's following you. Well, it's not that Pope. Like what? Anyways, yeah. So from that scene, you know, like that whole idea of making the rounds, and we see the image of Laura, quote, wrapped in plastic, that dead face, originally what Cheryl Lee was hired to just be. And man, when it just fucking hits you. We also then get our first sort of senses of where this is coming from. We don't know it yet, but like I said, it's all there. The Leland, and by extension, Bob. What do we see? Sarah, before she even realized it, calling out to Laura. You get that shot up at that staircase, that ceiling fan. The ceiling fan is obviously one of the most significant and haunting pieces. That ceiling fan still fucking haunts me. When I look at my own ceiling fan, it fucking haunts me because of what it represents here, which we'll get to. But I'll just say the most basic thing to keep in mind is that what is a ceiling fan? It's using electricity to blow in wind, to blow in the thing in the air. Now, you also get a little bit with the sawmill and shutting it down, right? Because Josie decides, I'm going to shut down the mill for the day, which, you know, makes Catherine all angry. And the thing is, she's doing it is because who works at the sawmill? I mean, they would have done it for everybody.
The town.
Everybody, the whole town,
but
the whole town, and everyone is affected. But specifically, Ronette Pulaski's father works there. There's an interesting little note here. We're going to get more when we talk a little more about Ronette and the purpose of Ronette. But, you know, Ronette is not just something kind of a blatant, even if it goes unspoken, about the distinction between Ronette and Laura. It's evident in how we are introduced to their fathers and what their fathers are very clearly shown to do and be. Laura's father is a lawyer to the richest guy in the town. Ronette's dad is a sawmill worker, right? There's a distinction in class there. And when we see Ronette the first time, it's in that very haunting bridge crossing scene. And she's beat up. She's got cigarette burns on her. Her eyes are still there. It's one of the most disturbing imagery. It's obviously we're going to see Laura go through in some ways just as bad, if not far worse, but not yet. In the context of the pilot, Laura, other than her quote dead body, is a pristine image of a kind.
Yeah, we didn't see how she got there, or
there's a
the extent of her
there.
injuries.
Yeah,
either
there's a distinction there, and I'll get to elaborate on it coming up. But like those distinctions do matter here. And just a side note about what is the sawmill and what the sawmill represents. You say the whole town works there. Interesting. You note that, because what does the sawmill do? It cuts down trees. They make long logs like electric line poles, right? These are things that are going to keep coming up. I'm going to keep pointing to specific imagery. And if the reason I'm pointing them out, even if you don't recognize them right away from the show, we're going to get to. And Josie stops the mill. She stops the production of those things. And it also costs Catherine a lot of money, of course. Mm-hmm. And also is, it's like that whole thing, giving workers some time. Catherine doesn't like that stuff, but it's time to face reality. Someone died. The dream factory is being a little shut down there. So finally, it takes about 30-ish minutes, almost half the hour and a half pilot, but we meet our agent Cooper. And right at the gate, Kyle, you kind of mentioned this, Kyle MacLachlan's performance is just so weird and brilliant. And he really was like defining a new archetype that had not been seen before, of like a sort of kind of unusual-esque detective. I guess as a Columbo fan, you might be like, well, Columbo was already kind of like that. But
but there's something about Cooper that's his meticulousness by the book, like about everything, just makes me think maybe he's got a touch of the OCD, like, or he's got
that's
something where like he is
coded today.
Right. Like, not in a negative way. Obviously it's not a negative thing to have OCD, but for him to kind of use it to pay attention to these details, and to remember things specifically, I think is beneficial to his character. So I kind of have always pictured him as that.
I think everything you're saying is spot on. And I think, like I said, I think in today's context, he would be more considered to be coded as OCD, but all the things you're saying about the details and the obsessions, they're intentional. Because remember what I said about Cooper being an avatar for the audience, and certainly from the pilot, because the audience hasn't seen it yet. It's a little bit of an quote anticipation about what an audience might be like, or what David Lynch almost idealizes an audience might be like, right? So there's
the perfect audience
there. Yeah.
Paying attention to everything.
Yes, exactly.
Never missing a beat.
See, you're getting it. Okay, great. Okay. Also, we're getting introduced to an interesting concept that I'm just going to kind of give all the answer on now. But I mean, this is an obvious answer. It's actually in the show, which is the letters on the finger. We find out the killer puts it. Yeah, it spells Robert. There's a T on Teresa Banks, an R on Laura Palmer, a B in Ronette's finger, and then an O eventually is put into Maddie Ferguson's finger. Now, so you almost have the full thing. They're always put in the left ring finger, AKA the spirit mound. And we find out, by the way, that spirit mound thing in not until the return, but like all things Lynch, even if we don't find the answer till then, that was always the answer. So there's a significance to this. Also, if you note, when Cooper, another connection for the return, when Cooper is in with Sheriff Truman, you can see the box on the table is a box of chocolate bunnies. And there's that famous scene in the return. Is it about the bunny? And oh boy, there's a lot to be said there, but I'll save it. We also get the picnic video, which I also talked about in that and its significance. And we get our first, just like, hey, this show is not your typical TV show. We're going to kind of be a little more frank about it. Cocaine. Oh man, we're going to get a lot of cocaine over the course of this show. There's a lot. It's only Miami Vice, which I mentioned earlier too, would be so cocaine obsessed. But here, unlike Miami Vice, where it's kind of like this cartoonish lifestyle thing, and I love Miami Vice, this is about the actual, like, dude, wake up in America, as Albert said. You're describing half the teenage girls in America. It's like,
that's what he said.
Like,
yeah.
It's like, all this stuff you want to pretend, this war on drugs, all this stuff, it's all bullshit. Like, kids in Twin Peaks are getting fucked up all the time, and you just don't even know it. So speaking of Flesh World magazine, the prostitution. We talked a lot about this in Blue Velvet, so I think all the comments I said there stand here. Just because Twin Peaks is some log town, in fact, almost because it's that, there is the underworld of vice. It all kind of relates together, the class, the abuse, and just the general sensations or the general consequences of marginalized people within a small community. So, of course, there's going to be prostitution. the fact
and
that
drug running
Laura's in it is,
yeah.
is quote surprising to some, not when you understand what Laura's real situation is, but certainly from a class perspective, whereas Ronette and Teresa Banks, not so much. People kind of, they don't like to submit it, expect people like that to be in Flesh World. Meeting Leo, we already talked about it, my Leo defense, but I just want to shout out this first scene because it's honestly Leo's best scene. Shelly, what type of cigarettes are these? You smoke these cigarettes. These are different. From now on, I only want to see one type of cigarette in here. It's, oh man. But again, another insight into, and I don't know how much space we're really gonna have to talk about this. Maybe we'll talk a little about Return. But the characters of Shelly and Leo, it's all kind of understated, and Shelly in general. But, you know, because Bobby's sleeping with Shelly and he was Laura's brother. Shelly is a high school dropout.
Yeah.
Shelly's this younger than Laura, but she's a working person who's already married. Right? Like there are these significant things that are being put out there that are very real to this world. And they're there and they're there for a reason, but I think they go a little under the radar, especially to the sort of everything's homogenized TV world of the 1980s, where every family is perfectly middle class. And even when they're not, it's like consequenceless, right? It's like everyone's mostly white. Like it's just this homogenized universe of like, I don't know, like think Growing Pains, like where everyone lives in a goddamn like weird fake set house, you know?
Yeah. And you're like, how does your family have that house again?
It's that's the thing. People say that, which is funny, but like, it's not even a house. It doesn't resemble anything like a house, really. It's all cut into these weird corners. It's just so ridiculous. Yeah. Also, then we meet Big Ed and Norma. Big Ed and Norma are very important. We're going to have a lot of deeper conversation about them in the Return because of the sort of ultimate conclusion of that gestating storyline. But the idea to keep in mind is that Ed and Norma are Mr. and Mrs. Twin Peaks. They're the reps of goodness and love of the town. They are the poster of the town, right? Like
morals and
moral. Ed runs the gas station. The significance of that is kind of a separate conversation. But the point is,
but they're both essential to the community. She's got the only diner. She's got the only gas station.
Exactly.
She's there 7 days a week.
Owners.
She's there 7 days a week, so the diner's never closed.
Right. And we talked about this. We got to talk about it a little bit last week in Blue Velvet. It's why I made a point to bring it up. It was like these businesses are important because they are places the community. Everybody in the Double R at all times knows everybody else in the Double R. It's not only where they eat, it's like where they live. There's such a deep significance to that. And to your point, even though gas stations are a pass-through business, I'm sure Ed gets plenty of travelers. There's a sense of everyone in the town, that's where they're going to get their gas.
That's where you get your gas.
That's where you get your gas. You know each other. And these people are people, as they talk about, because everything in Ed and Norma references back to high school. These were the two most popular kids, the most popular couple, the most this and that in high school. So like, yeah, a lot of times when we talk about that type of thing, it's like kind of a pitiful thing, but not here. Here it's like, oh, they are still that to most people and not in some aggressive way. And like,
no, they're still respected and admired. They're
admired. No one thinks that. They think, in fact, they seem like two of the most successful people around here by the metrics of the town, right? Because they're business owners. So there's something, but the key to it is obviously there's sort of tension because of the fact that they represent all this goodness. They love each other. They love the town. But there's that something in the way, and it's making that elusive in a lot of ways. And that thing, of course, hate to say a thing, is a person named Nadine. Now, Nadine.
Well, and Hank, kind of. And Hank.
Hank at this point's in jail, so I know what you mean.
At
Hank
that
comes
point.
back in the picture. Yeah, so I'm just kind of speaking from the perspective of the pilot, though, yes, you're right. Nadine has an eye patch. Nadine has one eye covered. She only sees half the picture. And that picture, as we can tell by her attitude, is all negative and no good. And what does she want to do? She wants to cover her windows with drapes. She wants the drapes to block out the light. And what does she want those drapes? She wants them to be silent. So no sound gets in either. So she wants to basically be in total deprivation except for darkness, negativity, and blackness. Yes.
And one eye.
Yes. One-eyed. So, I mean, the first thing we have her do is scream at Ed. Ed!
You know, I feel like Nadine would have been a whole different character had she been given a deprivation chamber for a hot minute. If they had those back then, where you just sit in a dark tank of water and like seethe, she probably could
wouldn't be a character.
Fine.
She would just be permanently in there by her metrics. I love Nadine. It's another character we're going to talk a little, hopefully.
Yeah, Nadine's incredible.
Nadine's incredible. And because she serves her purpose so well. I mean, that's the thing. And Wendy Robbie, I believe, is the actor who plays her. Yes. She's great. She's a fun, very fun person in real life from everything I've seen. Now, then we get the big town meeting, which is where we really get to see and meet everybody, right? So I already mentioned kind of how David Lynch casts people. We get our real introduction here to Margaret Lanterman, the law lady. Now, as we talked about way back with the Eraserhead, Margaret is played by Catherine Coulson, as one of David Lynch's oldest friends and collaborators. And he gave her a role that on the surface, especially in that first episode, you might think is just like, what is this quirky little thing going on here? But as we'll come to know, would be on any shadow of a doubt by the time you get to the return, but it should have been obvious well before then. The log lady's like the most important character. She knows everything. Yeah. The log lady interest, we just already talked about it. What is that name? Margaret Lanterman. Lanterman as in, yes, the light carries fire, shines light into the darkness. She's what uncovers the mystery, gives clues, right? So if you're not using your lantern, aka you're not paying attention to the log lady, you're not going to see shit. And you see her, the first thing she's doing is like flicking those lights up and down. We also,
oh my gosh, that's right.
Yes. Can't take credit for noticing that. That was in Twin Perks video, but it's spot on, right? So we also get in the pilot the iconic imagery of the traffic light at Sparkwood in 21. Notice that title, Sparkwood, light a fire. And that's where, of course, the last place Laura Palmer was seen alive, the significance of that event and how that event could have played out, you know what I mean? You know what I'm getting at. That's all going to be coming. That leads us to the Roadhouse. And the Roadhouse, think of it like this, the place where bikers go, the place where travelers go, the place where the whole town goes at night. It's kind of the night equivalent of the double R. It's the meeting place. It's the place where the characters convene. It is, in that sense, a representative of the totality of the show itself, right? And this is that little bit, by the way, is going to be especially important when we discuss how the Roadhouse is used in the return, which is seemingly very different than it's used in the original run, but not at all, in fact. Just reflective of the differences between the return and the original run. We get the vocal version of Falling sung by Julie Cruz. And as the lyrics pretend the general mood of that theme, and remember, it's the theme of the show, right? So, like I said, when the Roadhouse represents the show, you have the meetings of lovers, secret lovers, Norma and Big Ed, Donna and James. See what I'm getting at? This idea of like, it's soapy, but it's warm, right? It's not like the sort of, I'm going to kill you shit. It's like I'm just so in love with you shit. And you also get all these bikers in there, but the bikers, as you see when they helping Donna and David, they're good bikers. You might say they're like, this is something we're going to talk a lot more in the return, when you can think of a certain character played by Michael Cera. It's almost as if they're bikers that are good-natured, bikers with contradictions. Bikers don't seem like bikers. Yeah. Well, I'll save all that teasing for later. And of course, like when we talk about James and Donna, they of course echo James and Laura. Also, I mean, this is less actually in the Roadhouse scene. I mean, the scene where James and Donna are in the woods, and the way that's shot and lit is exactly like we're going to see James and Laura shot and lit in that final conversation they have in Twin and Fire Walk With Me, which, as we already mentioned, is the fated moment where things could go one way or another way, right? Depending on what timeline we're talking about. She mentioned Bobby killed the guy, right? And then James repeats that to Donna. So there's this, what is this whole Bobby killed a guy? Now, obviously, we find out Bobby literally did kill a guy.
Shot a guy.
You know, this is where we get in that weird thing of like Bobby and Bob, and on theory, other than the name, don't have any connection. That really is it. But that's the thing. The names are connected. And what David Lynch likes to do is he likes to play games with words and word sounds. This is something that comes up directly from Leland later in season 2, where he's like singing his little songs. He's like, mares eats oats and oats eats oats. Like
and
that
oats
whole thing.
eats oats.
Oh, I messed that up. Not oats eats oats. And mares eat oats and goats eat oats.
Goats
and
eat
little
oats.
Lambs eat ivy.
And little lambs eat ivy.
Yes, that's all his point. He likes to play games with the words because he remembers, if the words sound queer and funny to your ear, a little jumpy and jivey. Like, that's the point. So when he says Bobby killed a guy, the real takeaway, especially in the context of the pilot, Bob killed a guy. Bob kills guys.
Ooh.
Right? Yes, you see that.
I never put that together.
No, I really didn't.
I literally was thinking like Bobby shot a drug dealer in the woods.
Well, he did do that. So both are true is my point. But the point is, it's a hint. A hint. Okay. Because obviously that's basically where the pilot ends. The next scene is literally the Sarah scream. Though one little bit we get in between those bits, or in the middle of the James bit, is Agent Cooper and Sheriff Truman head back to the station. And what do we see? It's a shot we would come back to a lot. They sit down and there's a table stacked with like 50 fucking donuts and cups of coffee.
Why is there, who's going to eat all of those donuts? And part of me was wondering, are they just collecting the empty donut boxes?
No, the gluttonous Sheriff Truman and the gluttonous Agent Cooper are going to drink every sip of that coffee and eat every donut. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why right now. This is the point, reason it's there. Coffee and donuts are their fuel. This is very important. Fuel. We're going to break all this down coming up, but fuel is everything. There's a good type of fuel and there's a bad type of fuel. And the good type of fuel, let's just say, is coffee and donuts. How shocking. Or alternatively, coffee and cherry pie. One or the other. They both work because donuts, cherry pie, they're what? Sweets. And what is coffee? Especially the way David Lynch and Agent Cooper drink it. Black as night. It's bitter. Well, it is a drug, but it's bitter. It's bitter. It's bitter and sweet. Bitter, sweet. Opposites, balance. A balanced meal, I know it's not really in real life, but to David Lynch, who has been smoking cigarettes his whole life and is still very much alive, coffee and donuts is a balanced meal.
Oh my God. Amazing.
I know. It's crazy. But yeah, the way the pilot actually ends is with Sarah letting out that scream and her seeing, if you look really closely in the mirror behind her, you actually see Bob's reflection hidden in the mirror.
Oh.
In that little moment. Yes. That was the original kind of appearance of Bob. Now, I mentioned it before, but there was this thing called the international pilot. Because when I say everything's in the pilot, everything is in the pilot as the way I described it, meaning the actual pilot episode, the way you watch episode 1 when you watch it, right? But there was another version of the pilot. You can get it on the Blu-ray. You can watch it. It's called the international pilot. And that's when, the studio spent a lot of money on this very expensive pilot with David Lynch directing, who's a filmmaker. And they were like, well, if the network doesn't pick this up, we will have wasted this. So how about this? Why don't you shoot a couple extra scenes to create a kind of ending that'll then make this a movie that we can then sell to Europeans as a movie, so we'll get our money back even if the network passes on it. And David Lynch wouldn't normally want to do this, but he was contractually obligated to. Now, it's important to know why he didn't want to do it other than just more work. David Lynch, and we're going to talk a lot about this, his entire purpose with Twin Peaks, and obviously this did not go the way he wanted it to, which is also the point, was for the show to last 25 years.
What?
Yeah.
Well,
Or like not necessarily literally,
years.
though, like you could say literally, but he wanted the show to last a long time. He thought the show should go on and on and on. And the reason
Laura did say, I'll see you in 25 years.
Oh,
the
yeah.
next time you see me.
We're going to talk all about the 25 years. It's kind of everything, especially when we talk about The Return, obviously, where we're literally getting 25 years. It's very important, but 25 years is what he puts, and we're going to introduce that in a moment, actually. But 25 years is what he puts on there, and it's a hypothetical, you could say. The show could go on that long in his mind. I'm not saying he actually expected it to go on that long, because that would have been an incredible feat for any show. No show really had gone on that long at that point. But the point is that the show should kind of go on differently. It's not just the show itself, but the show with Laura's murder unsolved should go on that long. This was David Lynch's intention. Yes, Dana, and believe me, nothing else is going to click if we don't. You don't have to agree, but this is the idea. And I'm not saying I agree, by the way. I think, there's a lot of lessons to be taken from modern post-Twin Peaks TV, for better or for worse. But you have to understand, in 1989, when David Lynch was conceiving this and doing this and shooting this, TV shows lasted as long as the network would have them. And so the idea of an ongoing thing, and David Lynch is coming from film. He makes films that have endings. But I think the ultimate appeal to Twin Peaks to him, once he got his head around it, was this doesn't end. And it's not that it doesn't end for me, because I think at that point he thought, I want to make the pilot, help get the show off the ground, and then I'm going to move on to my next project. But he wanted the show to continue without him in the way he had set it up. He wanted the show to just keep going and for Laura's mystery to always remain a mystery. You never reveal the killer. It keeps going. And the story doesn't have to constantly be stuck there. It can keep expanding. He called it a tree that would grow and have many branches, but the branches come from the base of the tree, and the base of the tree is Laura and her mystery. That's Laura's the one idea. Mm-hmm. So he wanted, and look, when the show was at its best, it was that. It didn't have to go that long, so it didn't have to stretch itself out to 25 years or anything close to that. So of course, it's easy to see how that could have gotten strained. But the point is that he never wanted it. But when it happened, he certainly didn't want it. And I can think it's very safe to say when that turning point happened, it did not need to happen. It was definitely cut off way early. So let's just, whatever else you think about the length, the proposed at length, it doesn't matter. The point is he didn't want it to end, and it was forced to end. So in other words, when he's asked to create an ending for the pilot, it's going against the very nature of what he wants to do. That said, he has to do it. So what does he do? He's got to figure it out. And we're going to come back to this because it's very similar in a lot of ways to what happened with the genesis of Mulholland Drive. But basically, he's like, fuck, I don't have ideas. And that's when the moment I described happened. He touched his hand on the hot car roof and it all clicked. It all clicked into place. The red room, that was going to be it. So what is the international pilot? If you don't, I don't know if you know any of this, Laura Dayton. To me, it's like such old news, but I'll explain it to you.
International pilot.
Yeah, that's what I was just. So all that came. What you see in the quote Cooper's dream at the end of episode 2 or the third episode, depending if you're counting
the ones that give clues from the cop from another dimension.
With the red room and all that stuff. The first time you see it. Mm-hmm. That was originally shot as this international pilot end. That was where that originally came from. David Lynch, once the show got picked up, reincorporated it back into the show because it needed to be there, because as I'm about to explain, it is the key to the whole thing. So he needed to not have it as the quote end of the pilot, because there was other things in there that I'm going to explain that like kind of cut off the story. So he needed to reincorporate in a way where it didn't cut the story. But as I'm going to mention later, everything I'm going to describe is in a sense still canon because it happened in Cooper's dream. So even the parts we don't quote see. But so this I want to start with that, the parts we don't see. So basically what happened was we're right then and there introduced to Mike and Bob. That's how it happens. So when Sarah has that scream that I talked about, right?
Right.
She's in the international pilot. What it is instead is she has a vision of seeing Bob underneath the bed. And then she's like, that's him. That's the guy who killed Laura. I know it. So she calls up the sheriff's station through Lucy. She gets put on with Truman and Hawk, and then Hawk. And they're like, I know who the killer is. I've seen his face. I've seen him in my house. And so they're like, okay, we're going to come over and get a sketch. Right. So they go over and get the sketch, and it's the same Bob sketch we'll see later. That they get it right then and there in the context of the international pilot. Meanwhile, Cooper is asleep at the Great Northern. He's awoken by a phone call. The phone call on the other end is Mike, the one-armed man. And he says he knows who killed Teresa Banks. He knows who killed Laura Palmer. And he specifically also adds, and this is really important because we get into later, I've already mentioned it. Mm-hmm. Can you feel it? That thing in the air? And
electricity.
Well, yes.
You think so?
It's all connected. Yes. No. I know so. We're going to tell you all about it later. So Cooper goes to the hospital, and Cooper, Hawk, and Truman, they find Mike because Mike tells him, I'm at the hospital, come find me. So Cooper, Hawk, and Truman go to the hospital. They find Mike, and we see a little bit of this in Cooper's dream. This is the parts that are all kind of mostly cut out other than a little bit. The part we get that's in there is, of course, Mike saying the Fire Walk With Me poem. But that's where he says it. He talks to them, and he tells them the Fire Walk With Me poem. And then he says he and Bob lived above the convenience store, and they used to kill together before he removed his arm, and that arm had the tattoo that said Fire Walk With Me. Truman then shows the sketch of Bob to Mike, and Mike says, that's him. And he says, they're going to find Bob in the basement. So literally they just walk down in the hospital where they just were into the basement of the hospital, and Bob's just there. And Cooper, they have their guns up because they're like, no, he's hostile. And the way Bob responds to him, he's like, oh, like, I just want to just Mike with you. He's like, I just want to sing with him again. And suddenly you hear a sound. Now, this sound is the sound. You're going to hear it all the way at the very end of the whole goddamn thing in the return. You hear it when you go to the Red Room, which in the context of the International Pilot, it's going to be in like the next scene. But you hear it there. So you hear it in the dream sequence in the actual episodes, the quote canon episodes. It's the sound. You hear that sound. That sound starts to go, and Bob responds to it by being like, Mike, is that you? I can hear you. And then all of a sudden, Mike runs out. Well, he says before that, he goes, I placed the letters and the fingers, and they ask him what it would spell. It says, Robert, my name. So he reveals all that right then and there in the International Pilot. So in other words, all these spoilers were secretly out there. Which some fans did dig. At which point Mike runs in, shoots Bob dead. And then right after he shoots him, Mike himself starts to suffer a heart attack and collapse to the ground. And his last word before Mike himself dies goes, Bob, wait until it's your time. And what's weird about that, of course, is it kind of suggests that even though Mike just, quote, shot Bob dead, he thinks Bob isn't really dead, or in other words, maybe can't be killed. And then you see these candles on the ground. And this is a shot you do see in the dream sequence. Wind comes in and blows out the light from the candles, and the room goes completely dark. And from that darkness, you fade up, and you're in the Red Room. And the only difference between that and the scene, the exact same scene you see in full in episode 2 in the quote dream sequence that Cooper has, is there's a subtitle that pops up that says 25 years later. So in the context of the International Pilot, it's not that Cooper's dreaming and he just happens to look weirdly old with old age makeup. It's that it's literally been 25 years. Now, I should say, to clarify, Cooper in the subsequent episode after his dream sequence explains all this. He actually does say 25 years later. So even the stuff that you don't literally see at the end of the episode where they show the quote dream sequence, that's what I mean, is still canon, because it clearly all still happened in Cooper's full dream as he tells it to Sheriff Truman and Lucy the next morning. It's 25 years later. So you get all that. And again, like I said, you hear that sound. And what is that sound? Well, the sound is the balance sound. And you hear it when the little man rubs his hands together, like he's starting a fire, with a stick.
Backwards.
Yep. And when he does, if you look very closely, his eyes go cross, like they start looking towards each other. Oh, and this is why Flora touches her nose in that scene. She touches her nose because looking at your nose makes your eyes go cross-eyed. And when your eyes go cross-eyed, you get double vision. So in other words, it's a symbol, double vision, for between two worlds. The nose is between two worlds, between TV and reality. Now, if what I'm saying and what I mean by it is still like, what the fuck, I can only say that we're going to keep going a little further and it'll start to kind of come together. But the point is, show got picked up to series. So David Lynch got to like most Americans, most people until the home video or even DVD era never saw this international pilot. Most Europeans didn't either because it was not like that popular or anything. And he reincorporated most of that footage into the quote dream sequence in a way to make it part of the show, because as he said, when he came up with it for the purpose of serving his masters, the studio. But for him, it was him coming up with the idea that unlocked the whole thing. This is the center. That's why the Red Room has the place it has. It is the center of the thing for a reason. Now, season 1, start out with episode 1, the first episode out of the pilot. Interesting note here, Dwayne Dunham is the first guy to come in and direct. I mentioned this last week with Blue Velvet, an episode of Twin Peaks. He was the editor of the pilot. He edited almost all the episodes David Lynch himself directed. So he's someone who's close to Lynch. So Lynch hands the keys off. And like any kind of episode 1, it's kind of a repilot, meaning like you have to reestablish the plot, reestablish who the ensemble is. So you get your showrunners, Lynch and Frost, writing it. What I really note is the cinematography. They had to like work to keep that film look, because David Lynch directed the pilot and he was right on board. He was going to be directing the next episode. So it was like really important that they kept that consistency, but they didn't have like a lot of pilots didn't have the full benefits of all the location shooting they were doing. So they had to build sets, and to compensate for that, what they did was they just really figured out a way to make the lighting and color timing just really lush and warm. And still to this day, when I watch Twin Peaks, especially in the Blu-ray and HD streaming, it's the best looking thing like ever. I mean, I don't know if you agree with that,
it does still look great. It does still look, it holds up.
I mean, it's like, I don't even know anything that looks as good almost. It's just so, the color is so lush, like the vibrancy of the image, the details, the lenses they used are just like, oh my God, I don't even know what lenses they were using.
I was just going to ask, like, what do you think they used?
I dig that up, but like the lenses are choices just good. And then one of the directors who came on the series is Caleb Deschanel.
I was gonna say, yeah,
and husband of Mary Jo, who's in the show.
Mary Jo is in the show,
but Caleb is also like an Academy Award nominated. No, I think they were already together, and that's kind of how they both got involved. But I don't know who. I assume Mary Jo got first because she would have been cast in the pilot. But
right,
yeah, Caleb is one of the great cinematographers of all time. So I don't know if his influence was there in what I'm talking about necessarily, because the look was locked in before he ever directed an episode, of course. But needless to say, like someone like him who was a cinematographer and he come to direct the show like this must have found it to be a treat because the cinematography was so good. And yeah, we also get in that first post-pilot episode the very important line, and we'll talk much more about this in the return, believe it or not, but there's a fish in the percolator.
How did that get there?
Interesting question. All I'll say is David Lynch has a book called Catching the Big Fish. And he loves his fishing metaphors because catching fish is catching an idea. So in other words, he's saying there's some ideas in there. Obviously, it grosses out Cooper and Truman, but that's the reality, if you will.
As it should.
Now, when I say the pilot has to reestablish everything, one of the things it takes the most, or the repilot, the second episode, one of the things it takes the most time to reestablish, and this is very notable because it shows you as an episode written by Lynch and Frost, what's important in the show. There's an emphasis on the domestic abuse and violence in the various places because Laura's dead. We're not going to see her and Leland. We're not going to know that's even a thing. So we have to express it through the other characters and the other spaces. So we have, and they're different versions, they're different temperatures, they're not all the same. It shows you kind of a range here. We of course have Leo and Shelley, the abuse there, the violence there. Quote, violence free, but still very abusive and distorted is the relationship between Audrey and Ben, which we see in this episode. The way Ben, it is a little violent, the way Ben shakes her. Like when she gets a little too much for him. And there's this resentment there. And we don't know where there's resentment at this point. We wouldn't necessarily know where this resentment's coming from. Maybe the very intuitive viewer could kind of start to figure it.
Well, there's some jealousy between her and Laura there because she even mentions that her dad used to sing to Laura, but he would never sing to her.
Yes, this is what I'm getting at. But this jealousy and what's the jealousy of is an incredibly twisted yarn that's going to be unfolded over the course of the show up until when Lynch departs, because it is the spine of Audrey's character. And that's what I'm saying. Once it's gone, it's like Audrey's some other character practically. This is why Audrey exists, is to unthread this thread. And unfortunately, the show wasn't willing to do as much as it should, which is why they did some of the antics even early on they did with her. And this whole relationship with Cooper, a lot of fans have a lot of opinions about that. I'll just say I find it to be, I think it got away from the intention, and then it got away from even its intentions within that intention because of outside influences, and it's complicated. I think the ultimate terrifying reward it gets is something that is almost helpful in a fucked up roundabout way, but we don't need to get into that. And then interestingly enough, as far as I'm concerned, when we see the Briggs family, Bobby with his dad and mom, and and mom's played by Charlotte Stewart, of course, was the wife in Eraserhead. Don Davis plays Major Briggs, and Don Davis and his performance as Major Briggs is one of my favorite performances in the series, and he's absolutely one of my favorite characters.
But when
we're first introduced to him, even though all his core character traits are there, there's an extra dimension that's not talked about. And I think it's like the arc Major Briggs goes on, I think is in some ways designed to redeem this, but it's important to keep it in context, especially here and the themes I'm talking about. Because it's obvious Bobby's pretty fucked in the head. And a lot of that has to do with Laura, but it also has to do with his relationship to his family and his parents, and specifically his dad. His dad's obviously like a very intelligent and wise person, and we see that right away. But his dad does hit him, and he has the bruise on his face from that hit for the next 3-4 episodes. It's very subtle, but it's there. Mm-hmm. And that's because it matters. It's not a joke. You get the sense that Bobby is the way he is because there is that distance there, and that distance does have coldness. Violence. There is a violence in his home, just the way there is in Shelley's, just the way there is in Audrey's, just the way there was in Laura's. It's there. And this is, again, this central idea. It's in our house now. So we also get Laura's tapes, the first hint of them when we see Jacoby at the end of the episode, listen to it. And I alluded to this, you get the sense that the complexity there with her own manipulations and her whatnot, her confidences. But you also are given a little more insight, and this the note the episode ends on, the profundity of her pain. And this is why I'm saying this is the repilot. David Lynch wants to reframe the story and keep the frame on the story the way he wants it. And that's exactly what we just discussed. Then he comes in and directs the next episode. And this was a necessity, of course, because this is where they're going to have the dream sequence. And since he directed all that, it's like, well, I got to direct the episode with that. So I'm the credited director. That's like, kind of a big deal, important. But it's also another opportunity, like kind of his last one in the first season before he would move on and go off to direct Wild at Heart, to kind of, again, really set up this thing the way he wants it. So it's kind of like repilot part 2, if you will. So we get the introduction of Jerry Horn, which gives us the very nice pairing, if you didn't catch it, of Ben and Jerry.
Yeah.
Yes. And Ben and Jerry, unlike the beloved ice cream, which I'm sure David Lynch has nothing but good thoughts on, is all about showing you the pleasures of global wealth and decadence. And by extension, the sinister nature of that excess. It's like mini Succession, if you will. Like, really.
Okay. Yeah.
And of a kind.
The family.
I mean, we didn't really get, the Horn family, even though there's not really that interlocking battle, because Jerry and Ben are mostly in agreement on everything. They're kind of two peas in a pod. And what do? To express the sinister nature of their excess, they go to One-Eyed Jacks. So David Lynch sets up this idea of One-Eyed Jacks. And by extension, he sets up, this is kind of a funny note, but it's important, David Lynch's Twin Peaks first conception of Canada as a whole. There's a lot of talk of Canada. And for whatever reason, Canada, normally think of it as like, the nice place where people are much nicer than America, much more friendly. No, for David Lynch in the Twin Peaks verse, Canada is the capital of prostitutes and gambling and all things vice. Like, really, it's insane. It's kind of wackadoo in the sense. It's like you cross that border and you are in like the most hedonistic, debaucherous place imaginable. That's what Canada is in Twin Peaks. All the drugs, all the whores,
comes from
all
Canada.
The vice come from Canada or go into Canada, one or the other. Either way, it's all in Canada, including One Eye Jacks, right? And One Eye Jacks specifically is a casino, technically, but as we see right from the gate, it's really just a front for a high-end brothel. And what is this high-end brothel? It's a high-end brothel that outright prefers underage sex workers. That's who they recruit. That's who make them up. This is a teenage girl prostitution brothel, explicitly. So, in other words, child prostitutes. Sex trafficking of child prostitutes from Twin Peaks into Canada to work at this brothel. And, you know, to put the nails on the head, the elites are in on it. It's Horns. Horn owns this. It's the elite person owns this. And that's why I'm pointing this out, because this is in 1990. This is well before this type of conversation was mainstream. And certainly when I say it's obviously when we say it's mainstream today, it's like well beyond mainstream. It's like a new cancer on the mainstream in a way that I think David Lynch would be very weary of. But back then it was something no one talked about. So it was something for him, like everything else in Twin Peaks, to shine a light on. Say, guys, I don't think you really know what goes on in the world. Let's talk about it. Let's actually deal with it. And, you know, I'll do this thing in Canada, but I'm not really talking about Canada. What does David Lynch know? He knows Hollywood. This is going to be something that's going to be very important to talking about Mulholland Drive. But the point is, there's a lot of elites running around having sex with children. And I know that's when we say it in today's context, that makes me sound like a wackadoo conspiracy hole, which I am certainly not. But, you know, there's grains of truth in everything, and sometimes quite large grains of truth in everything. And this would be one of them. Now, another thing that comes up in this quote conception of Canada, and this is a line right from The Return, it's a world of truck drivers. Look, I'll get more into the nature of the metaphor when we do that Return episode, but I just want to I'm pointing it out so we recognize it when other things connect to it, but it's not inherently a slant against truck drivers or working people at all, just to be very clear about that. But there's something David Lynch is trying to metaphorize with this idea of truck drivers, and that's what it is. So it's a world of truck drivers. We also get a lot of imagery of flashlights in the woods, the scene with Bobby, Mike, and Leo. And this is, of course, a prelude foreshadowing of the scene that we get in Fire Walk With Me where, quote, Bobby kills a guy. And I think what's interesting is just visually, just that scene is just like, you know, in couple with the One Eye Jack stuff I just talked about, like David Lynch is again trying to put Twin Peaks in this space that was incredibly transgressive and dark for anything on TV pre-HBO era, which this was. Like, and then David Chase, who created The Sopranos, has talked about, like, well, mainly the serial storytelling in depth and psychology, but you know, there would be no Sopranos or Lost or any of these things without Twin Peaks. It took a show kind of being this kind of bold, with not only the storytelling, but with its tone and subject matter to really kind of,
right.
Yeah. So it's great. And, you know, we get more Nadine, the Drape Runners, and she's like, oh, Ed, it's completely silent now. She's all ecstatic. And how does she get it silent? By the engine oil that falls. So, yeah, the grease that falls on the cotton balls. And
after she screamed at him for coming in the house greasy.
Yeah. So she wants to drapes. So get this. It's called quite literal. It's like she wants to keep out the sound and light of Twin Peaks. And she's doing that with the fuel of engine oil. So that's the fuel for the negative world that could be on TV if it weren't for Twin Peaks. And she explicitly says this, what's she say about what's so great about this? We're going to be so rich. In other words, it's all for profit. This is, again, David Lynch making that point about the nature of TV. It's like, oh, they just do all this negative bullshit. They put all this sickness in the air to make money. It's capitalism. They just want to make money. And as a result, we have to bear this sickness in our world. And it's a really sick thing, as he would quote to say. We also get our first appearance of Imitation of Love, the show within the show. interesting little note. Apparently David Lynch, even though it was his idea, he didn't really like the execution because he didn't shoot these inserts. And he was like, it's too over the top hokey. Like, even though the point is to be an over the top hokey soap opera, it just didn't quite work for him. But you know, a lot of people get the gags of it. Jade, there's 2 Jades. They have that announcer guy doing it. We also get one of the last major things here. We get the bottle game. And this is where we learn the detective's intuition. So that's the whole point. To Lynch, the beauty of intuition is it's intellect and emotion. It's balance. It's like this force, and he relies on it. That's how he does his casting. It's how he does everything. So it's like, and it also puts the primacy of the importance of dreams, which is the subconscious. So ideas coming up from something we're going to see at the return, the purple ocean, the deep depths of the unconscious. And you just throw that bottle, and if it hit, or throw the ball at the bottle, and if it breaks, that's your intuition, baby. So I've already mentioned the Ben or the Laura Audrey relationship, but I'm going to get a little bit more into here since this episode does a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Horn and Laura had a relationship. We find this out later, but it should be, that's what I'm getting at. It should have been obvious from the day. And if you read the secret
Ben
history,
Horn insisted on having every new girl that was at One-Eyed Jack's.
He did, but we also realized that was actually well after he started sleeping with Laura. And Audrey herself says, I don't know when that started. But again, if you read the secret history or just are paying attention to certain things, the implication is that this started very early. Like, when Laura maybe not much older, 12, 13, 14, then. So it's as bad as it gets. And we know from, again, the Secret Diary, I keep saying Secret History. That's another Twin Peaks book. I meant the Secret Diary. Every time I've said that so far, I've meant the Secret Diary. I'll talk about the Secret History another time. Secret Diary of Laura Palmer. Ben, we know this because we know explicitly from the Secret Diary, if you read it with adult eyes and understand these things, Ben Horn was grooming Laura Palmer from the time she was like a small kid. And Audrey, that's what I'm saying about singing to her. You mentioned that. Audrey, like a lot of kids in a similar situation, that's what I mean about the familiarity of everything, interpreted that as her father just preferring Laura to her. And this sparked this jealousy, but there's always that underlying sensation of something far more sinister, even to her childlike mind. And so that also sparked the confusion. And just that confusion of feeling like your father prefers another kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Audrey's jealousy and confusion just mounts for years. And we see it all multiple times. It's like these two, you have to also understand, we're told like Audrey and Laura didn't like each other that much. And we can see by the Audrey-Donna relationship that they're not really friends. So the implication is that Audrey and Laura are not friends. But again, you read the Secret Diary and you see the more clues. It's not really quite the way to look at it. Audrey and Laura spent a lot of time together their entire lives. Their families are best friends. Their one father works for the other father incredibly closely. These people see each other all the time. Anyone who's like, again, this is what I mean by familiarity. Everyone can kind of have something in their life that relates to this dynamic. So Audrey was constantly exposed to what I'm talking about, the way her father would be towards Laura, and vice versa. Laura was constantly exposed to Audrey's notice of this. So here they are, kind of forced to spend a lot of time together, forced to be pleasant, forced to be nice, but constantly having this deep sensation of confusion and jealousy and awkwardness between each other. And it's interesting to me. This is something we'll talk about in more depth with other characters and examples. Audrey and Ben are not in Fire and Walk with Me. None of the Horns are. And it's a really unfortunate absence because, obviously Fire and Walk with Me is where we really get to see some of the detail. Now, if you go in to some of the original scripts, you see that there was a scene with all the Horns except Audrey, interestingly enough, in there. And Sherilyn Fenn has talked about this, who plays Audrey. She's originally, it was like the narrative was like, oh, she rejected being in it, but she's like, no, that's not true. I mean, like I had conflicts, but we could have made it work, and I don't know why we didn't, type of thing. Irregardless, nothing was shot, and what was ever in the script was not in any draft I read. But the scene that is there with the rest of the Horns, Ben, Jerry, Sylvia, and Johnny, is a scene that's supposed to be Johnny Horn's birthday, the mentally disabled son. And there's a direct implication in that scene of Leland's own knowledge and jealousy of Ben's obsession with Laura, right? And it's namely that something we see every time we're in Ben's office. If you notice it, there's a picture of Laura on his desk. In fact, there's more than one.
There is?
And it's on Ben's desk, yes. And none of his own daughter, which Leland directly calls out. He's like, in the scene, he's like, why? Oh, you got all these pictures of Laura on your desk and none of Audrey. How weird. Like, and he's saying it in this suggestive way, like he knows why. Mm-hmm. So that dynamic is superbly fucked up. Let's just put it that way. And the show itself can only kind of scratch the surface of it, given their limitations, and the bigger opportunity with Fire Walk With Me just didn't come about, right? So nevertheless, I think what we do get is pretty potent, and that's how we're able to kind of get this point across. Also want to point out that the episode introduces a very important character, Albert, who's played with sort of utter brilliance by the late Miguel Ferrer. And the big note with Albert is his sort of little arc over the original run. He has a different arc in the return. Is he seemingly one-sided? He's just like this totally cynical asshole guy. But the ultimate point is that he's revealed to have this soft heart deep down. He's like deeply like passionate about it. Remember he gives that whole speech? He's like, I consider myself Gandhi and King. Like, and the Laura Palmer theme swells in like a deliberately almost parodic way, which is unusual for this type of thing. But it works.
And he's Robert E. Lee, so
yeah. Well, I'll just say this: the point is with the Albert point I'm making is Albert is another example of balance. He's a cynical asshole on the surface, but he also genuinely believes in what he does is like a force for good, and he's committed to it deeply because he believes in good and love. And he even says it. I love you, Agent. I love you, Sheriff Truman.
He gives Sheriff Truman that big hug and tells him he loves him. And then the next time they're together, they give each other a huge hug, and he just shakes Cooper's hand. But he gives the sheriff the biggest hug you ever saw.
Yes. No, it's kind of beautiful. So yeah. We also
a real bromance. Yeah.
Towards the end of the episode, right before we get our dream sequence, the repurposing of that red room, we get an example of Leland's madness with Laura. Again, bringing out the theme and suggesting everything you need to know. It's all right there. Leland starts dancing around with the portrait of Laura, starts freaking out, spinning it around, starts hysterically crying, and Sarah walks in like all creeped out, starts like she always does, always like shrieking and like shivering. And he smashes the portrait and starts smuttering his hands in the glass, getting it all bloody, smearing blood around it as he like cries. And at that point, Sarah screams, "What is going on in this house?" Mm-hmm. Again, it's all right there. Moving on to the next episode, which I only bring about just to point out something we kind of already went through it, but this idea of interpreting the clues, right? Because we get Cooper's recap of the dream and realize that even things we didn't see from the international pilot are technically canon because Cooper mentions them, right? As like things that were in his dream. And this is where it became, in terms of the arc of the series' story, where it became like, hey, it's going to be on these other writers now to carry forward these clues. Like Lynch is going to go off and work on In Wild at Heart. And it's like kind of a slow fade out because it's not like he just like, oh, I'm done. He cared about the show. He's very involved in the show. The show was still moving in the direction he wanted it to move. So, he was like getting stuff from writers and approving things and etc. But he was mostly hands off, mostly not there. Working on Wild at Heart, where he got to cast a lot of the Twin Peaks people in there. It's a great film. We'll talk about it next year in Lynchtober. And Frost was more there. So at the time, like, and this kind of opens the debate, is like how well Frost did with that, running the show that first season. But that's really another question. because Frost himself would, of course, go on to have a similar slow fade out in season 2. And then it really became up to the other writer EPs, specifically, this is where I'll introduce them because we're going to talk about a little bit, have to keep mentioning them from here on out, is Harley Payton and Robert Engels. They kind of became the de facto showrunners of the show from that point forward and really throughout the rest of it. And, they both work well with Lynch and Frost. The question is, how well do they work on their own, and how well did they work without either of them? And I think, I'll leave judgments aside, but I think the results kind of speak for themselves. But I want to say, I don't think that means they're bad writers. I think they're probably good writers, but you have to understand the context of the time. Like, there never been a show like this. There'll never be a show like this. So there's no like playbook to go off of. Like, it's basically like David Lynch would be like, tell you a bunch of stuff. Like, imagine some of the stuff I said. Like, you'd be like, it's the hot car. They'd be like, what? like, I don't know what that means. Like, and he'd be like, that's what it is. Like, he's not going to explain it to them any more than he does to anyone. So they have to like, I don't know. Maybe the little man dances because Leland dances. No, that's
no, not really.
So the Twin Peaks being this unicorn show, it requires the magic of Lynch or Lynch and Frost to really hum. It just does. And we pay the consequence of that. Last things that are introduced before we move on to the last points of like getting through these season episodes is Maddie Ferguson, who you might note is Laura's cousin, meaning it's her mother's sister's girl, something that's said in Fire Walk Me, a kind of clue. If you play the video game Super Smash Brothers, you'll know that Maddie is essentially Laura's Echo Fighter. This is like an alternate appearance, essentially. Yeah. In joke for the gamers. Now, you also get a very, very, very important line that Cooper delivers to Albert. Can't stress this enough. He goes to Albert in reference when they're talking about the crime of Laura and how it's touched him, and Albert makes some snide joke. Cooper goes, Albert, murder here is not a faceless crime. It's not a statistic. This is everything. Because from the meta context, which is what I keep talking about, Twin Peaks is not like other junk on TV, where there's a murder every episode and there's no lasting human impact. The victims don't remember. I was talking about the Law and Order episode. Victims, they're just a punchline. Boom, you move on, you solve the case, you're done. End of story. Next episode. Twin Peaks is not that. And in the context of the real town, it's certainly not that because of that. It's like these people knew this person mattered to them. It affected, as Cooper says, every man, woman, and child in the town. And that's what David Lynch wants it to be for us. He wants it to affect everyone in the audience. He wants us, or again, speaking to an 890 audience, all that shit you do when you watch Law and Order, throw that away. Laura matters. She'll always matter. I don't care if the show runs for 25 years. I want you to still be thinking about her. That's the intention. Another thing that happens in the episode, just real quick, I don't know, I was wondering if you'd bring this up as one of your favorite episodes so I could talk about it, but since you didn't, I'll just say the infamous funeral scene. I say infamous because it's probably a scene most people point to with the most like overly dramatic, soapy kind of actings and performances and happenings. Whatever. I'll just say I really like Bobby's little spiel, even though that delivery is kind of part of what people talk about. But he's like, we all knew she was in trouble. No one helped her. I mean, this is very important to understanding like that sense of responsibility that we need to take if we're going to confront everything, right? And lastly, we get the introduction of both the Bookhouse Boys and their nemesis, Jacques Renault, and by extension, the Renault family. And this is really quite key because I love the Renault family. I love them in the way that they are the worst people ever, specifically Jacques, as played by Walter Oweskis. I forget how to say his name. Sorry, apologies, Walter. He's no longer with us, and he was Oakwicks. He's a child prostitute trafficker and serial rapist. Like point blank, that's what he is. And Walter was just perfect in the role, and he got to reprise it to maximum effect in Fire Walk With Me, which we'll talk about. And then The Return, where he's just like laying it on real thick about his straight A whores. Really fucked up. So now we get to the end of season 1, and there's a bunch of cliffhangers. And, during that summer break, people are just kind of impatient. This is where the roots of the destruction kind of come in, because again, they're not really been serial murder shows. Now they're normal. They were not anything for the first one. So people just didn't get it. They were like, when are they going to reveal the killer? Why are they stringing me along? What's the point of this? Like, you know, you can imagine just like the most impatient, annoying, cranky audience. Or even let's say the audience wasn't really like this, that's certainly what the network thought the audience was like. And so they were constantly badgering Lynch fans, reveal the killer, reveal the killer, reveal the killer. When are they going to reveal the killer? And it's like, this just became this nagging thing. Now, to pass the time between the end of season 1 and season 2, Lynch decided they needed to put out this book called The Secret Diary of Laura Palmer. I really am excited to talk to you a little bit about The Secret Diary of Laura Palmer. So this was released between season 1 and season 2. And the idea is it would like entice fans with not only new clues, but from Lynch's point of view, better get them focused on Laura, her life, her light, her dark.
Is there pages ripped out?
There are pages ripped out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's all been set. And people didn't see those episodes yet, so they had no idea this was all going to be reflected in the show. It's really where we first, well before Fire Walk with Me, explore the depths of her abuse and haunting by Bob. Like, that's kind of the point too. And so it set the ground also for the specific added mysteries of season 2 to just get deeper into Laura and deeper into specifically who is Bob and what is Bob. Like, that was what they were trying to make the question. Now, this book is written by Jennifer Lynch, David Lynch's daughter. You might remember as a little child in Eraserhead. Mm-hmm. She was just 22 when she wrote the book. And it's really special as a result of that, because it is a woman's firsthand account of the experiences of growing up from prepubescent into just before what would have been Laura Palmer's death at 17. Right. And, you know, David asked her to write it, like, clearly with an understanding of the depth and authenticity she, as a young woman herself, could in theory provide for it. Right. And, you know, he told her, you know, what she needed to know about Laura. So, because the intention was to make the book, you know, canon, like this is all in the show. We're going to incorporate it right into the show itself. So that means that Jennifer Lynch, David Lynch, and Mark Frost at that point were the only ones who knew who the true killer was. And David Lynch intended for the careful, introspective, and intuitive reader, the ideal reader, the ideal audience, to actually be able to figure it out just by reading this. Like, that was the point. Like, yes, they actually had the missing, torn out pages. So like it would cut off before the answer could be made explicit. But he was thinking like, yeah, if you read this book and you don't fucking get it, I don't know what to tell you. Like, cause I'm never going to tell you. That was his intention. So read the book, figure it out for yourself, but I'm never going to spell it out for you. And, you know, so I just think really want to commend Jennifer Lynch, you know, and as many have, you know, she took Twin Peaks really for the first time into that darkest, most intensely personal place that would go until Fire Walk with Me brought it there in visual. Right. And arguably the book goes well beyond Fire Walk with Me. And there's like a couple key points on that. Like, you really get the sensation of the growing maturity and the growing trauma in Laura as it progresses. I mean, that's kind of the spine of it, is it goes from a person who's a total innocent. Like, the first chapters are just talking about wanting a pony. I swear to God. Yeah. And her dad, because they have money, actually gets it for her. I forget the name of the pony, but like, she talks about it constantly. And all that just kind of falling apart and dying and morphing in so many ways. Its characterization of Laura in that regard became central to how she would eventually be rendered in full in Fire Walk with Me. And that comes with all the complexities and contradictions, this intense realism that comes with it through the lens of nightmares and seemingly supernatural terrors. And it delves in specifically to the kind of, as I was alluding to, like these twisted relationships with Bobby, with Leo, with Donna, with Audrey, with Ben Horn, her mother, her father. And, you know, more broadly, kind of gives a very personal history of the life of Twin Peaks leading up to the series. It's like, it's really the more extensive prequel, if you will, because it covers all these years. And it just gives weight and insight to this like relationship as it evolves with Bob. And this is where it says, I'm going to have to start getting pretty messed up here, but like, I won't really make it too explicit. People should read the book, but like, it really gets into the way Bob humiliates her, like debases her, tries to seduce her into being like him. And it's like this, he does it by wielding a sense of shame and guilt towards her. He's constantly trying to be like, you want this, like that type of shit. Which is all the more disturbing because, of course, what we're actually talking about is Leland. And, we see her struggles to kind of cope with that through the promiscuity, through just keeping secrets, being cruel towards others. You get a lot of that, like the way, she'll do something to fuck with Donna or fuck with Bobby. Just being, kind of in this high days a lot. And, more explicitly, what you get the history of her bringing Bobby and Bobby's friend Mike, not, capital letter Mike, into like the criminality with her and Leo and Jacques. That's how you get where you see in Fire Walk Me and by extension in the series where they're all like, basically drug dealers together. And you also get, and this is something that's in Fire Walk Me, her trying to keep Donna like on the outside of it. As much as she's trying to bring those other people in, she tries to explicitly keep Donna on the outside of it. But at the same time, there's plenty of moments in the history where Donna just inevitably ends up like being side by side with her as they kind of have these experimentations. And these play out more like the innocent or more like, to some people more relatable side of like that experimentation with, growing up and sexuality and things like that. Like there's a story about them like skinny dipping with boys in the lake and stuff. And first time seeing a penis. These are all things that are very intimate, but like, they're there in the book. And I just will note that really, if you haven't read the book, definitely do. But like, there's now an audio book that was created just right before the return. It came out in 2017. Cheryl Lee herself as Laura, like recorded the whole book. So it's another amazing performance by her, really. But getting back to just where we are in the Twin Peaks thing, it's like some fans read the book, sure. Hardcore ones, but most didn't. And even the ones that did, you can't help but think many still were doing the thing David Lynch didn't want them to do, averting their eyes, not finding the clear answers, just being like, oh, who cares about what Laura was doing? She's dead. I need to know what happens after Cooper gets shot. Who else lived or died in the end of season 1 finale? I need to know. It doesn't answer that. Who cares? This is what drives David Lynch nuts. So now you have season 2. So he's like, all right, I got to right the ship. So Wild Heart's done. He comes back. And this is where we get the episodes 8 and 9, the first 2 episodes of season 2, which are kind of like a tour de force filmmaking from David Lynch. And I'm going to try not to do too much time on this. So I'm just going to rattle off a lot of like the big sort of clues and things we get in this.
Okay.
The biggest being the giant, right? Then we get the first appearance giant, who we later will learn as the fireman. And he's the god of filmmaking, if that makes sense to you. And I'll kind of a first clue that I had to understand how and why that is. Think about this. The giant, big screen. Little man, small screen. Big screen, cinema. Small screen, television. Fireman is the positive, the god of light. Little man is the god of darkness, the negative current. If you know how an old TV works, basically it subtracts light, whereas a film projector works the opposite way. It sends light through. So there's a quite literal thing there. Not just David Lynch's opinions on film versus TV, which is also a part of it. But we also learned that the little man later is the arm of Mike, and he's the one who controls Bob. So the arm is separate now, kind of its own person, that little man, and he's controlling Bob mostly. There's an exception, the main exception, without Mike's cooperation. So if Mike and the little man were one, they would be this all-knowing god of TV. Without it, it's like kind of like a part thing. And so when Mike talks about in his like little like spiel to Cooper and the dream / in the International Pilot, it's like this is later in season 2 when he's like being interrogated. He goes, I saw the face of God. He's talking about the fireman. He saw the fireman, and he saw what we can imply that he saw what we see in the return, where like Laura's face in that orb like emerges from the fireman's head and like comes into the world. And that's kind of like this idea of what the origin of Laura is, which we're going to get much more into the return, which is this idea of the gold and the unified field and all that. But important thing we do get in Fire Walk With Me is that Mike still needs his arm as in order to control Bob and challenge Bob, because you can't kill Bob, as we saw. You have to kind of use Bob, or kind of like basically make him work against himself in some way. And so that's what he does. He uses Bob, him and the arm collaborate to basically get Bob to kill Laura instead of possessing her. And that gives them the Garmonbosia. All stuff I'll have to explain a little more if I have time. But really I think there's a lot of grade A, like I said, directing and editing. Dwayne Dunham was editing these episodes, and it really just brought back the horror and the unsettling nature. And again, that mystery of Laura, Ronette, the gasoline, the rot, the magic. And as well as like some more of that genius kind of quirk. We talked about the Leland song that's in there. But like I said, it's with a purpose. It's clues. And then just really, again, emphasizing, putting all the focus back on Laura, Ronette, Teresa Banks. And it's the important story, not the soap opera surrounding it, which, while that soap opera is important to getting that idea of that Lynch wants of the balance in the TV show that's like fully complete, it's not what we need to uncover the mystery. The mystery is about these women and their lives, and everything else, if it doesn't add to that or doesn't color that, it's really not what we should be focused on. But thankfully he gets to focus it here, and get Dr. Jacoby in the hospital talking about how Laura found a kind of peace, and like she perhaps wanted to die. And this foreshadows what we learn in Fire Walk With Me. Another thing important is, this is where really Don Davis as Major Briggs really comes in. And we get one of my absolute favorite scenes of the whole series, one of the best scenes, which is that scene where the Major and Bobby sit down together at the Double R. And this is where you get that other side of the balance, like that pure love. And he's talking to his son, and he's like, you know, it's important to note too, if Gordon Cole is David Lynch's stand, and obviously he's played by David Lynch, Briggs is kind of Mark Frost's stand, and even though he's not played by Mark Frost literally. And that's, I would say, most cemented in the return, but it's true here. So that father-son connection is also not unlike the father-son connection maybe Mark Frost has with Warren Frost, who plays Doc Hayward, his own father. And it's just like this, it's interesting how the whole thing precedes or foreshadows the Bobby's growth that we see in the return, like this impact that this speech presumably, I guess, ultimately had on him. But you just really get that sensation of the measured and poetic wisdom of Briggs, and the optimism, the confidence, sharing love over what? Coffee and pie. They're at the Double R. And, you know, the other side of the coin, you get the end of the premiere is like one of the absolute fucking scariest scenes ever, with Bob and the screaming in the train car and the flashing.
Oh yeah, that's terrifying. The train car, the flashing,
so
actually like I don't know if you'd be allowed to do the flashing. You'd have to do the warning in front.
No, I know you really can't do a lot of that.
You can't do that anymore. Yeah, because it literally makes you feel
I noticed
sick,
that too,
but it can cause some people to have seizures.
I'll just say I'll never forget the first time I saw that. I mean, every time it hits me hard, but like the first time I saw this, I was like, I couldn't sleep that night. I was like, I need to just watch more Twin Peaks so I can, because I'm not gonna be able to sleep anyway. It was like fucking crazy. And then, you know, right away we get another scary kind of more creepy thing, which is the introduction of the Tremons, which is a really important lore building scene, because we get what the introduction of Garmonbosia, the cream corn. And this is why I keep mentioning food, right? Also note that Frances Bay, who plays Mrs. Tremond, was in Blue Velvet, of course, and is famously the grandmother in Happy Gilmore. But she's like, she needs good food made with love at the Double R, not junk, disgusting food. She mentions the hospital food, which you see is rancid, aka Garmonbosia. Garmonbosia meat is, as Lynch explains, is pain and sorrow, but it's also this cream corn. And this is also an interesting little reference to David Lynch's short film, The Grandmother, because David Lynch talks about this. I've never seen the film, but David Lynch famously explains the film for those of you haven't seen it. It's like, it's a story about a little boy who grows his own grandmother as a source of love.
What?
Yes. So who is the boy? Well, the boy Pierre, you might notice, looks a lot like David Lynch. That's because he's played by Austin Lynch's son. And so he's another avatar for David Lynch in the show. He's another director. And what powers does he have? Magic. He has magic powers the same way the director from the context of outside of this world is a kind of magician. He controls everything. And I like how he says, you notice, is very David Lynch in the way he even sounds, actually. It's not just that he looks like him. He goes, she seems like a very nice girl. and the point is that the boy, he stays close to his grandmother, like the boy and the grandmother, because trying to keep her safe from Garmonbozia. And this is the idea. It's really just to illustrate the intention of Garmonbozia. It's like, that's
the pain and suffering, right?
That's the pain and suffering. We want to get rid of that. And the pain and suffering is junk. We don't want to eat it. And that is also, the scene serves as the prelude to Harold, of course. We also get the log lady and Briggs talking, which is our significant sign that Briggs is going to become a major part of this mystery and the lore, right? Like, again, to give you the clues, like, right. And she gives the message right from the logs. Right? And we also see, and this is a very important context, Leland recognizes Bob's picture. And what does he say there? He goes, I knew him as a little boy. I met him when I would visit my grandfathers on Pearl Lakes. Now, at this point, the audience wouldn't necessarily understand the significance unless maybe they just read Laura's Secret Diary and started to figure it out. But retroactively, given what we know now, it's like really just one of the most important pieces of Twin Peaks, because it's the idea that Leland himself was the victim of a pedophile. And which that important note, that's certainly true in reality. And this is why it's true in Twin Peaks, because Twin Peaks is trying to reflect this reality. Abuse is a cycle, meaning a circle of pain. Keep that idea in mind too. This idea of the circle of pain, right? So Audrey, we also see Audrey confront the guy baddest at the department store, and he's like doing this weird fetish thing. And this just keeps up in this idea of, again, more further suggestion of Audrey's slow realization and confrontation with the idea of who her own father is and her father's relationship to Laura and her own trauma, right? It's, again, a mirror to Laura in a much sort of still fucked up, safer space, I guess. And then Briggs comes to Cooper and gives him the famous, the owls are not what they seem. Now, what are owls? Owls represent the idea of the story itself. And what the owls are not what they seem means, the story is more mysterious than you think. It's a warning. You need to keep finding the clues. If you think you get it, you don't. And, we also, real quick before that episode closes, we get the just you and I, which is the meme send to end all meme scenes. And this is why I brought James Hurley.
So high pitched.
When you get the James Hurley forehead postings, the just you and I's in the corner of the wall. And this is why I gotta respect David Lynch for bringing it back in the return, because he knows people make fun of it. He doesn't care. He's like, no, it's brilliant. And of course we get the, like you said, the shockiness of the love triangle with Maddie and Donna and all that. Whatever. But really the purpose of the scene in that episode is just the prelude, because James has to go after Donna, who's throwing a hissy fit over nothing. It leaves Maddie alone to get what? One of the fucking other scariest scenes in the whole series back to back, which is Bob crawling towards her.
Oh, so creepy.
Oh my God, so creepy. And we get Cheryl Lee's iconic scream. I mean, we're going to hear her scream a lot over the rest of this. Like, I just can't. It's just one of the highest.
So much.
Freaking screams. So terrifying.
My throat hurts just thinking of doing it.
I mean, the whole entire show, as we know from the turn, ends on it, for Christ's sakes. So you get the vision, you get the owls, the plot. What does this all mean? It's telling us, this is proof of David Lynch is trying to give us the clues. The owls, and then this, is saying the plot is coming for Maddie. Maddie is going to be killed. And this is important to note, because at this point, David Lynch was very committed to not revealing the killer, meaning the idea to kill Maddie was originally just going to be another step along this journey that didn't reveal the killer to us. So Maddie was going to die, but not to reveal Leland. So that ultimately happened, but he had to reveal Leland at the same time, which was something, which is why I think that scene ended up being one of the most violent and disturbing scenes in the whole show. Not just because it would be, but because David Lynch is making the explicit point. You wanted this, you don't want it. You don't really want to see this. So I'm going to fucking show you. And I don't care what the censors are going to try to do. And the fact that went on air is still one of the most, I think probably the only reason it did is because it revealed the killer. If they didn't reveal the killer, i.e. what the network wanted, I don't think they would have approved it. They would have been like, you can't show this on TV. It's really one of the most fucked up scenes that's ever been filmed. Like, oof. I honestly, like, it's hard to see anything else. It's just like, so like the punching, all of it is the screaming. It's just insane. There's also so now you have to get to the sort of death of Twin Peaks. This is where it all starts to go wrong. And the going wrong is so key to everything else. David Lynch, as I said, couldn't be more committed and set in his ways about not revealing the killer. And the network couldn't be more increasingly set in their ways that reveal the killer or you're done. Or reveal the killer / we don't even care if you're done, you're revealing the killer. We're not ending the show until you do it. So there's just no way of end or about it. And, Lynch was fighting. I presume Frost was kind of with him, though. Frost has given comments to suggest that he wasn't as sold on the necessity of this. Though, of course, I think Frost would freely admit now that the consequence of what followed was botched. And so therefore it's hard to argue that Lynch was wrong. But Lynch will say to this day, has said it before the return, says it even now after the return, says it all through the years out, that this shit fucked him up. This shit kept him up at night. He was obsessed. And like I said, everything we're going to talk about with these next few episodes, the last ones he directed, and then Fire Walk with Me, it's him doing a eulogy after a eulogy after a eulogy. Like, he is like, this is his great lost love, and this is how she died.
Right.
Really. And if I'm selling I'm being overly dramatic, I'm barely selling how overly dramatic it is for Lynch. I mean, he literally writes songs about it, as we're going to talk about. But yeah, so the last episode before the quote death of Twin Peaks, which Lynch was on set for because he was playing Gordon Cole in it, it's pretty safe to say he got very hands-on with this one, because at this point he already knew what the next episode was going to be and what it meant, and that he had to, basically land the ship while setting it on fire. So, in his mind at least. So that was the episode where they have the interrogation scene of Mike. I've already mentioned this scene. This scene is a big scene for lore dump, right? Because it's like, hey, I'm going to tell you it right now. I mean, like Lynch, I can't spell it out verbatim, but I'm going to give it to you all. So you have Al Strobel there, and Al Strobel's performance, I mentioned this, truly chilling, the way he recites the poem and shit. The way he's like, I saw the face of God. Like, it's very over dramatic, but in a way that works, because he's playing this warped spirit, or I don't know how you want to describe it. I mean, like I said, he's basically the god of television, if you want to go with that. He's a man from another place, is another in-universe way to describe it. And yeah, so that interrogation scene gives you a ton of clues, gives you a lot with the poem. We're going to get into the breakdown of the poem later. I don't want to get to it yet, because I want to save it, because obviously it explains the title of the movie, Fire Walk with Me, right?
Right.
So we'll save it for that. Very important phrase, obviously. Oh, one cool little tidbit you might like is in the Twin Peaks Entire Mystery Blu-ray set, which is not the entire mystery because it doesn't include the return. It came out before the return, and actually they already knew they were making the return, so it was all kind of a sick joke. They put the little piece of paper with Fire Walk with Me hidden in the back of it, so it's cool. I have a replica essentially of that prop with me. Oh man, it's so creepy. It's supposedly written in Leland's blood, so there you go. But yeah, so when Lynch comes on to direct, and this is the last thing I'll talk about, and then we'll save the rest after, and it's a fitting place to end it. So just give me a few minutes to kind of go through this. So Lynch already knew the show was over. The network had won. They were going to do it. They were going to reveal the true face of Laura's killer. So for him, that meant the show is effectively over. This was the end of Twin Peaks. It was the first, and in many senses, the truest end, because we'll get more ends. We'll get the end of season 2 proper. We'll get the end of the Fire Walk With Me. We'll get the end of The Return. These are all endings to Twin Peaks. And every one of them, David Lynch more or less considered that to be it for him. So, we'll see if there's anything after The Return, but for all intents and purposes, that's the end now. But the first end is still kind of the truest end, I think, even to him. And all the other ends are kind of just its epilogues in a sense. So that, like said, he absolutely in no way, shape, or form was going to let anyone else direct this. It was him. And like I said, he would do the Maddie thing, sacrifice. And it was kind of like in a fucked up way, two birds with one stone scenario, and two birds with one stone is another thing that comes up in The Return. So keep that in mind. But Lynch kind of just saws it as this nightmare funeral. And so that point, you get these red herrings about Ben Horn. But if if you're paying attention, if you're that ideal audience member, as far as Lynch is concerned, you'll know that ever since the Pearl Lakes mention, it's Leland. You got to know it's Leland. Leland's the only one who's ever said he's even seen Bob. So why the fuck would it be anyone else? But they got to string you along a little bit.
Sarah saw Bob.
Yeah, but they've been pretty clear that the killer's a man. So, I think that's a fair point, though. Nevertheless, so Lynch's actual interest is pretty clear in the way he shoots this, because you get right into the Palmer home, and the first thing you see is this pan across all the photos of Laura on the mantle, right? And all this is to say that the episode is trying to make clear that, and especially the disturbing ending, it's like, these are crimes within a family, right? Talking about domestic violence, the terror, the abuse. Like, this is not the cheap killer of the week procedural or soap opera trash that people essentially are begging for it to be in some perverse way from Lynch's perspective. Like, this is real. There are real consequences and stakes, and these are the most intimate crimes that have the most soul-tearing devastation. And what does he pair with this to just kind of lay on the Lynchy kind of like contradictions? The Nat King Cole song, "What a Wonderful World."
Yeah, the contrast.
Yeah. And in a weird way, he kind of is saying it like David Lynch, like, as he says, I mean it like it is. I mean it like it sounds. It's, this is the show killing itself. It could be a wonderful world, but you won't let it be. And this is also where we finally get Audrey to conclude that thread we've been tracking. Audrey confronting Ben about the affair with Laura. And you see Ben longingly look into the photo of her that he has on his desk. And he goes, I loved her. And it horrifies Audrey, of course, as it should. But that's the whole twisted thing. You can kind of see a somewhat genuine angle to it. And that's the only thing that makes it more fucked up. This is something that's going to be reflected, obviously, with Leland, and just the quote closure of a kind that, this is now, there's no more doubting it. She herself, when she tells Cooper, like I said, says, I don't know how long I was going for. There's no more, like, everything she had been fearing has just kind of come true. Shelley and Norma, they have a kind of ending there where now Shelley comes to Norma, aka this Miss Twin Peaks, the sort of center of the love of the show, and is like, no, I gotta leave. It's done. I can't keep working here. I have to leave. And then what happens? Nadine walks in. And that Nadine at this point, because of the writing of the team under Payne and Engels and Frost to an extent, had already kind of morphed into this profoundly stupid, very not Lynch kind of character, and she has the amnesia already at this point where she's like, now I think I'm a teenager. And it's, it's kind of like a bastardization of what David Lynch's intention was, this warm side of Twin Peaks, and turning into this like cheap and silly idea of quote quirk. Cause people use that word on Lynch, but I don't think it's a fair or fitting term. What it's interesting is that David Lynch, obviously directing this, like, kind of has his own way of pointing the fun of this, or like dealing with it, which is he has Nadine with her super strength, which is something he set up. I kind of forget what's the best way to interpret that. I'll have to think about it and get back to you. But she breaks the glass and her hand is covered in blood and she just feels no pain to it.
Well, she also goes, oh, again, another one.
Yeah, she goes, I'm so clumsy lately.
There's another one. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, it's just this idea of like, what? violence and blood that's painless, that's cheap. And she's just like, oh, I'm so clumsy. It's like, that's again, like the commentary on that. We also get, as you mentioned with the makeup, the reveal that Catherine is Taji Morrow. And yeah, it is effectively means that is Piper Laurie and Yellowface. And the less said about it, the better. It wasn't Lynch's idea, but he had to wrap it up, I guess. Oh well.
It makes sense for her. It makes sense for her character to do that.
It makes sense for her character that she wouldn't be sensitive to that. But as you said, her fan fiction about why she's
if anything, she hates Josie, and it makes more sense.
That's true in a fucked up way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but now we get to the close, which I already described as one of the most horrific scenes, but I just want to point some of the specific things that are set up here because they're really important symbols for going forward. The skipping record, which never stops throughout the entire sequence. You also get these tracking shots over the carpet, and then we see why. We see Sarah crawling down, clearly unable to move her body. Why? Because she's been tranquilized. She's been given her sedative. This is something we're going to see is part of the quote ritual in Fire Walk with Me. She's has to ingest the sedative, so she'll go to sleep and not hear what happens in the other room. Mm-hmm. And what else is on, of course, and that we also see as part of the ritual, that we see that Leland flicks on every time after he, gives Sarah her drugs. Well, no, the spinning fan, which, as I said, is the electricity blowing that thing in the air, the sickness, the indifference into the house. It's in our house now, that sickness, that indifference, which is also like wind. Because we see it on the outside, the wind blowing in the trees, just more of that thing in the air. And what does wind outside do? It shapes fire, causes the fire to go this way, that way, this way, that way. And we get the log lady. She comes to Cooper, and what she say? There are owls in the roadhouse, which quite literally what it means there is, like I said, with owls and plot will be delivered. This is obviously we're going to get the big plot point of the revelation. Then we cut back to Sarah and we see it. The most important symbol of all, certainly for the return, certainly for the whole entire message here. This is the big one, the white horse. And when she sees the white horse, she instantly passes out. Now, as we'll learn in the return, there's the poem that the woodsman puts in. The horse is the white of the eyes and dark within. What this means is avert your eyes. When you turn your eyes, you expose the white of them. Like if you move them from one side to the other, it's like from the front, what you're seeing is more of the white. So in other words, you're looking away. It does it like no light is entering the pupil now, or no light, at least from the front. If you were shining a light, that light's not getting in because they're looking away, meaning it's dark within. The light's not there. This is the worst darkness. This isn't the darkness, it's just the negativity that David Lynch wants to balance. This is darkness that comes from not confronting darkness, not shining a light into it, averting your eyes from it. And this is the sin and the hell that Sarah Palmer exists in. And that's why we'll learn she is the ultimate vessel for Judy, who is like the ultimate evil in this mythology. Now, Sarah, when she sleeps, the sleep may come from Leland drugging her, but as we see in Fire Walk with Me, she consciously ingests the sedative in the milk when he hands it to her, full well knowing what happens. So it means that like she knows verbatim what it means. It means Leland's going to Sarah or Laura's room that night. So there's this subtle terror because you see when Leland's giving her the milk in Fire Walk with Me, she stops drinking it with a little bit left and he makes her drink the rest. And the way he does that is he like very gently kind of caresses her hand in like this twisted, loving way. Mm. And it's like it's pretty clearly trying to illustrate there. It's like, it's his way, subtle, like manipulation of the subtle terror of his manipulation of her. It's like, it's like, honey, you know the rules. This is best for everybody. If you just sound asleep on those nights. And it's like, so again, we know Sarah knows her complicity is.
Well, there's one other thing that she says that kind of like solidified it for me that she knew. At Laura's funeral, when Leland jumps on the casket, mm-hmm. Do you remember what she says?
Yes.
She says.
No, I actually overlooked that. Yeah, tell me.
She says, and I'm looking for the actual quote because I wrote it down. She says, don't ruin this too.
Yes. Yes, you're right. She does say that. And yeah, it speaks to that. She's there's all these suggestions. This is the biggest one though. Her complicity is a knowing complicity. And this is kind of key. So when Leland then turns on the fan and goes into Laura's room, it also notably alerts Laura. It alerts her, and like I said, blowing that sickness in the air with the electricity. And the real thing about the fan, and why I always go back to the image of the fan, and why I think a lot of people do, and that whether you recognize it as part of this ritual or not, because it's something you see right in the pilot, is there's something truly disturbing in how familiar, word I keep using, it all is. Like, this is reality. For all the shit in Twin, like, this is real. This is as real as it gets. And, you know, meanwhile, of course, it's like in that same scene in Fire Walk Me is where Sarah sees the white horse again, the same way, right before passing out. And you might notice he like seems to struggle for a moment before giving in and then falling fully asleep. That's what it is. She's always reaching out for that thing. Like it's like I shouldn't avert my eyes. I shouldn't avert my eyes. I can't. I have to. And this connects. This is obviously one of the big events of the return, but we need to talk about it now to put it in context. When Sarah was a child in New Mexico, something we literally see in that flashback in part 8, she falls asleep while the radio is singing My Prayer. And then the poem The Woodsman comes on, the dark within the horse, the white eyes.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then the last thing we see is the frog moth. We'll have fun talking about frog moths in that episode, but frog moth crawls into her mouth. And this is the idea that she was infected by that thing in the air. And that began her programming towards averting her eyes and clinging to the lies instead of confronting the truth, which isn't to undermine the fact that she too is a suffering victim of this terror. Like, I never want to take away from that. It's actually really important, but it's also important to contend with the fact that her suffering has always been greatly exacerbated by her guilt and feelings of powerlessness that result from her not confronting the horrifying reality of what happens in her house. That's, again, the emphasis on it is in our house now. This is the most important part. It's like, this is not something that you can just walk away from. It's in your house. It's around you. It's where
corrupted
you
the
sleep,
family. Yeah.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Just like well, that's why the importance of the TV. The TV is also in your house. All the negativity that's coming in through there is coming into your house. So speaking of houses, the roadhouse, the final scene of the episode, right? You get the rocking back inside my heart, which is kind of the last dish. Twin Peaks is still alive then because the killer hasn't been revealed yet. So you get one more of just like, oh, this is the roadhouse as it should be, the way we saw in the pilot. It's like characters getting back together, feeling the love and warmth. It's like, but it's all because it's soon be leaving. And it's like a last reminder, because with the song and lyrics, it's like, hey, don't leave Twin Peaks. Like, come on in, stay with us. It's too late. That's why we get the transition to the subsequent song, The World Spins, is sudden. And what are the lyrics to The World Spin? That's what I'm saying. This is the first of many songs, including the ones I'm talking about in the movie Fire Walk With Me. They're, like I said, these love-lorn songs written by Lynch with music by Badalamenti, sung by Cruz, that are just straight up him just like being like, you fucking stabbed me in the heart. So it goes, love, don't go away, come back this way, come back and stay forever and ever. That's his eulogy song. It's like he's talking about the show. He's like you're why are you leaving me? Why are you doing this to me? I didn't want this to happen. It's also obviously by being a eulogy for Twin Peaks, of course, the eulogy for Laura, but not so much her death, because as we're going to talk about when we talk about it, the Fire Walk With Me, it's like her death is not really the thing that's bad or the thing that should be mourned. It's the end of her being remembered, the end of her being cared for, done right by. That's what the eulogy is for there. And obviously we hit the crescendo with the reveal and all the fucked upness. I mean, just the way you see like Leland hugging and crying on Maddie, and then like overlapping with Bob licking her face and making out.
God,
like
yeah,
one of the most
so creepy,
fucked up things you've ever seen.
Disgusting.
Yeah, she's just like choking on the blood. Well, I mean, there's definitely been things that might be more like straight up gory. sense. Certainly on like HBO, you have all your zombie shows now.
American Horror Story.
Yeah, but like, I mean, I haven't watched every season of American Horror Story or even most of them now. I really
You did?
No, I really only saw the first 3.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's been like 8 more since then, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Maybe 15 more. Who knows?
No, it's been on for this show air for like 10 years now.
It really has been. It's kind of shocking.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like you don't realize how long it's been on, and then you're like, oh, there's so many seasons. And to be honest, I haven't had the inclination to watch any of them until this recent one with the aliens. I'm like, I'm intrigued.
See, I don't even know what they're about now. I don't know what they've done and haven't done.
I don't know. It's just there's an alien making out with like a monster thing, and I'm like, tell me about this.
Well, okay. So my point in bringing that up was just to say, like, I can't speak for the seasons I haven't seen, which is the vast majority of them now. But in the seasons I saw, nothing on American Horror Story even comes close to this scene in Twin Peaks. Like, not even close. Like, you can do school shootings or whatever the hell you want. Like, this scene is one of the most, you have to go into some of the most fucked up movies. And I know there's plenty of fucked up movies to get to a scene that's like kind of on the level of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really demented and violent. And I'm not saying this to praise it. Let me be very clear, because I think the way we're just talking about it might confuse the point. Like, it is the way it is. And this is kind of where we left it off. David Lynch is trying to communicate something to his audience. Like, you guys think you want this? You don't. You know, you don't want this. Like, because what you're asking for with your kind of your obsession with this, getting this closure, getting this answer, is you want to see the violence. You want the violence to be cheap. You want the violence to be prepackaged. You want it to just kind of, you get it done, there's a victim, and then by the end of 45 minutes, you get your answer about who did it, and justice is served. Well, that's not the world we actually live in. And the fact that TV might lead you to think otherwise is a sickness. Okay. And I'm going to wield that against you here. And from everything I've said, it might sound like David Lynch is like this very audience contempt kind of artist. And I mean, it's impossible for me to talk about it without making him sound this way. But I think it's like, if you get David Lynch's kind of like personality and attitude, it's not contempt. It's more like a sort of sad disillusionment. It's like that's why I compared it to heartbreak, which is kind of where I want to take it to close out this episode. Is, we go back to the Roadhouse after the reveal, and the world spins song continues, of course, because as the title implies, the world keeps spinning. Twin Peaks is now over, but the world keeps going, and everyone just starts bawling their eyes out. I mean, it's really one of those scenes where it's funny because I'm trying to think of like how one might interpret this scene when they first see it or not interpret it. I remember watching this scene the first time, and like, it did feel like this, like, holy shit, because you were kind of probably just traumatized by the previous scene. And what does happen? The old waiter, who we said, one and the same as the fireman, comes up to Cooper and is like, "I'm so sorry."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wondered when he said, "I'm so sorry." Was he so sorry for not calling 911 when he should have, when he was bleeding on the ground? What exactly? He could have been sorry.
Oh, that's a good point. So
like, he knew he should have called 911, but something in him as the giant wouldn't allow him to call 911.
So I'll answer that for you, or at least give a answer. I think it's the answer. It's another thing that I'm stealing from Twin Perfect's video, but I think his answer is correct here. That's why. So, the giant, or AKA the fireman, AKA the old waiter, he's saying, "I'm sorry." My interpretation of the literal line, taking the phone call out of it for a second, is that he's saying, "I'm so sorry that the mystery is dead. Like, I'm so sorry that it's over now. Like, what
you have all the answers.
You have all the answers. This is it. Like, we're done here, basically." He doesn't appear again for a long time, So It's kind of like that.
Right.
In terms of the phone call, which gets back to the season 2 premiere, and it's actually we didn't really talk about it. That's the way the season 2 premiere starts. It starts with this very slow paced, like just stuff. And it's funny because now we've seen the return. We know that this is like the pace David Lynch likes to work in. But this is really where he like laid it clear, like, hey, if I had things my way, scenes would play out 20 minutes at a time where characters walk very slowly and not much happens in them seemingly. Like if I had it my way entirely, that's how it would be. And I think that's very funny to know. And part of his point clearly is like that fast-paced plot is just going to come across stuff. We're not going to do it. So the fireman in the form of the waiter hangs up the phone because he's saying to Cooper, you're not just going to get saved here. Like, you're on my time. You're on my time, buddy. I have clues to give you, and until I give you the clues, and he even says to him, and this is related to the ring. We'll talk about the ring more when we talk about the ring. But he goes, this ring will come back to you only when you know these things to be true. Technically, the ring comes back to him 2 episodes after the episode we were just talking about, which is honestly one of the worst episodes of Twin Peaks, in my opinion. I can't fucking stand it.
What's it named?
It's the one called Arbitrary Law. It's the 9th episode of season 2. And it's the one where Leland dies, gets caught, dies, all that. And just the way the writers write that, I get that what they were trying to do, but like, it's awful. It totally misunderstands and misrepresents everything about what Lynch was trying to do. That's what I'm saying. That's where the bastard was really just bastardized, and everything after that. And then of course, literally the next episode is when everything goes full goofy weirdness, like no plot. Because like, it's like this idea, and we're going to talk a lot more about it. This idea of like taking Leland off the hook. This idea of like, oh, like the little man dances because Leland dances. All those ideas are just like bad ideas. They're the wrong ideas. I think savvy fans, over the years quickly figured out that the stuff that's said in episodes like that should be taken a little bit less or a lot less seriously than stuff that came in like episode 7 and before that, because of the sort of just the way the show was made.
Well, also, wasn't it more Lynch's direct involvement?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, because immediately, as soon as you get to Fire Walk with Me, all the stuff is immediately contradicted again. Because it's not, that wasn't the intention, David. Just like, and that's what I mean about why he's only proud of the pilot. He's like, I had to then go course correct and say, no. That stuff's nonsense. They don't know. It's this. Like you're fucking up the intention here,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's a kind of issue there, but nevertheless, as the song says, the world spins on. So this is where the imposter Twin Peaks, as I call it, and I'm not trying to denigrate fans of the rest of season 2 and those episodes. We kind of already mentioned it. If you enjoy it, enjoy it. That's totally fine. I enjoy it too, parts of it at least. Like every now and then I'm kind of like, that weird story with James and the widow, fuck it.
Probably my least favorite.
Oh, it's everyone's least favorite.
Like, I don't understand why. I don't need you. I don't need you here. I don't need any of this in the story.
But
and also
Donna's
Donna's weird blind devotion to James. She's like, I know about Caroline. And it's okay.
I've been saving my my real Donna comments. I'm withholding them till we get to a certain point, because I'm going to unload that. I'm going to unload them because it's going to be tough to do, because I don't want to be mean spirited, but there's something up about Donna that I just will never get over. It should be said that Lynch wasn't necessarily, or one other thing I'll just say about liking, season 2, that the sort of imposter Twin Peaks, as I'm calling it, it's like, again, it is still canon. I mean, proof and point, when you get to the return, you get Denise in there. You get David Duchovny's character, who's at that point clearly identified as a trans woman, which I thought was really great. It's a great moment in the return. So yeah, that's if there was any doubt, all the stuff that happens in season 2, as wacky as it is canon still, including Josie going in a doorknob. I mean, oh my God, I'll never get over the doorknob. But, nevertheless, my main point is that now the fact that it's been retroactively confirmed canon is beside the point. While this was being made, even though David Lynch was no longer involved in the writing or directing of the show and really wanted nothing to do with it, seemingly, he was like not rooting against the show. He never stopped supporting the show publicly. He kept playing Gordon when he was asked to play Gordon. And, he made a point to be like, as that season progressed and it became more and more obvious that the show was on the chopping block to get canceled, he went out of his way to continue to support the show and fight for the show not to get canceled. So, it's like this metaphorically, the way I look at it, it's like the show is now his ex, but that doesn't mean that he's like trying to ruin his ex's life. Like he's trying to be supportive. He's trying to still be friends, if you will. But that decline in quality, I should, as I was pointing to, the cancellation went hand in hand with the decline in viewership, and it kind of proved Lynch's point. Like everything Lynch feared was true, and the network was dead fucking wrong. Reveal the killer, ratings don't go up, they go down, way down.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we were only watching because we wanted to know. Oh, you think so, doctor? It's like, and of course, the network doesn't really give a shit that it's getting worse because they're just like, whatever, we're going to replace it with another show. We don't care what show's on TV as long as it makes money, and you got to remember, like, one of the things they did that really accelerated its cancellation is they started shifting around the time slot, which back in the day, I'm sure you remember, Dana, because you're an old head like me, moving a time slot on a TV show in not only the pre-streaming, but even pre-DVR, which is a very outdated concept now, even.
Yeah.
But this is well before that, meant like people essentially, they weren't reading their little TV guide, had no idea when the show was fucking on and had no way of watching it.
Well, like back in the day, like you had your routine and you knew exactly the schedule. Like I know what time my show is on, so I'm going to do my homework before or after so I can watch my show.
Exactly.
And then if it's at a different time, I'm never going to find it because I'm 12.
Yes. No, I know. It's wild. But it's also worth noting there wasn't just Lynch who was absent. Mark Frost at this point in that Imposter era.
Interjection. One quick question. I forgot to mention, when Josie was a doorknob, was that Lynch or was that somebody else?
Great question.
It seems like it was.
So I've heard
it would be him, but
so I've heard. I don't have multiple sources on this, but it's long been rumored by fans based on partial evidence of some kind. Again, I don't know the exact originating source. That the doorknob idea did come from Lynch, but there's a difference between idea and execution.
Because I don't get it, I feel like it must be his idea.
Well, but that's what I mean. I don't think the writers and directors who implemented the idea got it either, which is why it was so stupid. Because when Lynch has an idea, it's like fully fleshed out. That's kind of the whole argument I'm articulating about, like, he's like 20,000 steps ahead. Like, almost everything we're going to talk about in The Return, in some way, he already knew in 1989. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like, it's all built from these building blocks that he's very clear on. And different like inspirations and new variations come into it organically through process and through time. But the core tendril is the base of the tree, as he says, is pretty consistent and like all encompassing. It's that sort of like consistency that's core to Lynch. And I think, because I'm going to talk about him for a moment, Mark Frost has a consistency too. And I really do feel a certain tinge of guilt about not giving Mark Frost enough due on this show, because I mean, this is Lynchtober, so of course it's going to be about Lynch. But I think Mark Frost's contribution and collaboration and just independent sort of mind and storytelling sensibilities are fundamental to what makes Twin Peaks great. And I would say even more so in The Return, because The Return, you got to remember, every episode is written by Lynch and Frost. We know that David Lynch was the one with Final Cut, and he was making additions and changes well after Mark Frost's job was done. But all the genesis, including the idea to do the return, came from Frost. So,
really?
Oh yeah. We'll talk all about that when we get to the return.
It doesn't feel like a Lynch idea to give some answers and wrap things up.
You're dead on the money, Dana.
Yeah.
It's not. And so that's why he went the way he went with it, because
so I don't know why I
counterbalance that intention. But it was Frost, because and this relates to, because we'll definitely get the return will provide a much better opportunity for us to get into this. But Frost wrote 2 Twin Peaks books that one was released before the return came out, just before, and one was released just after. And there's a reason for that, because one has all the spoilers and one doesn't. There's the Secret History of Twin Peaks and then the Secret Dossier. And both of them are like essentially, one, like I said, is the prelude to the return, and the other is the postscript. And they're really interesting books. There's a lot of interesting lore in them. You would love them, I think, because I think the way they kind of deal with like a more kind of spooky UFOs and occult history stuff. Like, I think
honestly, I want to dig into Major Briggs. Briggs.
Well, I don't want to spoil the books, but the books are all about Briggs.
I would say that if anybody deserved a spin-off, it would be Briggs. And I want to follow him at work and see what the fuck he knows, because he knows too much and he won't.
Okay. I highly recommend, and you have 3 weeks between now and when we do the return episode, that you at least get, because there is the audiobook on Audible. It's a
nice,
good, and it's got like multiple voice actors. It's good. It's not the cast of the show, unfortunately, but it doesn't need to be, because most of the characters are not in the only there's one significant, like the main narrator is Tammy from season 3, but it's not voiced by Krista Bell. It's voiced by
Kristen Bell.
No, not Kristen Bell. Krista Bell is the name of that. Am I getting this wrong? I haven't brushed up on the return acting cast, but is the name of the woman who plays Agent Tammy Preston in The Return. And in The Secret History, you're not supposed to know, because they literally sign off all the entries TP, which is get it, pun for Twin Peaks, because the character didn't exist yet when the book came out. Like, everything with Lynch is very secretive. So he's like, no, you can't even know about Tammy yet. It's all supposed, like, everything is the spoiler. So there's this whole little game they were playing, but either way, the book itself is read by the actress Annie Wersching, who's a great actress, and does a good job reading the book. But check it out. We'll talk more about Secret History and Secret Dossier for sure when we talk about the return. Part of what we'll maybe talk about is how seemingly irrelevant a lot of it is, but it's relevant if you're like a Twin Peaks hardcore fan and just wants to know everything. Like, if you want to know the entire family history of the various families, you're going to get all that. Just to get back to the point of where we're at, Mark Frost was kind of absent from the show for a lot of season 2 as well. He's working on feature films, etc. But as things started to heat up, as the season started to reach towards its close, he got back more involved again, and he was pretty instrumental in that involvement. Mainly, I think it was his main reason to be involved, to develop the quote Black Lodge plotline. Like, this was, so like the last few episodes of season 2 kind of are that quote extended kind of quest to get to the Black Lodge and beat Wyndham Earl to it. So it's important to note, because it's obvious you go back to the beginning of season 2, aka the episodes Lynch directed, that this was something that he had loosely, saying he as in Mark Frost, had discussed as the season 2 endgame back when season 2 started with Lynch, back when, Lynch was actively involved. So the idea that Cooper would eventually have to face his worst fears, and they would find a portal into another world in the woods of Twin Peaks, and that's the place where Bob comes from, was all more or less in there from the get-go. It was all was being built to. And since Lynch didn't want to come back, Frost felt he had to come back to kind of get them there, and hopefully in the process get some viewers and some interest, but get some mystery back into the show, because the show was essentially mysteryless for like the middle of season 2, which is why it was absolute dog crap. Sorry.
Yeah, it was just the soapy. That's the soap opera bit.
Yeah, it's like, that's not what the show's supposed to be. So yeah, so it was up to Frost, along with Payne and Engels, who I mentioned are kind of like the de facto showrunners and head writers for when Lynch and or Frost are absent, and the other writers to kind of basically Frankenstein and assemble together their own version without Lynch of what Lynch and Frost had intended. And so you're not, it's no wonder that it kind of veers, even though like a lot of people like this section of the story a lot. I really don't. And I think what we're going to talk about in the last episode kind of shows what Lynch probably thought about it. It's something, it's definitely in at least line with some of the things that we know Mark Frost to be interested in, but it just doesn't really fit with the overall vision that Lynch had started. And so certain pieces are being kind of misused a little bit. But nevertheless, like I said, that lore and mystery was enough for the obsessed mega fans that were still into the show to latch onto. And that's really the only people that were watching the show at this time. All the Gen Pop viewers were gone. It was just that hardcore and obsessive audience that remained. And it's worth
found it after it moved times.
Yeah, after it started moving times, right? So it's worth noting because this is the origin of like TV fan culture the way we know it right here. Because up
really,
to this point, basically, yeah. I mean, like I said, we're talking 12, 13 years before Lost. We're talking well before all that stuff. So this is where that culture came from. Basically the nerd TV culture. Like the idea of like hyper watching, the idea of rewatching, like all these people, you can watch the old newsreels talking about this. Like, oh, I have a tape and I literally rewind tape and go frame by frame to find every little thing in it. Like literally so this culture these were the people watching Twin Peaks still, in other words. And there were a lot of them. By today's standards, could be considered a lot. Like if there was today's standards, there's zero shot Twin Peaks would be canceled. But because back then, 100%. Back then, that audience was too small for the broadcast primetime network TV audience that they were used to, where it's like you get a sitcom with like Seinfeld, you watch 30 million people watch.
Yeah, they're competing with the big numbers.
That's what they're competing with. So like it's just like no, like a 2 million people is not enough. So yeah, the show was like basically put on the chopping block, and they pulled it from airing. The show was going to be dead right then and there. What happened was that hyper hardcore audience, this is another thing that's like preludes today, pre-Twitter, started writing a fan letter campaign where they would just bombard ABC with letters from fans being like, don't cancel Twin Peaks, please. You can't do this. And again, this gets back to my point about Lynch and his support for the show. David Lynch went out and vocally supported this campaign. He literally went on David Letterman's talk show to talk about it.
Wow.
He was like, even though he hated season 2, he didn't say that when he was on there. He was like, he cared about the fans. He cared about them. He literally said this, I want everyone to write Bob Iger and tell him not to cancel Twin Peaks. I'll give you the address. Write it down.
Amazing.
Yeah.
He saved Twin Peaks. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Well, he saved it so that it could air its last few episodes of season 2, basically, which would include.
Well, it would be weird. How weird to cancel it mid-season. Like, give it.
It happens all the time, or especially back then. Like, that's the thing.
So weird.
Yeah, mid-season cancellations were normal. So that's what they had to deal with, and thankfully, it worked. And Iger put the show back on to finish out season 2. But anyone who knew anything already knew that, given where that was, there was basically no more than a 0% chance that season 3 was going to happen. Right. So in other words, when you knew you were writing that finale, you knew you wanted there to be a season 3. And this is, again, well before the era of like, oh, well, maybe the show will get revitalized by Netflix. That didn't exist. Right. So this is going to be it. But the draft for episode 29, the final episode, was already basically either broken or written, and the final script still ended up being credited to Frost, Payton, and Engels. So they had a finale written, a finale that like had some presumable quote cliffhangers, if you will, for a season 3 that probably wasn't going to happen. Lynch, knowing pretty certain it was going to be the last episode ever, though, was like, all right, I'm back. It's mine. No one else is directing this. It's me. I'm going to basically rewrite the entire script. This is what we're going to do. I'm going out on my terms is what I'm talking about. So what did Lynch decide to do? And now we're going to talk about episode 29. I want to say right at the top, if it's not obvious, this is a masterpiece of cinematic vision. Every time I watch it, I'm like, holy crap. This thing is so
the last episode
crazy and amazing. And just like, I cannot believe this was on TV in 1991. I just really can't. It's like hard to believe it's on TV now. I mean, I remember when The Return was airing and the way people were reacting to part 2 and part 3 and part 8 and like things, basically the successors to an episode like this. And people were like, oh my God, it's crazy. I don't understand. And it's like, dude, he did it in 1991, man. Just like 30 minutes of Red Room madness. Like that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so
this is, if I recall correctly, this is the one that I was like, oh, we would never be able to put this on because of the seizure warrant, like the lights.
Oh yeah.
All of that warning.
Never. Yeah. The seizure warning would be off the charts for this.
Yeah. I was literally getting a little bit dizzy myself because I was watching it in a dark room. I'm like, oh, this is aggressive. It made me feel, but I think it did what it was supposed to do, is to make me feel uncomfortable. I felt
definitely
uneasy.
Part of the goal is to make it feel uncomfortable. I mean, the way I describe this episode is it's kind of the nightmare epilogue to Twin Peaks, to David Lynch's Twin Peaks. Like
well, and we get Annie also.
We get Annie, but Annie's now part of that nightmares is what we see. So that's what I'm saying. Like
we get like the David
Lynch. For David Lynch, the show ended with episode 14, and now he's coming back 15 episodes later after this Imposter Twin Peaks has been taking over, and he has to. And if it's not obvious now why I called it the Imposter. It's pretty obvious in what we get in 29 that like this is on David Lynch's mind based off of like where he decides to take the story in this final go around, right? Like this is the nightmare epilogue, one of the first of a few of a nightmare epilogue, but it's the nightmare epilogue and the one that lasted for quite a while. But it's also his chance to kind of go quote full circle, right? I keep mentioning circles. I mentioned the circle of pain and suffering, the ring. We'll get to that. Full circle with the story, right? To the completion. This is also I think when you think of full circle and completion, this is also preluding the way one should think about The Return, about infinities and time loops and things going back around, right? So this is the first version of that sort of back around kind of concept, right? So what do I mean? Well, the story ends with Cooper in the Red Room, ready to sit for the next 25 years so that his dream in the beginning of the story of him 25 years later would be true.
Yeah.
Right. So he starts where he ends in many ways. Now, putting things back on Lynch terms is also kind of like a way of, in honestly entertaining fashion for me, highlighting the way the mighty had fallen. And I like how he right away starts by just putting all his lures and clues back in on steroids. And that's kind of like Lynch's MO, modus operandi. Is when he comes into one of these episodes and he's feeling like people just aren't paying attention enough, he's going to like lay it on thick. You're going to get some log lady, you know? So he's right away, everything in watch like the first 15 minutes of that episode. Oh, you can't go a few seconds without hearing something about trucks, sycamore trees, big men, little men, scorch engine oil. You get Ronna Pulaski back into the story. She literally appears for the first time in like 20 plus episodes. You get flashlights and pitch black woods, red curtains. You get the whole works, right? And that's really just the setup because this is before we go full Red Room, right? Then you get this other thing where he resolves all the soap opera cliffhangers in the most dark and kind of like depressing of ways, especially when you know that they're not even cliffhangers anymore. You're not going to get back to them till 2017. And even then, not directly. What do you get? You get the happy-go-lucky Twin Peaks is just about dead now. So you have Nadine. She finally snaps back into her own personality, which means she takes over to Ed and he's got to be miserable. Then you have the resolution of this Hayward and Horn stuff where it just ends in everyone's screaming in pain. There's blood. Like Ben Horn's head is like bleeding, hemorrhaging. It's like Doc Hayward's like gets on his knees like, ah! It's so fucked up. The music is sully with the like it's so awful. Then you get the resolution to the whole Packards and Martells and Milford kind of plot which ironically involves Audrey, the one Horn not in that previous sequence. She is at the bank and she's like trying to tie herself like she's some hippie protester.
Well, she chains herself to the gate, but then she opens the gate for people.
I know.
She's like, I'm protesting. Oh, you want to come in? I'll move for you.
But we it's nice because again with Lynch we get Mr. Mibbler, the doddering old guy, because Lynch loves his doddering old people. Like, because why? They force you to slow down the pace. Like he loves that. He's like, fucking be patient, motherfuckers. Be patient. So yeah, the bank explodes literally, and so you're left thinking, is Audrey dead?
Yeah.
And by the way, he will make you wait a lot longer.
Died.
Because Audrey doesn't appear for quite deep into the return, and there was a lot of speculation about like why that was being drawn out so much, and a lot of then further speculation of what the fuck was happening, which I cannot wait to talk to you about what's going on in the Audrey stuff. Anyway, then lastly we get the double R scene, which is verbatim. I don't know if you caught this, Dana.
Exactly the same as the first time we're at the double R.
Yep. Okay. Good.
Exactly.
Literally all the same dialogue.
Yeah.
Everything.
Oh my God. Amazing. Well, because the other server is late because she's committed to her old man. Yep. I thought Germans were always on time. So good.
Yeah. Well, the lines are very iconic, so that helps it. But
they are. But I think the first time I watched it, I literally for a second was like, did this skip? Is this, did this skip and go back to the beginning? I think it was a DVD I was watching. So I was literally like, did this just skip and go back for a second? I literally thought that.
Oh, do you own Twin Peaks on DVD?
No, but I watched it in college with somebody who owned it.
Oh, you mean way back in the day? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
When I first watched it, I remember thinking, did this just skip and send me back to the beginning? I was like, this is exactly the same. And then obviously like 5 seconds later, I realized it didn't. But
I remember Twin Peaks fans just getting so excited about the, this was a little bit before my time as an actual fan myself, but I was aware of it because I was like plugged into the TV world and I was like, oh, I'll get to Twin Peaks. The Twin Peaks gold box DVD set, people were really excited about that when it first came out.
Sure.
Yeah. But I'll just say that obviously the scene is a repeat up until a certain point. The point where it becomes something new is, of course, when Sarah Palmer and Dr. Jacoby walk in. Again, characters that hadn't been in the show in many episodes. The characters that are important to Laura Palmer. So not only has the show gotten away from Laura Palmer, it got rid of all the characters that had anything to do with Laura Palmer, which really shows you, aka all the characters David Lynch
got too far away from the base of the tree.
Yeah, way too far from the base of the tree. Exactly. Good use of that metaphor. And so what happens, Sarah Palmer and Jacoby go to talk to Briggs. This is weirdly, and something more hit me more strongly when I watched it this time than any other time I'd seen it. This is one of the most direct, obviously didn't know yet, direct setups for the return, right? Because this is where Briggs learns that Cooper's in the Red Room. Now, we learn, it's also where, because remember, Sarah speaks in a voice. We hear Judy's voice for the first time.
Oh,
so that's a very sinister moment. I noticed that the sub captions think it's the little man's voice, and I think maybe it becomes that at a certain point. But little man and Judy are connected, and it's definitely Judy's voice when Sarah first speaks, and you're on her close up. That's like the darkness in Sarah that like Lynch has been alluding to, but hasn't made explicit until this moment. Obviously, becomes very explicit in the return. We also know from the return, and this is what I mean about the setup here. This is a retroactive thing the return added, but it would be true in continuity here. We know from the return that by this point, Gordon, Briggs, and Cooper have already all made their like secret Blue Rose plan to find Judy. and that Cooper is acting out that plan. And he's kind of gone rogue with it. He's taking extreme measures in his desperate attempt to find Judy, which is his ultimate goal, by going directly into the red room without backup. Right. So that's why Briggs finding out that is important, because he's like, oh, Cooper's taking this into his own hands. He's so desperate to find Judy that he's going right into the red room himself. Right. And this is obviously has consequences and sets a lot of the plot in motion. Right. So anyway, now we get to the other side, the red room, which is more or less the rest of the episode, which is insane because we're talking the next 30 minutes. Yeah, it's a half hour, whole half hour of red room. So we went from, because we also have to remember, it's easy to forget. The red room had only been that one dream episode. That is it. You get a little bits of it in like I said, the horrible episode 9 that I borderline want to see as not canon. But like honestly, like that, this is the only second time you're really in there, and you're getting a lot of it. This is where you really understand the backwards, crazy, maze-like nature of the fucking place. Right. So you step into the other side, and what do you hear? This beautiful, one of the best songs in Twin Peaks, the only one really not sung by Julie Cruz. This is sung by Jimmy Scott, the late Jimmy Scott, and he appears in the episode to actually sing it. Sycamore Trees, literally called Sycamore Trees. Of course, lyrics by Lynch, the music's by Angelo. And it's like, I'll see you in the branches that blow through the trees, which if you've been following what I've been saying about the branches and the wind and the trees, you get it. He's saying, I'm going to see you right where you're seeing me on the TV. I'm going to blow in that mystery. This is it. And of course, when you talk about sycamore trees, we're talking about trees that are electric trees. Like if you look at a sycamore, you see them, the 12 sycamores around Glastonbury Grove, right? They kind of look like those poles, the electric poles that David Lynch is always showing shots of, right? So they have that thing, and their actual bark looks like a little bit like a TV static. It's like kind of this like kind of black, gray, and white thing. And we know in the return, the arm and his doppelganger become sycamore trees, mainly out of the fact that Michael J. Anderson, the small little person who plays him, kind of lost his mind a little bit and didn't want to come back. It's very sad. But remember we talked about this with the Eraserhead, right? Remember we mentioned that little sycamore tree on the mound of dirt?
On the mound of dirt, and it's there. Yes. Oh, I was going to say, it looks like the exact same mound of dirt on the stage from the end of Eraserhead for sure.
100%. And this is what I'm getting at. We're going to talk a lot more of this in the return episode because it's our Lynchtober finale, and Eraserhead was our Lynchtober season premiere. And that's why it was so fitting, because when I said David Lynch had some of these ideas at the beginning of Twin Peaks, no, he had some of these ideas at the beginning of his career. So he's been building towards it. The return is the Omega, and to the Alpha, that's Eraserhead. It all comes full circle through his whole entire filmography. Now let's talk a little bit about the Black and White Lodges, because this is one of those things. And again, this is something that I'm in alignment with Twin Perfect on, because this has been one of the most debated topics in all of Twin Peaks fandom. It's one of the things that I remember when I was first getting into it was the most debated, like to the point where wiki pages would be constantly being revised about it.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, what's the Black Lodge? What's the White Lodge? Blah, blah, blah. And that conversation obviously got much more complicated with the return. A lot of people saying where the fireman's at is the White Lodge, blah, blah, blah. Nope. Wrong. Contrary to popular assumption, the Red Room is both the White Lodge and the Black Lodge. They're both there.
Really?
Yes. I'll tell you what the difference is. And it once you think about it, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's very simple, but that's the point. The White Lodge is the normal layout that we tend to normally see, right? And you notice there's that statue there. The Black Lodge is the one without the statue.
Oh,
looks identical, but
exactly the same.
Now, why would it look identical? Because the Black Lodge is the doppelganger of the White Lodge. And when we are in that scene, what do we see? We see all these doppelgangers. the doppelgangers on the Black Lodge, the non-doppelgangers on the White
Also,
Lodge,
the arm
and the doppelgangers
says-
are trying to invade the other
Also,
one.
the arm tells you. He says, doppelganger.
Yeah, doppelganger. He literally tells you. Yes, I know. See, now you're getting it, Data. Sometimes they just fucking tell you. So
Sometimes they tell you.
Sometimes they tell you, and
Are we
people just have a bad habit of
listening?
not getting it.
Yeah.
No, and that's really all there is. And I think, to be fair to other fans, part of the reason this confusion exists is because, like I was alluding to, Lynch was off the show. And while he was off the show, there was a lot being built up about the Black Lodge and the White Lodge.
Mhm.
And as a result, your expectation would have been that there would be a world of difference between the two, and that everything you're seeing in the Red Room is bad. Therefore, everything that must be the Black Lodge, or at least the waiting room for the Black Lodge, is one other thing people kept saying. And it's like, no and no, but like, I understand where those ideas come from. At one point, those ideas did make sense to me, but I will say, always, I was not convinced about any of that, because it just always felt very off from David Lynch's kind of work. And obviously, we see episode 29, the fact that that's not made explicit should tell you that.
Maybe I don't know if there's a right or a wrong, but I kind of took it as I take it as the lodges.
Yes.
The lodges, to me, feel like a version of purgatory. And it's like, we found this, Bob is like a demon,
Mhm.
and the arm is like an angel, and the giant is an angel, and you have both sides, this duality, and you're in the waiting room. I mean, they say purgatory is literally the great waiting room.
So but that gets to why I was saying people kept saying it was the waiting room, and it's that's partly right. And so here's what I would say, because the purgatory metaphor, it works in some ways, doesn't work in other ways, but I'll focus on the ways it works. The Red Room, which is, like I'm saying, both the Black and White Lodge, they're both red rooms. They look identical, but for the statue. So that's, for simplicity's sake, that's why I keep just saying the Red Room collectively, right?
Mhm.
The Red Room is an in-between space. It's in between the two worlds, the world we know and the world beyond, which is ironically our world is kind of what I've been trying to stress to you. There's our world and the world of Twin Peaks. Now, I do need to be a tiny bit more clear about this, just so people can catch my drift, or at least you can, Dana. You remember the return. You understand what happens at the end of the return, right?
Yeah.
They go to the other side, or at least as close to the other side
Sort
as
of.
you can get.
Mm-hmm.
The others, which when I say about as close to the other side as you can get, that's something I'm going to have to elaborate on then when we talk about dreams within dreams and timelines and all the crazy graphs I'm going to have to do for people.
For me.
For you. For you. I did them for myself years ago. I have them. But let me clarify this. So that other side, that's what we're talking about. The other side is what I typically refer to as reality, or at the very least, more specifically, Twin Peaks' dream of reality. And the world we're normally in is Twin Peaks' dream of Twin Peaks. Which is different than Twin Peaks' dream of Twin Peaks. That's the dream of the return. It's a whole different thing. There's many dreams within dreams. And so no matter how you cut it, the Red Room is always the space between those spaces. Mm-hmm. It's interesting too, because again, when we get into the Red Return, we're dealing with red rooms within red rooms. Not even talking about the separation between Black and White Lodge. We're seeing red rooms in one layer of the dream, and then a red room in another layer of the dream. And that's
crazy. Where you get the evil Cooper.
You get evil. That's what I'm about to get to. So the idea here, just to keep it simple to where we are now, you have these characters. We see them kind of come in through this sequence, which is 20 minutes of just pure cinema, like experimental film tour de force. It's amazing that Lynch got to do this. And I think he got to do it because it's like, hey, it's the last episode. The show's already canceled. You can't stop me.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
It's like almost, there's barely any dialogue in this last like 25 minutes. And the only dialogue that there is, for the most part, is backwards speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's amazing.
It's like 1 word or 3 word backwards speak.
And Data, if you don't know, or in our audience, if you don't know, when they film this stuff, they actually have to film it like Tenet style, like everyone moving and making their syllables in reverse, right?
Yeah, that's the only way.
It's crazy. It's crazy. So like people are like literally walking
This
backwards.
is where Missy Elliott got the idea. It's your feminine flank, yeah. That's just
actually funny.
Backwards.
The idea that Missy Elliott is like a big Twin Peaks fan, but I'll go with it.
She could be, and she should be like,
She very well could be. She very well could be.
I want to put one little line of backwards speak in this hit song.
Yeah. It's a reference. In any case, you're talking the arm, little man, and the fireman, the big man. They're sitting together and they're giving us our last sets of clues, right? They're kind of like even themselves as being clues, big and little, TV, film, God of light, God of darkness, etc. And they're showing that like Bob is kind of under their control, even though Bob is their enemy. It's kind of both one and the same, another one and the same. And then they warn, as you mentioned, about the doppelgangers. And what happens is Cooper starts wandering because remember, he's in there on the one hand looking for Annie. That's what we know. But as we learn in the retroactive in the turn, he's also looking for Judy. And he's walking through there and he does not heed the warning. He gets lost, ends up in the Black Lodge where there's no statue. And he meets the first doppelganger, which is the little man's doppelganger, the arm's doppelganger. And he's like, he's just like making weird noises. And the doppelgangers in the red room are easy to identify because they all have like the whited out
white eyes. They're like dead eyes.
Remember, what did I tell you about the horse? The horse is the white of the eyes. Doppelgangers. Yep. Doppelgangers represent the darkness within, meaning the aversion of the eyes, meaning the whites of the eyes. They all that connects.
In traditional lore, if you meet your doppelganger, you die.
That's true.
If you were to see in real life, the tradition says if you see your doppelganger, you both die.
Well, interestingly enough, as we learn in the return more verbatim, but it should be evident here, only one can exit. Once one exit, the other one's stuck, which is why the return comes up with the concept of the tulpas as a way around that. But it's only one can be out, right? So it's very interesting to know too, and as a mythology person, I'll note this for you. I almost forgot to. That statue that I referred to, that's a Venus statue.
Mm-hmm.
So again, the White Lodge is the one with the love in it. The Black Lodge doesn't have any love in it.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What a fantastic little nod of symbolism to mythology. Mm-hmm. That I did not catch at all, but that makes totally sense. There's love here, and then there's a lack of love in the Black Lodge. Awesome.
Yes, exactly. And we get Laura Palmer's doppelganger, Leland Palmer's doppelganger, the Annie / Caroline doppelganger. They're all there, and they're all vessels for Bob's evil. And of course, Bob himself appears. Wyndham Earl tries to kill Cooper, but Bob doesn't let him because the rules, not even just in the Red Room, the rules in reality are no one kills anybody without Bob being involved. Bob gets all the attention, not you. Wyndham Earl is you either serve Bob or you are nothing to Bob, and so you just like boom, you're done. And it's a kind of Lynch's way of being like, Wyndham Earl ain't my villain. Like Bob only when Bob kills does it matter. So but of course Bob's real goal, once Wyndham Earl's just out of the way, because again out of the way of the show. The real goal is Bob to take over Cooper via his doppelganger, right? Mm-hmm. Or a better way of phrasing it is for the doppelganger to escape, trapping Cooper in, and the doppelganger can then serve as a vessel for Bob. Now, there's a very obvious intention and symbolism with it. Not obvious, I shouldn't say obvious, but remember what I talked about this is what the whole theme of the episode is and the end of the show. It's about facing the shadow self and failing. It's a failure. It's an end ends in failure. But Lynch is not doing that. Again, wasn't really intended as far as Lynch is concerned to be a cliffhanger. And it was also not intended to be like something where it's like, I'm just spiting the audience. He's doing it to make a point. That's the important point. So remember what I said. Cooper is the audience avatar. He represents us. So what happens to us happens to him, at least as far as Lynch sees it or expects it. So when Cooper fails the test in the lodge/red room, it's because the audience has failed. They demanded closure. They caused the Twin Peaks that we knew to die. And as a result, once that happened, the imposter Twin Peaks took over, meaning the imposter Cooper now has to take over. And it's this idea too, that like Cooper, like we as in the audience, have become possessed by Bob, have been possessed by the cheap thrill, the disposable, the truly sick thing. And instead of viewing and like being in tune with that love. So we're no longer White Lodge denizens. We are Black Lodge denizens. We are the doppelganger. And this gets really important to understanding too, obviously, once the return, deals with this, the reality of the doppelganger. Because when we talk about, I'm saying we're in it for the cheap thrills, the junk values, and the simple pleasures, when we choose that, we choose to avert our eyes from the pain of Laura and her importance. And therefore we aren't finding a balance within ourselves. So the doppelganger is the unbalance. That is what we are. We are now fundamentally unbalanced. We are negative. And so the return is a show that's Cooper is negative Cooper. And so the show around him reflects negative Cooper's world. It's and this is what we get is that, again, I don't want to, when we talk about dreams within dreams, the return is a dream that is the dream of negative Cooper. So he's utterly indifferent to suffering and pain, which is why there's a ton of suffering and pain in the return. And he himself inflicts a lot of that suffering and pain because he's possessed by Bob. And we know from the backstory that he was doing this for 25 years before even the return even starts. And so what do we learn happened in that 25 years? Well, he raped Audrey, impregnated her with what will become her psychopathic son, Richard Horne. He raped Diane and replaced her with her tulpa. And this is really important when we talk about, we're not ready to talk about it yet, but what Diane represents. Okay. So, but just the real question of the return and the question that episode 29 leaves us with is just who is Cooper's doppelganger? I mean, like, yes, I'm saying he's us. He's our dark. He represents us the way Cooper, the good Cooper, represents us. But who is doppelganger Cooper to Cooper? Like, right? Like, where does that line relate? This is going to get into a very deep philosophical thing we're going to have to contend with, which is to say, is there really just one Cooper? Really? There are many Coopers in the return. Like, we're talking literally 4 different Coopers, supposedly. But aren't they all Cooper? Even Richard, the final alias, isn't that Cooper? Like there's a very interesting philosophical question about who we are, and we can split ourselves into many personas and identities, but we are still us, are we not? So when doppelganger Cooper does something, it's Cooper doing those things. We'll unpack exactly how or why we want to justify a statement like that when we cover the return. But, we had to leave this character for 25 years. And this is what made the fans kind of go nuts, because they're like, you're saying Cooper's evil now?
And
I need more. I need more. For all of that, this gets to the question is, Cooper's, what does it mean that Cooper went this way? And I've kind of been trying to elaborate on it, but it's a reflection. And that's why the final shot of episode 29 is in the mirror. It's in the mirror. We're looking at Cooper, looking at himself, looking away from himself, which is us looking away from ourselves, even though we're looking for ourselves. A lot of different ways. Meanwhile, as they say, we get a new hope. Because David Lynch, by going back to Twin Peaks, even though it was just to do the finale, to do this final eulogy on the series, this nightmare funeral, David Lynch being David Lynch, he couldn't help himself but fall back in love with Twin Peaks. And as a result, he was like, I need Twin Peaks to come back. But if it's going to come back, it's got to be my Twin Peaks, meaning it's the mystery of Laura Palmer. And it's about expanding all those mysteries. And maybe I can do it all over again. So the TV show being canceled for Lynch at this point was almost an opportunity, which is how he took it. So being that, David Lynch has got his patron saints in France, they always seem to love him. They'll always have his back. He was able to get financing from these French producers to make Twin Peaks a Twin Peaks movie. And David Lynch's intention, I don't know if you know this, Dana, was to make not just one movie, but a whole series of movies. That was what he wanted to do. That was how he's going to continue Twin Peaks. He wanted to have sequels. This is why all the Philip Jeffries and Judy stuff is in there.
Right.
Like, he wanted that to be the new story. So in other words, there was a prototype idea for what The Return in some ways, in other ways, definitely not, because you wouldn't have had the 25-year thing, had its roots in David Lynch's dream of a Twin Peak movie series, a franchise, if you will. But all, as we're going to get into now, or not just yet, but we're going to get to before we end here today, all that was not to be. It was not to be, because the fans were going to keep breaking this man's heart. It is sad. It's very sad. He's still sad about it this day. And the first sadness started right away. Frost wasn't on board. That's one of the key differences between Fire Walk Me and the would-be film series that never happened.
Do you know why?
I've heard a little. Nothing I've read has been conclusive on this point. It just seemed like he was like, I don't know about that. The show's canceled. Like, we should move on. Is kind of like the impression I get.
Right.
But Lynch went to the next best person. He went to Robert Angles, who was, like I said, one of the two, along with Harley Payton, the de facto showrunners of the show for most of it.
Coincidence that he chooses a Bob? I think.
Good point. Well, he chose him, and partly, I don't know if he went to Peyton first or chose between them explicitly, because it would have been it would have to be one of those two. But being Angles worked out nicely, because Angles was kind of the person in charge of lore and continuity. So Fire Walk With Me had to deal with a lot of that. And it's actually, I think some people have nitpicked little inconsistencies here and there. But honestly, it still amazes me, especially with it being a wild David Lynch film, how accurate and consistent and lore unifying it is. Like, it basically takes all these stray points that were just little lines and little details in the show and in the Secret History, and not Secret History, the Secret Diary, and turns them into the film. Like, it's very accurate. And the things it adds actually fill in a lot of gaps. So that's the irony, because we're going to talk about it. People were mad at Fire Walk With Me because it didn't give them answers. I'm like, it gave you a lot of answers. You're just fucking not the ones you wanted. Oh, I'm so sorry. It gave you a lot of answers. Yeah, so we have Fire Walk With Me, and that would be David Lynch's first attempt to revive Twin Peaks, and it didn't work out. But before we get into Fire Walk With Me, which is where we're going to end today, I want to kind of get into a little bit more detail about some of these clues and the meaning of them. And this is, you can look what I'm about to get into as kind of like an in-depth, like kind of paraphrasing, which sounds like contradictory right there, but in-depth paraphrasing nevertheless of like Twin Perfects videos, because like I said, I think everyone should watch them. I know they're controversial. I know some fans have seen them and hate them. And if you're one of those fans that already hates them, you've probably already hated a lot of things I've said. Maybe not. What I hope is, if you're one of those fans that hates Twin Perfects content, I hope I'm in a weird way making you reconsider and making you see it a little differently, because my way of delivering this stuff is pretty different than his, I think. And maybe that'll hold with what I'm going to say. But this is going to be really important to frame not only the conversation we've been having, but the conversation we're going to have with Return, and arguably even the conversation we're going to have with Mulholland Drive. So, we live inside a dream, right? This idea. We live inside a dream when we watch the show. And the show characters are living inside that dream. And the question we've learned in The Return is, but who is the dreamer? Well, there's really not one answer here. David Lynch is the dreamer, but also us. And we're sharing that dream with them. And the character also dream within that dream. And their dreams reverse direction, meaning it brings them closer to reality and away from their dream world origins. They dream of reality, but their dream of reality is still within the show, meaning it's within the dream, and the reality's dream of Twin Peaks.
The original Inception.
Yeah. So it's the original Inception. So like, if that sounds crazy, just hold your horses. We're going to be able to unpack it much more directly when we talk about the return. But I just want to get that out of the way so we understand like this sort of bizarre relationship between like, dreaming in reverse. It's actually kind of like Inception plus Tenet. Hey, maybe that, I mean, well, not literally, but there is the whole backwards talk stuff. Christopher Nolan copied Twin Peaks is what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course. Who else would do the backwards talk?
So here's a more broad and simple point. Old TV likes closure, and closure is bad in David Lynch's mind, right? It's the end of the mystery, which is the end of introspection and the end of deepening. Twin Peaks wants us to introspect and deepen, not consume and discard. Twin Peaks is about balance, positive and negative forces existing in balance, just like we talked about with Blue Velvet. But to what end, and where does this need originate and take its shape in this show's specific mythology and in specific motifs of images and sounds? Well, here's a big one. This connects to not only Mulholland Drive and not only Blue Velvet, but all of Lynch's work. The 1950s. Why the 1950s? What is this obsession with the 1950s? Okay. Now, I think some things are obvious.
The era of quote unquote.
It's the era where David Lynch grew up, obviously.
Yeah.
That's can never be,
well, the fashion in Twin Peaks obviously is nostalgic for the 50s. Everything Audrey wears is from the 50s.
We didn't talk about it, but the fashion of Twin Peaks, what I'll say is kind of similar. I mentioned this when we talked about Blue Velvet. Blue Velvet is, as we mentioned, a little bit more all over the place. It doesn't quite nail it. To me, Twin Peaks has its own aesthetic that nails it because it's a perfect synthesis in my mind. If you look at it across the board of 1950s, the 1990s grunge kind of flannel movement that was already becoming hip.
Yeah,
and Twin
for
Peaks
sure.
helped
Bobby
make
and
more
Shelley
hip. Like Twin Peaks is a big reason why that became the style.
I honestly would give full credit to Shelley for brown lipstick being a thing because it's hard to pull that off.
This thing you have to remember. Twin Peaks we didn't really do a good job talking about this so far, so I'll say it now. Twin Peaks, when it was popular in season 1, was insanely popular. It was like the biggest thing in pop culture. This is why the Queen of England was watching it. Like, it was on every magazine cover, on every, like, even when it wasn't on, news channels would be talking about it. Be like, Twin Peaks mania, Twin Peaks this, Twin Peaks that. It was a huge deal. So Twin Peaks' influence on culture cannot be understated, including fashion culture. That's what I'm getting at. So Twin Peaks kind of helped make the whole lumberjack Pacific Northwest. I mean, it happened to coincide nicely with the fact that like a lot of the bands of the grunge world were from that Pacific Northwest, Seattle, Portland kind of thing, right? So it all kind of coalesced together.
Nirvana.
Nirvana specifically for sure. So yeah, you have all that kind of in tandem working together. And so there's this a little bit of a 50s retro thing along with this just general lumberjack regional thing. And then the actual 90s influence itself or late 80s influence itself. And, it all kind of coalesces and then Twin Peaks sets the culture. Now, putting that aside, let's just focus on the 50s aspect of it. What are the 1950s? There's this thing where we think of the 50s. Again, I'm going to paint with broad brushes, and there's a reason for that. There's 50s as mundane or overly wholesome pop culture. And in some ways, that's a reaction that comes kind of understandably as a reaction to a population who had been recently just through the fear and hell of World War II, and therefore could have the highest appreciation for this kind of mundane culture. So already you can kind of see those connections, how we talked about it with Blue Velvet, how there's a very Lynchian idea of balance, right? You just went through negative. Now you're kind of balancing it out with a lot of positive, right? However, as is explored deeply in The Return, and particularly in part 8, but also woven into the very nature of the entire show from the jump and in Eraserhead, this is only half true at best and almost not at all at worst. The 50s were also the age of atomic fear, the Cold War, not to mention all the racial tension. So it's ironically or not ironically, it's all very tied together, where TV itself took off. It's where the contemporary American go to sleep, everything is all right, to quote the line from In Dreams, the Roy Orbison song in Blue Velvet, ethos began. And that's the lie. That's the sickness in the air. It's the refusal to confront the darkness. So the 50s are not some glory era. They're an era where there was a much more wholesome emphasis on peace and prosperity. And that in isolation is a good thing and something Lynch aspires to as a balance with the negative. But that's the problem. It actually wasn't in balance. It was an imbalance. It was to paper over as a lie all the fucked up things that were going there. And he said this directly. He's talked about this in interviews. He's talked about explicitly in interviews that lie and how like everything that would fall after took its root there. And it was just all big bullshit. So this refusal to confront the darkness, the use of closure, because that's what the TV brought. It said, oh, don't worry about all that stuff out in the real world. Sit in front of the TV. We're going to tell you a story in 30 minutes or an hour, and it's going to tell you that everything's fine. The good guys win. It's all
eat your garbage, nice America.
Yeah, the garbage America. Sit and eat your TV dinner, right? So it created in this culture of using closure to not deal with it, to say everything is fine and resolved, turn off now. Remember the song in Eraserhead? Everything in heaven is fine. See where I'm getting at? And so we do what? We avert our eyes. We show the whites of our eyes and darkness within. So that's where the poem comes from. He's speaking into the radio waves, the woodsman in part 8. This is the water and this is the well. Drink full and descend. The horse is the white of the eyes and dark within. So if you go back to Eraserhead with the lady in the radiator, and I alluded to this in Eraserhead, the lady in the radiator, radio. It's the radio. That's why she sings. Yes, the lady in the radiator is a voice from the radio. That's what the radiator is. It's a radio. It's David Lynch's pun play on radio. So in Eraserhead, it's the radio. In part 8 of The Return, it's TV. So TV, radio, but it's all over airwaves, right? And they are the carriers of the sickness in the air, right? Telling you it's all fine when it's not, telling you to ignore and avert your eyes from the darkness and choose a false bliss. That false bliss prevents confrontation with the darkness around you and also within, right? Because remember, we're talking about Blue Velvet. The darkness is just on the outside of you. It's on the inside. And it allows it to fester. And that's what allows Judy to thrive. So in other words, why is Judy and Sarah Palmer? Why is Sarah Palmer the vessel for Judy? Because Sarah Palmer is the best embodiment of any character of a vessel for pain, unable to stop the horrors in her own house.
Yeah.
The abuse of her child by her husband.
Unable or you know, turning the white eye, choosing to turn the white eye and take the medicine.
There's a lot of, and we've already talked about some of them, and we're going to talk a little bit more about them in a moment, but like there's a lot of levels of choice and complicity. And I don't want to simplify it. I don't want to just say, oh, she chooses. I am saying, when I say unable, I also don't mean she doesn't choose. I'm saying unable in the most sort of neutral in terms of will kind of way I can say it.
Can't bring herself.
Bring yourself. It might be a good way to phrase it. Yes. But let's get to the simplest idea of Bob. Bob, as they literally say in the show, is the evil men do. Men do for what? It's the evil men do for entertainment, for the consumable TV vines, right? So he wears different faces, as in different shows, different episodes, different killers. The suffering of Leland, as even as the abuser himself, though, matters. This is what's lost when you just have the Bobs of the world. When you just think of it as Bob. See, the show is asking you to consider, oh, it's Bob, but it's almost like when people think Bob is doing it, or like they're literally missing the entire point. Like the opposite of the point. The point is Bob is the mask you wear, right? To make it all seem like it's just another routine. It's not. And underneath Bob's face, who's always happy and excited to do the killing, is a real person who, while they are doing these horrible things, their suffering is also suffering too. And it's part of the suffering that is in this circle of suffering of pain, right? So Bob's fire also hurts Leland. And in Bob's world of faceless killers and evil men who are always one-dimensional, not human beings, part of what Twin Peaks is trying to do is show you that Leland is a person too, and one with his own traumas and his own struggles. And we need to understand him through the investigation as well. We need to introspect on him. We need to understand the other side of the domestic sexual abuse incest cycle, how it starts and how it ends, if we want any chance to ever actually break it, right? So if Laura, that's why it's important too, that the task for Laura is that Laura herself could become the next Bob. That's why Bob's trying to possess her. That's the whole idea. Yeah, right. That's literally the whole idea, is that she will go on to be another Leland, right? So it's the soul's damage to itself, which isn't to say it's an excuse for Leland. Bob is not an excuse. Let's just make that crystal clear, because I know other people have made the wrong types of arguments on this, though. Bob is not an excuse. He is not just some demon who controls his victims like an unaware puppet. He is a force that exists within us, around us. He's what trauma looks like behind its mask, the facade of lies that everything in heaven is fine. This is why he comes into the world with the 50s
everything in heaven is
bomb
fine.
Culture. Right. So we see in the return, Bob comes in with the bomb, right? Why? Mm-hmm. Well, because when the bomb dropped, it was the beginning of the modern form of aversion to the horrors, the greatest horror, our greatest national sins. We'd always been lying on, whether you're talking about slavery before, right? But the A-bomb was a global threat. It was like the next level of expanding the threat. And even with that global threat, there was no recourse. There was no like facing in on it. There was no like, oh my God, we just bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki and we could do it again. And now the whole world lives in fear, including us. Nope. No dealing with that. There was no catharsis, no confrontation. Nope. We're just going to lie and tell you everything is fine. So America was the new all-powerful, excuse me for saying it, abuser of the world and humanity. And there was just no recognition. We're just going to lie. Everything's fine. So bring it back around to the simple point, because it's strange. People always get caught up in this in part 8, that the solution to the atomic bomb and the Guild's Bob is a teenage girl. Well, again, if you're going to think literally, then yeah, but you have to think in terms of these metaphors and in terms of these intentions, right? Laura's death and the investigation it brings to her life, to her trauma, is the antidote. It's not just her pain, but her joy that we're supposed to witness, her light, her love, the force of balance. She's not some disposable, faceless victim of the week, as Cooper points out, not a statistic. She makes us confront her totality, all her contradictions. She makes us confront her most deeply personal and painful human sufferings so that we can appreciate the most intimate joys and blessings of human life, right? And its inherent fragilities, the fact that it doesn't last. It's what makes it the whole beautiful and meaningful. So the idea of Laura, the intention of Laura, is that we no longer avert our eyes, right? That's the point, which brings us to now where we really get the whole thing, Fire Walk With Me, right? And the best way to talk about Fire Walk With Me is it really is this searing portrait of the real only one and true hero of Twin Peaks, which is Laura. Mm-hmm. Okay. Cooper's not the hero. If you've seen The Return, this is pretty obvious to you. Mm-hmm. It's Laura. We start with the portrait of Laura's confidence, but also her despair, right? She's in command of her life, as fucked up as it is, or at least tries to be. But, it comes with its other side. She's manipulating Bobby, keeping him criminal so he can like feed her habit, and also just so she has a partner to kind of live on the edge with. Like, if you've read The Secret Diary, you kind of see how that took hold. But her despair is always there too. It's like this urge to manipulate is like exists because of despair. And there's the great part where her and Donna are laying down talking about the angels. The angels are obviously a big theme in this, but it's like, if you fell, do you think you would fall faster and faster or slow down? And of course, Laura the very tight shot and the very dour tones, like faster and faster. And it's our first real insight into this idea that she is black-pilled. She's doomer mode, as we would say in today. Like she does not see hope anywhere, really. And
she sees a crash, destruction.
Yeah. Yep. And we get her scene with Harold where she's pretty convinced that she's not long for this world, either because Bob's going to take her over, at which point she would cease to be herself in her mind, or she's going to die. She's very convinced. So she gives up the diary. That's obviously a plot closing as well. Speaks to what I was talking about with the continuity. Notice how she has that laughing fit with Bobby when Bobby kills the Deer Meadow sheriff who's delivering them the drugs. You can say the killing was in self-defense because he was pulling a gun, of course. But the point is, Bobby is terrified, and all Laura can do is laugh and like.
Yeah, and he keeps telling her it's not funny. This is serious.
Yeah, and she says Bobby killed Mike, like acting like, because the guy kind of does look like Mike, but with his mustache. And it's just like you can't tell if she's fucked up and thinks that was Mike or just like teasing him. It doesn't really matter. And then of course we have the final exchange with her and James, which is a masterpiece scene. I mean, it's the fated moment, which is why we see it replay in The Return, right?
Right.
Like, this is it. This is the most important scene in the whole story. We, of course, because The Return now know the source of her seemingly random scream, which I always get a kick of now when I watch. It's just really cool. But the point is that scene and everything about it just articulates this kind of conundrum that she's in between her confidence and her despair, her control and her lack of control, her submissive and her dominant. What the story really hinges on, though, of course, and even the tracking points between the other points I just named, it's all about learning the truth about Bob and Leland, right? And the utter devastation, horror, and desperation to deny what she discovers that first day when she walks in the house and for the first time seems to recognize that Leland is connected to Bob and is likely Bob's true face. And this is, of course, as people have pointed out, analogous to real trauma compartmentalization and the psychological protection people go through with like suppressing and editing memories, right? You know, have you ever seen Mr. Robot?
I did not. I think I saw 2 episodes of Mr. Robot.
I highly recommend it. I think you've mentioned you're a Rami Malek fan, so definitely watch it for that.
Yeah, for sure.
His performance in that is next level. And I don't want to spoil Mr. Robot. It reminded me
of, you know what it gave me vibes of was 12 Monkeys.
Oh yeah, no, there's a 12 Monkeys influence for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot to that point. There's a lot of fantastic. There's a lot of influences on Mr. Robot, some very one-to-one direct, like Fight Club, for example. But the point is, Sam Esmail has talked about his love of Twin Peaks, and it's pretty obvious too when you watch Mr. Robot. Like a lot of what I'm getting at, again, don't want to spoil anything. Just there's tendrils of it that relate to Mr. Robot. So I just wanted to point that out to just say that, like, hey, Twin Peaks did it first. But Laura still struggles. The point is, Laura still struggles to accept what she realizes in that scene with when she witnesses. She comes home and sees Leland in the house. Like, you know, you hear in that moment, she's on the ground, like, crying. It's like, no, it's not him. She wants to deny it. I mean, who would?
Of course. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, you need
to the rest. Yeah.
Try to normalize the situation. It's like survival mode. You have to.
Yeah. That's literally what it is. It's a survival mechanism. It really is. And that's what I mean about why it's analogous to the real, what happens in reality with people editing their memories. And to me, this Twin Peaks is a reality. Don't let all the quote supernatural trappings fool you or distract you. I mean, pay very close attention to them, because what I've been trying to tell you is they all mean things and we can decode what it means, but don't let it distract you from the obvious, which is another good thing to, even if you want to understand what it means. What I've been trying to tell you too is don't miss the forest for the trees. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a moment, but it's right in front of you. Laura is struggling now to accept throughout the whole second act of the film. She's struggling to accept what she already knows to be true, which she's always already known to be true. Because even before she sees Leland come home, of course, there's always been that part of her. It's very directly realized in The Secret Diary. Like, she talks all the time about how Bob is her father's friend, you know? That was like the big hint to the dummy fans. Like, guys, think, what are we saying here? Anyway, and it's also important to note, because this is one of the really hallmark scenes for me. It's a really brutal scene. It's a scene I come back to a lot. It's a big influence on my work, is the dinner table scene with her, Sarah, and Leland.
The one where he's trying to get clean their hands. Clean?
Yes. It's subtle but overwhelming horror in my mind. And it really speaks to like the core of this film and the core of Twin Peaks, which is the intense familiarity of what's so horrifying. The intense familiarity of Leland's aggression, his inappropriateness, like where he's like, is it from a lover? How do you know what she likes? Right. And that abuse towards Laura and Sarah, it's like, you can see Sarah's reaction, the desperation to not to stop it, but to avert her eyes from it. I mean, she literally got to stop it, but like, she knows she's not convincing anybody. Mm-hmm. Like, she's just like, I'd make it stop as in, I don't want to be here. I don't want to know. I don't want to see. I don't want to
deal with this.
I don't want to deal with this. Right. And conversely, Laura's absolute terror and pain. Like when she cuts to her in the bathroom, the water running, crying. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things that really gets me every time. And I won't say too much about the dirt itself, the meaning of dirt and fingernails here. We'll talk about it in their turn, but there's certain things that are clues there as well, aside from the drama of it. This is followed up though.
Doesn't he find her ring finger and say that's the one that has the dirt under it?
Yes.
That's where he's
like I said, the spirit mound, the mounds of dirt, the ring, they're all connected. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to get into that like clue lore stuff with it, because just focus on the emotion for now. Leland apologizes to Laura in the next scene. And this is another important point, because I genuinely feel when I watch this, it's seemingly very genuine. It's like a Bob
he says thing. I love you, and I think he said he's sorry.
Yeah, it's like, I love you. But this is what I wanted. My point is, it feels very genuine. And I'm not saying it's not. He is very genuine in the pain and guilt that he experiences from his own behavior, right? And so he's pleading with Laura. But that's what I'm saying. That's just another abusive and manipulative thing to fucking do.
Right.
Right? No matter how you cut it. Yeah. And it's reflected in Laura's tears and her reaction.
I'm a victim too.
Yeah. He's like, don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me.
I'm sad too. Yeah. Don't be mad.
Dude, abusers do that all the time is what I'm getting.
Absolutely. They have to play the victim because it can't be their fault.
It can't be their fault. And, Laura's like, looking to the angels on her wall and just nothing. And it's like, the pain and guilt Leland feels is real nonetheless, but it's just at the same time, it's
unjustified.
It's unjust. It's manipulative inherently when wielded in this way. And he should know about that. And he probably does know that. And it doesn't matter. So Laura, then terrified, later she becomes terrified after that crazy encounter with Mike and the cars and the revving and the engine oils and all that stuff, right? Obviously, there's a lot of symbolism there. And she's trying to get clarity from Leland. That's why she starts to question him, because it's starting to become harder and harder for her not to just like bring it up now. And of course, Leland just denies, no, honey, I wasn't home. But this is also our cue to get these flashbacks from Leland, right? And that's what I'm saying. We get a little more insight now into what's been going on with Leland, and really shows you who not the real as in the only, but another side of Leland that we had not really seen, that obviously now continuity wise makes the whole Teresa Banks thing make sense. Because if you were just watching the series, especially if you were paying attention to the bullshit in that arbitrary law episode, the fucking disgrace, you would have this impression that just none of that would make any sense, in other words. And so what we get here actually does make it sense. It makes it very, again, familiar and true. Leland has all those flesh roads. Leland fucking is going to prostitutes all the time, and specifically looking for prostitutes
underage.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, well, obviously, works for Ben Horn, so of course he knows all about One-Eyed Jacks. He's part of the legal team that hides its existence, but he seeks out prostitutes that look like Laura. I mean, that's a whole nother level of fucked up. And like, Teresa Banks says, like, he loves to party. He's like, so he's out there all the time doing like debaucherous shit, in other words. And he was on this path until what? Until he saw Laura herself with Teresa. And Teresa...
Well, he was going to meet them too, and then not realizing that it was his daughter.
Yeah, he thought he was going to have like some foursome, which is just insane. But he sees it's
really
it's
just
Laura.
two normal ways, and maybe with
I know, but I'm saying like it just goes to show you the money he was probably throwing around. Like, you know what I mean?
For sure.
This guy is corrupt. Is the point? But he's not like so in the series you're like, oh, he works for Ben Horn. Here you realize this is what I'm saying about the importance of Ben Horn as like a way to learn about Leland. He is Ben Horn. He's just like Ben and Jerry. Like he does all the same shit they do. This is what I'm getting at.
He works for them, but he is one of them. Yeah.
He's one of them. That's why they all danced together in that one scene, right? That was a Lynch directed scene.
Well, I think that also explains why he doesn't do or say anything to Ben about having photos of his daughter.
Right, except for that one cut scene. Yeah.
He acknowledges it, but he doesn't say, take it down. I don't like that. What's wrong with you? He's just like,
he knows he's guilty as fuck. He knows Ben knows, like Ben doesn't know he killed Laura, or Ben doesn't know that he probably slept with Laura either. But Ben knows that Leland is a motherfucker who like does all this debaucherous shit. Like he knows because they've been probably doing a lot of it together. So Teresa, though, this is important about Teresa Banks, guesses why Leland freaks out correctly. That Laura is his daughter. And so she uses that to go around. She calls Jock, as we see. She figures it out and then attempts to blackmail Leland. And this is what results in Leland getting angry and beating her to death in her trailer. I mean, this is, again, that's a very real human crime. So forget all the shit you might be thinking about supernatural this. But of course, when he does it, he is consumed by Bob because it is happening in Twin Peaks. And because he's consumed by Bob, he leaves Bob's signature. He implants the letter T under her left finger, the spiritual map.
But going back to what you said, if you consider Bob to be the dark part of ourselves, I can't remember which philosopher had said that the human experience is like driving a chariot, and you have a wild horse and a tame horse, black horse and a white horse. And you control the reins of the horse. And so in Leland's case, his dark horse.
Yeah, but your metaphor works, but like I don't want to point out that can't use anything involving white horses because white horses in Twin Peaks are the most evil thing of all.
In this are evil. Yes. But the idea of having a good and a bad side of yourself wrestling inside, and you let one take the reins over the other. And I think in this instance, obviously, Bob is the dark side of Leland. It's his dark side personified in this entity.
Well, we didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about it. We kind of alluded to it in the College Terms Cooper, but like, remember when I said in that episode 29, you see all the doppelgangers. I mentioned you see Leland's doppelganger. What does Leland's doppelganger say? He goes up to Cooper with his white eyes and goes, "I didn't kill anybody." So you can take this a few ways. You can take it as, well, yeah, Leland's doppelganger didn't kill anybody, meaning it was the real Leland who did it, but real Leland possessed by Bob. Bob can possess not just the doppelganger, he possess the normal, like however you want to describe that, right? Or because his little laugh indicates, it's another sign of the fact that the doppelganger, the real, the Bob, the Bobless, these are distinctions without meaning, really. Like it's just Leland. That's all it is. And you could deny parts of yourself, right? Think of it, instead of I am this version of me, think of it as you denying all the other versions of you. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of like how I would choose to look at it. And that gets into a kind of Jungian shadow self kind of thing anyway. But just getting back to the point about Leland, where Leland's at, we get to the most disturbing and important scene in the film, unfortunately, which is the rape scene itself, right? We know it's Leland. We can just see this. Like, there's this just disturbingly, like, familiar, is the word I keep going to, ritual to all this. The way he drugs Sarah, we already talked about that. The way he turns on the fan. From Laura's point of view, from which is how the Secret Diary always describes it, Bob crawls in through her window like he's some breaking and entering stranger, some like the way some serial rapist would.
Right.
But of course, when she awakens in the middle of it, finally unable to deny it, it is just her father who, as we know, that's not how he gets in there. He doesn't crawl through the outside of the house. He just walks right in the door.
Right.
He lives there. So this is the point. It's like we want to believe it's these outside forces that will harm us. It's the forces that are already in our house. It's in our house now. And there's just at that point no denial left, of course. And when we finally get to the killing scene, later Leland will say, I always thought you knew it was me. And this brings up a very important point. Because even before that, just the next morning, like Leland's just acting so mundane. He seems surprised that Laura's all shook and messed up. Now, I think that's indicative of the fact that past times, Laura, whether you could say it's because she was imagining Bob or whatever, didn't act weird towards Leland the nights after this would happen. Not in that way. So the fact that she's all shook and looking terrified at Leland at the breakfast table surprises Leland. He goes up to her seemingly very attentively, very familiar, the way her father. He's like, oh, Sarah, Laura, what's wrong? Oh, is something wrong, honey? And it's like, again, when you compare with that line where I always thought you knew it was me, it gets into the psychology of Leland. Leland, like many molesters, is in denial about the fact that the victim saw their sexual affair as abuse and non-consensual, as if a minor or one's own child can consent to sex to begin with. But That's not the point. They're not in that world. They're thinking it's all fine.
Yeah, you're fine with this. This is
Yeah, but this is what causes the murder is what I'm getting at, because now for Leland, unable to deny it himself that Laura is horrified at him, now all the jealousy that was, quote, already brewing in the back of his mind and always had been about her other lovers is going to cause him to do what? Stalker and punish her. That's what he's thinking. I don't think he's definitely not thinking he's going to kill her, especially when you factor in the Bob possessing her part. But he wants to I'm going to fucking teach you a lesson type shit. And I'm going to hurt other people around you. And so while Laura no longer able to hide from the terrible truth of her abuse and trauma, she's going to need the courage. So where I want to talk about Laura's courage now, because that's really the kind of the note that all this ends. But before you get to that ending, there's the whole narrative about her being protective of Donna. Stuff with Donna brings about this night out in Canada with Jacques and the boys. Sounds fucked up. And it's at first, it's notable the way Laura handles this, because at first she's very willing to challenge Donna and to test her to see how she can really handle being in the low life with her. And it's how we get the infamous, what they call the pink room scene, which is just our best example of what I talked about earlier, David Lynch's vision of Canada as this no rules, all vice world of truck drivers. And it's just really I always want to single it out, but aside from the story, kind of just like a legendary signature of Lynch masterpiece of filmmaking. All this dialogue subtitled because you can't hear it over the loud music. And it's that includes very important plot points about Teresa Banks' connections to Laura and Ronette and her, quote, father. We also get what I call the roofie cam, which is the crazy sort of first person spinning wide angle lens shots, which are just really cool to look at. But it's obviously meant to symbolize Donna's point of view, all roofied. And we got the moody Lynch, Angelo rockabilly music going on so loud that you can't hear people. And that final shot of the sequence with the slow pan over the cigarette butts, just everywhere. It's crazy. And I'm like, this must be just what David Lynch's bedroom looks like, but with all his cigarettes. But yeah, look, I mentioned it as a joke, the roofie cam, but that's what happens. The fucking scumbags, the Jock boys, they roofie Donna, and Laura at first is just totally indifferent to this. She doesn't really care. I
don't know if that they were switching around the beer bottles. So it was weird.
It was pretty obvious to anyone who wasn't Donna.
That's what
Donna's the only one who doesn't understand shit like this. Laura's seen these motherfuckers do way worse shit. So yeah, she knows, and she just doesn't care, and she's too busy kind of just getting all doing sex stuff with Ronette and whatever. And that is until she sees Donna now naked, and she just realizes like, oh, this has gone too far. So she flips out, puts it end of the night. And when they wake up the next morning and Donna's like, I don't remember anything, of course, she's like, I don't want you to be like me. She's very serious about this. Like, there's a test. Like, so that out of the way, now let's get into the meat, the end, the big thing, which is the point of the movie, that she would die for love, as the song itself tells you. There's three different layers of reading this I want to talk about. They're all equally true and valid. Let's just put that clear. And they all interrelate. So there's what I'm calling the surface layer of what happens here. Laura saving herself from Bob, right? And that's by doing it, ending that cycle, the abused, becoming the abuser, the way Leland met Bob as grandfathers up in Pearl Lakes, like that's the whole implication that he was molested as a child and then he grew up to molest his own child. This is a very common thing in real life, unfortunately. Yeah. That's how it usually works.
The cycle of abuse.
Yeah. So
you think that something's normal and so you do it.
Yeah. I mean, there's many aspects of it. Cause like, I agree with you to some level. There's the normalizing, but there's other things. It's too much for even us to unpack right now. I think what we've said so far about Leland, I think does a good job speaking to it in at least the basics. But the point is she wants to prevent that from happening to her. So that's the literal. It's like, I'm not going to be possessed by Bob the way my father was. So even if I have to die, I'm going to not let Bob take me. It's also in the process saving Ronette, right? And this is where I get to the point about Ronette. Ronette is not Laura. And the reason she's not Laura, it is from an unfairness of reality that like Ronette, because of her class coding and just both in the reality of the town and then the further level of the way an audience, especially in the 90s or, would have viewed it, like Ronette matters less to the average person in Twin Peaks and in America. Like people like her. So while that's indignity, it gives her mercy too, because the reality is if someone has to die here, it has to be the one that will matter more. And when I say matter, I mean have the more impact, and that's going to be homecoming queen, upper middle class Laura, not her. And as a result, the angel is able to save Ronette. And the angel of mercy comes from Ronette and frees her bounds, and she's able to get out of the train car. You can note my point though, the way Mike just steps over her like she don't matter at all. And that to him, he doesn't, or to him, she doesn't. But that isn't to say Ronette's pain is less valid or even less valid to Lynch or the show. It's not. It's like the angel of mercy comes, but it's like, it's to set this idea up. And the way Laura found that peace in death, we can assume Ronette found it in life. And her symbolism of what she symbolized, what I'm saying, she matter less to the every average American because of the way our culture and TV work, but she is much more representative of everybody in America, which is why in the return, the character that Phoebe Augustine plays, who we can presume is Ronette, or at least a version of Ronette, is actually credited as the American girl. We'll talk more about what that means when we get to it, but that's kind of setting up that idea that Ronette represents a more universal reality, right? So then that takes care of the surface layer. The next layer is what I call the truth layer. The truth layer is Laura has to die so that Cooper will investigate her life and therefore give it the miraculous and all-powerful meaning that it needs, right? To be the portal into a true and balanced understanding of Laura, her life, her pain, her joy, and for the whole town, both positive and negative, give that balancing effect, right? That's, again, relates to why Laura comes from the mind of the firemen in the first place. It's to serve this end. So it has to happen. It's fated. The fate cannot be undone. Although obviously in the return, we see an attempt to make it undone, right? Then there's the final layer, which is a layer above that, which I call just the straight up meta layer, which is Laura had to die so that Twin Peaks, the show, could happen and therefore bring the balance to us through the mystery and the deepening it promotes. Laura saves herself. How does she save herself? She saves herself by putting on the ring, which is tossed in the train car by Mike. The ring has a jewel in the middle, and we learned that jewel, stone. It's a green stone, but it's not like emerald or jade or anything like that. It's formica, like a formica tabletop, which is literally what the little man says in that scene. Formica is an insulator, an electric insulator. So get it? It insulates you from electricity. And it's important to know this ring because we talked about the ring as the circle of pain. The ring before that stone was in there, like kind of symbolized by Cooper's own wedding ring that the fireman, the giant, takes, is gold, and gold is a conductor. So meaning like electricity would flow through that easy, right? That circle of pain, electricity, the dark fire electricity flows through it easy. Unless you put a stone in the middle of it that's an insulator that insulates the electricity, cuts it off. So Laura putting on that, and the other thing to note is not just is it a formica stone, it's a formica stone with a symbol in it. What's the symbol? The owl. What is the owl? The owl is the plot. We talked about that. So in other words, plot armor, plot insulation. And this is the idea, and this is why Mike throws it in. What's Mike's goal? What Mike is working with the arm, little man. This is like, even though he cut off the arm and they've been separated, they've decided to collaborate one more time to control Bob. So to turn Bob's chaos into something that is for their collected purpose, which is to make Laura Palmer die so that we can have the investigation, so that we can get that balance, right? It's all part of the plot, the plan. So the ring's been fitted with that symbol, and wearing it kind of, in a sense, he says it, with this ring, I thee wed. It's a wedding ring. You're wedding yourself to the little man, to the arm. And if you're winning, that means he's kind of in charge of you, which is why you end up in the red room when you put on the ring. And you see this several times in the return. You put on the red ring, you die, you go to the red room. Obviously, Laura ends up there too. So it does literally do that for her. But it's not unlike in those other cases. She's not going there to meet some punishment. She's basically going there to be rewarded. So when Laura,
remember the giant tells her not to take the ring. Was it the giant that tells her not to take it? Somebody in her bedroom comes and says, don't take the ring.
It's Cooper who says
Cooper tells her don't take it.
Cooper is wrong. Cooper thinks she's not supposed to take the ring. And this kind of creates the tension in Laura about whether she should or shouldn't. But Laura is the hero. Cooper's not. So Laura realizes that Cooper's wrong and takes the ring. And she was right to do so. Like, people have misread the movie and thought it was the other way around, that Laura fessed up. But I think, look, nothing's going to make this more clear than what I'm about to describe about the actual ending. What happens? Laura takes the ring. She's killed. And what happens next? She's in the red room, and we see the flashing blue light on her face. What's the flashing blue light? It's the TV. Laura is watching her life, her post-life, I should say, play out on TV. And that's what causes the angel to come back to her, because this is her mercy. Her mercy is not to be saved from death, which is why, again, everything Cooper does from this point on, including in Fire Walk Me, which we just talked about, is wrong, Dana. Everything he does is wrong. That's why he gets where he gets to. Everything he does is wrong. And why? Because who does Cooper represent? The audience. Everything the audience wants and does is wrong in David Lynch's mind. So Cooper thinks she's not supposed to take the ring. She's supposed to take the ring. Cooper thinks Laura shouldn't have to die. She should be saved. Laura does have to die. Cooper's trying to, in the return, Cooper's trying to undo Fire Walk Me, and that's not good. So that's the point. Laura is at peace in death. Laura serves her purpose. Her entire purpose was to die. You know, it's like, that's why the theme song of the movie is called She Would Die for Love. It's for love. And I also just want to note, like, because again, if only Cooper could accept that, but we see, you know, dirt under the fingernail, and that, you know, we talked about it with the Eraserhead. Really, though, just Cheryl Lee's brilliance. I mean, in my mind, like, her performance is so just harrowing in this film. Should have got an Academy Award, but of course, everyone had to fucking hate Fire Walk with Me when it came out, so that didn't happen. And another source of why I think the movie's so good too is, this has been pointed out by other people, but I think it's right, is there's not only Sheryl Lee's performance at the center, but there's just a little bit more of a feminine touch behind the scenes as well, because we talked about Dwayne Dunham as Lynch's editor, and he has been and will come back for the return. But the film Fire Walk With Me is actually edited by a woman, Mary Sweeney, who either was at this point or would quickly become afterwards David Lynch's partner post Rossellini. So, and they have kids together and stuff. So, she's an important figure in his life. And I think a lot of like that sort of emphasis in the film and, kind of where to put the focus, it's not hard to suggest that she had some influence on that. Right. Mm-hmm. Now, then you get to this larger concept of why Fire Walk With Me exists, which is Lynch's ambitions, right? We talked about he wanted to get Twin Peaks back under his control. He wanted to make sequels. One of the first clues about this is all the stuff in Deer Meadow, or even the way the film starts before that with the smashing of the TV, right? The axe goes to the TV. Yeah. The sheriff of Deer Meadow is named Sheriff Cable. Literally the sheriff of Cable. It's like, you're not on in the air anymore. Everyone in Deer Meadow, like the entire thing of Deer Meadow is like kind of like a fucked up version of Twin Peaks, right? It's like the inverse. It's the imposter Twin Peaks, essentially, right? Just like the show became. So it's the same place and same circumstances with a diner and a sheriff's office, but everyone is hostile and unwelcoming. There's no positivity of any sort. Like, look at the lady in the diner in Deer Meadow versus Norma. Think of like the sheriffs, the deputies versus like Andy and Lucy. Remember, he's like flirting with her and he's just like this total scumbag. He's like, yeah, that pot of coffee's real stale. Get it? When Desmond punches him, he's like, fresh pot of coffee coming right. Like, you know what I mean? Because he's saying, nope, motherfuckers, Twin Peaks back, baby. It's coming on right now. Now we get to the good part where I get to explain the title Fire Walk With Me once and for all. I think some of this stuff should be obvious by now, but I'll get through it. Fire can be both good or bad, quote, depending on the intention, which is something Hawk literally says in The Return. Fire equals electricity, or the electricity that powers TV, the alternating current, up and down, positive and negative, two peaks, Twin Peaks. So Twin Peaks itself is part of this title and this idea. Now, fire is powered by fuel or oil, and that fuel can be burned for either good or bad fire. And when it's bad, it's disgusting and repulsive smell. Like that's that burnt engine oil smell, right? If it's good, it's coming from a place of purity and seeking balance. And it's coffee and donuts, bitter and sweet, the balance. And in food terms, the bad is the junk food, aka the cream corn, the garmonbozia.
The cream corn.
Cream corn. I want my corn.
I said, do you see cream corn on this plate? I said, no cream corn.
That's the best part. That's what we first learned about it. She's like, I said, no cream corn. The son makes it, my grandson's good with magic. And he's like, is your TV, that's the question. Is your TV filled with good intention, coffee and cherry pie, love and inspiration? Or is it filled with cream corn, garmonbozia? Is it filled with like just cheap, disposable bullshit for people to escape? And Fire Walk With Me is Lynch literally saying his intention. I want the fire to be on my side. That will be to the fire to illuminate Laura's life for pain and joy, and to not go with Bob or serve Judy, to be not rendered into that bullshit. So the consequences for not having the fire walk with him is what we see in The Return. And now to lay it out even thicker with Mike's poem itself, right? Through the darkness of future past, the magician longs to see one chance out between two worlds, fire walk with me. So the way I decoded it as, through the power of his filmmaking, the director, the magician, longs to see, take us far away from comfort junk TV and control the fire for his own intention. Fire walk with me, right? Now, obviously, the film also, with introducing Philip Jeffries and Judy, it's trying to expand the lore. It's trying to do these things to set up sequels that never happened. Why? Because of all the rejection. And the first rejection was the actors themselves. And this is what I wanted to talk about Donna, because Moira Kelly coming in as Donna, why that happened? Well, Laura Flynn Boyle has kind of been the enemy of the show for a while. We haven't talked about it, but behind the scenes, she was just like kind of doing a lot of really annoying shit. I mean, again, a lot of this is rumor and speculation, but it's never really been denied. Like, she started going out with Kyle MacLachlan, and as a result, she was like, I don't want Dale Cooper to have scenes with Audrey. I was like, what? That kind of fucks up our story. I don't care. And then Kyle himself didn't really want to come back for Fire Walk Me, and I can't help but that she had something to do with that as well. And of course, she herself is not in it. And that's how we get Moira Kelly. And to me, it's not just because the negative Laura Flynn Boyle brought, but to me, genuinely, Moira Kelly's my Donna. I wish that was Donna the whole time. Absolutely.
Really?
I don't like, the only time I ever liked Laura Flynn Boyle as Donna is in the pilot. In the pilot, she's fucking great. Every episode after that, she's awful.
She's just crying in every episode.
And she's just like boring as fuck. And she just like looks miserable. She doesn't look like she's having any fucking fun ever.
No, all
her smiles feel so like, She's just like, yeah, it's no good. No good. I don't.
To him, Laura, I love you.
I thankfully Twin Peaks is so good that I even like Donna's quote stories enough to like fuck with it, but she's just no good.
I thought she's the young version of Lynch's old man. She's got to slow the story down and be a little monotonous and a little mundane for the sake of slowing the story down. She's necessary. I get it. Yeah. But at the same time, I'm a fan. I thought she did great. I don't know what I would have done differently given the circumstances. It's just a lot of emotion and a lot of crying. Mm-hmm. And I think it would have been hard for me to let go of the rest of the script and have like any lighthearted moments. Cause I'm like, listen, my friend, like maybe some part of me does remember what happened that night that I went out with Laura before the end. You know, like maybe she does remember kind of what happened and that's like haunting her.
Ruby's a powerful drug, but I don't know. Yeah, she might. It's clear she remembers like the start of the night. So that's true. Mm-hmm. But other than the Donna replacement, there's the other cast additions, and they're very notable because you have Harry Dean Stanton, who's another one of these late greats, and he's one of Lynch's favorite actors, always has been. He originally, Lynch went to him to play Frank in Blue Velvet, and he turned it down. He eventually ended up working with him on Wild at Heart at long last, and then they got to do Fire Walk Me, then The Straight Story, then Inland Empire. Finally, with Harry Dean Stanton returning to play his Fire Walk Me character, Carl Rodd, in The Return. He also directed a movie that I haven't seen that Lynch and him are both in. It was like they, like as old guys. It's pretty interesting. And he's obviously becomes a much more important character in The Return. So we'll speak more of him and his impact then. Then you have David Bowie coming in as Philip Jeffries, and he has the benefit of being, obviously, as we talked about, a very central character to the idea of mystery and the expanding lore, because he gives the famous, "We live inside a dream and we're not going to talk about Judy" lines. But yeah, like there's really not much more to say on him here, just to say that there was a lot of intention that would not be resolved. And it kind of relates to a bunch of other odds and ends, some of which are involved in the missing pieces, which we'll talk about on the next, the later episode a little bit more, including Annie's message, write in your diary, all the fact that kind of ties into the plot. But another, like, as I mentioned before, fallout from the acting shufflings was just, even though Kyle MacLachlan's in Fire Walk with Me, he didn't want to be in a lot of it. So a bunch of scenes that are written in Deer Meadow, originally I was supposed to be Agent Cooper. And because he didn't want to do it, they created the character of Chet Desmond. And
to give a new agent.
Yeah, I think it makes for a better film. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, I think it's more realistic too, because it's been a second. The Bureau probably would send a new team of agents. They probably wouldn't keep him there. It makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's true. But it also gives an expansion of this idea of this Blue Rose kind of task force that we learn about in The Return. Like, yeah, it would be more than 3 people. But Chet is interesting because the whole idea with Chet and Stan, the pairing specifically, because the character Stan played by Kiefer Sutherland. So you have Chris Isaac playing Chet, the musician who sings what's the song? It's in Wild at Heart. Oh my God, why am I forgetting the name? David Lynch directed the music video. It's a great song. Anyway, Kiefer Sutherland, of course, as Stan, which always just cracks me up just to see young Kiefer Sutherland as this character.
Yeah.
And the whole point of Stan, remember I said Cooper's an avatar for the audience. Well, here you have Chet and Stan standing in for 2 different types of avatars of the audience, right? Chet represents like kind of the seasoned detective that Lynch or Gordon wants us to become. And Stan represents the missing the forest for the trees, not so intuitive detective that many fans had been with regards to the series and TV. So Stan's kind of Lynch's commentary on bad fans. He's like, they're way too concerned with the wrong things. He's like, all the items in this add up to this number. Or he's like, actually, coffee is a drug. It's like, shut up. He's just kind of an annoying, like, details
Cigarettes
nerd.
are a drug. Coffee is a drug.
Yeah. And then, exactly. Well, those lines are funny, but then you have the actual investigation in Teresa Banks, which, kind of similar thing. The whole point of Teresa Banks is that she's what Laura isn't, right? So she is the faceless, disposable victim. She's a trailer park girl and a prostitute. No one, as they say, no one knew her or cared about her. No one claimed her body. And ironically, though, now because of Fire Walk Me, Chet and Stan investigate her. So now she does become someone who kind of has a matter, which is why we find out she had the ring. So now we're at a point where Teresa's suffering actually does matter to us, because as Twin Peaks has conditioned us to be, it's not just that the plot gets her. It's the idea that by being part of the plot, being more importantly part of the mystery, makes it so that we pay attention to her. And it's a lesson to us. Every victim of violence should matter. It's just that that's not the world we live in, where the media controls us and we're conditioned to be indifferent to the suffering and life of others. As Lynch says, that's a sickness. That's a real sick thing, which gets us to the point about that audience, right? This final rejection of the audience, what would have been the final rejection, that thing in the air just getting in the way. No one was willing to deal with the trauma and uncertainty that Fire Walk Me as a film represented. And so Twin Peaks died, breaking Lynch's heart all over again. And but the pain, as it did before, just continued to linger and linger and linger, which is why I think he was, able to find his way to the return eventually. And we'll talk about that story when we talk about the return. But the pain was already obvious, again, in the music. The same way The World Spins was this song about the end of Twin Peaks. It's sort of Lovelong Mourning was captured in the major pieces of music sung by Julie Cruz with lyrics by Lynch of Fire Walk Me. First, there's the opening theme, She Would Die for Love, which goes, she said she wouldn't stay. She said she couldn't stay. She told me she would die for love, right? Which, as we talked about the meaning of Laura dying for love on that meta level, is the show died, right? The show just died. It's, boom, it's gone now. And it was Lynch's love, and it died for its love. It lived as it died as it lived for that love, for spreading that love. But, now it's gone. Then there's Questions in the World of Blue, which is more explicitly about that postscript, right? Which is, why did you go? Why did you turn away from me? When all the world seemed to sing, why did you go? Was it me? Was it you? Questions in a World of Blue. Blue, obviously, being the blue light static of the TV, right? The vacant TV channel. So Lynch still just can't get over it. Like, why? Meanwhile, like I said, you still have, for many years, those 25 years, keeping alive these fans, still picking apart the mystery, still searching for that closure, and that keeps it alive and, free from the resurrection. So the reality, though, as we will learn and discuss with the return, you can't ever go home again. You might want Twin Peaks to come back, and it might come back, but it can't really come back. Meanwhile, now it's time to just say the last bits of here for Lynchtober. And I'm excited because, what would happen after this? This would be followed with Lost Highway and then Mulholland Drive. We are going to talk about Mulholland Drive. And when we do, we really do see where the dreams and dreams within dreams and further ideas like that, and both those two films are explored further, so that by the time we get to the return, the concepts are even deeper now, and Lynch is even more practiced at making them work. But like I said, Denis Villeneuve's Dune actually comes out next week. So we're going to have to do our Dune, or actually, sorry, when I say comes out next week, I mean, when you're hearing this, it'll already be out. It comes out the 22nd. That's when this episode's set to drop. But you're going to have to wait another week for us to hear our thoughts on Denis Villeneuve's Dune and David Lynch's Dune in comparison. Maybe we'll also talk Jodorowsky's Dune, the would-be Dune. And yeah, there you go. There you have it.
I mean, Twin Peaks, there you have it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marcus. It's actually cleared up a lot of little, what would you call them? Splinters of questions that I had in my mind from watching this series. Cleared up a lot of that. So super fun.
No, I'm so glad, Dana. And like I said, if I can at least make something make sense for you, it increases my hope and optimism that I'll make it for other people.
Helping everybody understand Lynch a little bit better.